Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik, one of the co-founders of ETHGlobal, and welcome to the ETHOnline Finale and our Merge Scalability Summit. You're all watching this thing on ETHGlobal.tv. Just a quick reminder for anybody who's interested in asking any questions, whether it's to our panelists or any of the speakers today, you can just sign in and put your questions on the chat, and we'll be able to relay those questions to all of our speakers. Also, anybody who signs in and engages with everybody out here gets a NFT POAP token. So if you are interested in getting those and collecting those, be sure to say hi. So this event's organized by ETHGlobal. For those of you who are joining us for the first time ever, ETHGlobal is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to bring on thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. We do this by running hackathons and summits online and all across the world. And this is our biggest event ever. It's been an amazing last 4 months, and we've done so many incredible things on summits and the hackathon piece. We had 6 different summits we hosted over the last 4 weeks. We talked about what's happening with NFTs and creators all across the Web3 ecosystem. We highlighted what's happening with the Aave grants ecosystem. We had a whole summit on the latest in the world of governance and DAOs. We also highlighted what's happening with the Compound Grants ecosystem. We had a whole summit last Friday on developer tools and what's going on with the latest in tooling. And today, of course, is our Merge Scalability Summit along with the Hackathon Finale. It's going to be a long, jam-packed day, so be sure to buckle in. And on top of that, the summits were blended together with a month-long hackathon. This is one of the biggest events we've ever done. In fact, this is the biggest event we've ever done in our history. We had over 1,150 hackers participating from 77 different countries, spanning 19 different time zones. On top of that, we had over 160 mentors, 54 partners we were working with, and over $350,000 in prizes that are going to be given away today. So let's jump right into ETHOnline Finale. This has been an incredible event. We never saw the scale we could accomplish with all of our efforts with the past couple of years. And all in all, we saw 218 projects come out of this hackathon. This is an incredible number of people working incredibly hard on so many creative and cool ideas. And from these 218 submissions, we landed across 17 teams that we want to highlight today that'll be presenting what they built over the course of this hackathon. So in no particular order, these are our 17 finalists. We have Nifty Pixels, Splice, Degen Dogs, PayMagic, JustMint, WogMe, Variety Finance, VLend, MISO, Silo Finance, Rizzle, Lonesome Shark, Ansub, Neptune, Docs Network, Blockhook, and NFT Metadata Explorer. We'll be bringing on these teams to demo what they've done. And as we were looking at these 17 projects, we saw some really unique and very obvious categories that they really kind of highlighted. There's a lot of stuff around NFTs. We have an incredible representation of DeFis, and there's a lot of Web3 tools and utilities that make our lives easier as we scale what we can do as communities in these ecosystems. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring on the first set of teams to come and present. But before we do, I want to quickly take a second and just say that just because somebody was not in that list of 17 projects, it does not mean you were not good enough or that you didn't do something great. I want to congratulate every single of these 200 projects to make sure that you get to continue working on this thing. It's the goal of these events is to really focus on experimentation and learning. And there's so many things you can do after, during, and before your event to continue improving and learning about what else you can do. We're also here to help you even after the event ends. So whether it's on our Discord or email, anything that we can do to make sure that you're not stuck as you continue building these things, we're there to help. So congratulations to all 200 of these teams. And we really hope that you continue building. So, and for actually those of you, before we jump in, to see the list of all projects, you can head over to ETHGlobal, showcase.ethglobal.com to see the list of all projects along with their demos as well as descriptions on what they built. So let's jump right in. Our first category is NFTs. What we're going to do is we're going to bring on our first team, and they're going to go in order. So each team will present, and we'll move on to the next demo. There's a lot of stuff to do today, so we won't be able to do questions. So we'll have these 6 demos back to back, starting with Nifty Pixels. So without further ado, let's welcome Catherine on stage.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Hi, so we're Team Nifty Pixels, and we are making a pixel art NFT marketplace where you can draw and sell pixel art right in the same place. My name is Catherine. I'm a designer and artist, and my partner's name is Matt. He's an engineer. We're both based in California, and we are both huge fans of pixel art. Nifty Pixels is a platform that lets you draw, mint, and sell your pixel art NFTs all in a few seconds, all on the same website. We're super excited to see what happens when we give people all around the world the same 32 by 32 pixel canvas and the creativity that comes out of it. We built Nifty Pixels on the Polygon blockchain for 2 reasons. 1, it's more eco-friendly, and 2, it's really good for creators because the gas fees are so low that you really don't need an upfront investment to be part of it. Our front end is built on React, Relay, and ethers.js. And our backend is built with the Graph, Arweave, and Firestore. And now let's jump into a quick demo of how Nifty Pixels actually works. So hopping over to the website, niftypixels.io, this is our homepage. And since we launched on Tuesday, we've actually had a lot of awesome artwork already being minted on our site. So we've started featuring it here. But I'm going to jump straight into the creation and the pixel art editor. So our pixel art editor has a lot of awesome tools that allows you to create basically whatever you want on this 32 by 32 canvas. You can fill areas, you can choose whatever color you want to work with. But for the purposes of this demo, just so that we can actually mint a nicer NFT, I've already created my artwork here and filled in the name and description. So all that's left for us to do is really just tap Create NFT, which is going to mint our piece. So on MetaMask here, I'm just going to quickly edit the gas fees to make sure that for the demo, the transaction goes through faster on Polygon. And once I confirm, the minting process has started. And now I'm going to jump over while this is minting to my profile. So once that piece on a break mints, it's going to show up in my profile. I've already created 18 things and collected 2 pieces from other awesome artists on the website. But here, just for the demo, I'm actually going to try listing something that I minted yesterday, but I haven't listed on the marketplace yet. So on my activity, I can see that I minted it, and now I'm going to go ahead and list it. I'm going to list it for about 5 Matic, which is around $7 in USD. And once I tap list for sale, I'm just going to go ahead and confirm in MetaMask. And again, just going to quickly edit these gas limits to make sure that things go smoothly in terms of it getting picked up for the demo. So while that's listing, I'm going to show you what the marketplace looks like. So once that lists, it's going to show up here in the marketplace, and we already have a lot of awesome artwork here. And just as a demo of what the buying process looks like, I've been eyeing this piece, Lollipop Skull. So I'm going to purchase it from this awesome artist. So the purchasing process is, again, really easy, and gas fees on Polygon are really low at like fractions or just like cents. So I'm just going to edit it for the demo again, but it's really easy to just go ahead and purchase whatever strikes your fancy on Nifty Pixels. So while that's purchasing, let's hop back here, and on my profile, you can see that the piece that we just created together on a break is indeed minted, and it is now listed on my profile. So yeah, it's a really easy system of going straight from drawing right into having everything be available on the marketplace. Everything that's minted and created on Nifty Pixels is also available for viewing on OpenSea. So every time something gets created, people can also see what they've created and collected from Nifty Pixels on their OpenSea profiles. Our mission is to make the world's largest collection of original one-of-one pixel art NFTs, and we feel like we're getting there. Since we launched on Tuesday, we've had a lot of awesome artwork, and it's just super exciting to see everyone pitching in. I'm going to hop back here. As for our future plans for Nifty Pixels, we want to grow the marketplace and continue having more creators add their artwork and see what happens. We want to add challenges, so seeing the creativity that comes out when we add additional constraints, like limiting people to only using one color palette per time. And we would also love to explore enabling collaboration between people. So for example, letting people stack their pixel artwork together to create larger canvases and collaborate on their artwork. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to try Nifty Pixels out, it's live right now at niftypixels.io. We are super excited to see what you create, and thank you so much for your time.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Catherine. I was going to say, not only is this the first demo that also went live, and you did a mainnet demo, this is incredible that everything worked out too. So this is great. Congratulations, and everybody check out niftypixels.io. All right, next up we have Splice. So whenever you're ready, let's start with the next demo.
Yep. And here we go. Tim.
Well, then I will start. I guess, first of all, congrats to the great presentation just then, and welcome ETHOnline. Thank you for having us here, and welcome to our final presentation for Splice. My name is Timothy Becker from Berlin, and I'm here today together with my amazing Splice team around Emily Wheel from New York City, Stefan Ardo from Berlin, and Thiago Tavares from Porto. Yeah, and in that sense, I'd say let's get started. So what is Splice? Splice is a generative art project that renders deterministic, validated header images for existing NFTs. Why header images? Well, because of actually this Twitter post from a founder of an NFT collection, and because we have seen the immediate need actually on that sense. I mean, people who love their Bored Ape, their Cool Cat, or actually any other collection want it to have a matching generative art header image, accentuating and showing it off, instead of mispairing them like these two that you potentially see here right now. And I'd say with that said, I'm passing on to Stefan and to show you in that sense how it actually works.
Thank you, Tim. Wish me luck with our demo. Okay, here it comes. So we are already live on a centralized domain called GetSplice.io. You all can go there, and we are actually only launched on a testnet, which is Coven. We're using NFT port and Covalent to get the assets of a user that you already hold. So we for Coven, we actually created test NFT contracts. And I would like to show you how you can create a Splice NFT out of an NFT you already own. So this account that I'm currently on got quite some NFTs in his wallet, and I'm going to mint Cool Cat number 17. So every time we see some latency here, this is usually due to IPFS, so please excuse if this takes sometimes longer. So to mint something, we first extract the dominant colors of that image, and then we are creating some kind of randomness out of the collection address and the token ID of that Cool Cat. Next, the user may choose a style for the Cool Cat, and for demonstration reasons, I will just click through them. So this is how it could look like, or this is how it could look like, and so on. These amazing background images have been generated by our New York City-based artist, Emily, and we are very thankful for all the work you have put in here. So for demo reasons, I'm going to choose this one, which we are calling District 1618. The first thing I'm doing, I'm saving this as a PNG file on my local machine, and then I'm persisting this on IPFS. And this is now done using NFT storage. So we're using Protocol Labs' little service here to create or to store the metadata of our now to be minted Splice NFT. And this one's also storing the Splice image data. Now, the problem here is that I, as user, can come up with any kind of image that I would like to have minted. And this is why we have some kind of server-side component that we're invoking using an Oracle. At least we try to do so, a Chainlink Oracle, actually. So the flow is that I'm requesting the validation of the background image, and my server will then render exactly the same thing that the user has rendered in their browser and validate that this image, this background image, is really a match for that Cool Cat. And this usually takes quite a while because it has to get all the data from IPFS. Let's wait for another 5 seconds if this works. Otherwise, I'm falling back to something I prepared. No. As you know, IPFS may take a while, so let's jump to something that I prepared. This is a Cool Cat that went through this process, and you already can see that the Oracle said, so this is what the server will respond, that it may be minted, and then you can finally mint your Splice. Now, this is, of course, a different cool cat, but let's mint that. And once it has been minted, it will show up in your My Splice section. This just may take a while. Here it is. And if I reload here, now the server is finally ready. You see that it just took a while. Exactly. So here it is. Okay, with that, back to Timothy.
Well, thank you, Stefan. So to continue, what is next, or our next steps? Well, we want to onboard NFT collections to our Splice contract. Furthermore, we want to let artists create their own algorithms, which, once approved, can be minted as style NFTs. Furthermore, we want to integrate a dynamic pricing model using a bonding curve that takes several aspects into account, for example, the current market price of a requester's NFT. And we want to establish a DAO-based community around Splice. And I'd say our last point is we want to achieve our vision and become the ecosystem for creative building blocks of the Web3. And I'd say if you love the idea, if you want to cooperate or support us, and of course, become part of the Splice community, follow and text us on Twitter, and of course, join our Discord. Thank you, and get Splice.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that creative, super creative idea. It's just I want to update my Twitter banner right now and showcase some of my NFT headers. Congratulations. Next up, we are ready for our next demo, and that is Project DGen Dogs. So Mark, whenever you're ready, let's get started.
Thanks, Kartik. My name is Mark Carey. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm here to present my project, DGen Dogs. DGen Dogs are NFTs that do DeFi. One dog gets minted each day, not all at once in a big drop. Each dog is sold at auction, but the auction proceeds go to the treasury, and the treasury then invests in DeFi, and then yield earning tokens are streamed back to the NFT holders. So once an auction is settled, the ETH proceeds get sent to the treasury, which triggers the following. The ETH gets swapped for DAI on Uniswap v3 using a Chainlink Oracle to minimize slippage. The DAI gets deposited on Compound, so it starts to earn yield and comp reward tokens. Some of the CDAI tokens representing the deposit gets upgraded to a super token via the super fluid protocol. Then those tokens start to stream back to dog owners in real time. Streamonomics. So 10% of the auction proceeds start to stream back to the owner of that dog. 40% of the auction proceeds are shared among all current dog owners at the time of the auction. And 20% of the proceeds are streamed to the 10 before dog owner. So for example, 20% of the dog 10 auction proceeds are streamed to the owner of dog 0, and so on. All streams are sent using Superfluid with wallet balances constantly updating as the tokens flow into the wallet. And when the NFT ownership changes, the streams redirect to the new owner. Why stream to all dogs? Streaming the yield to the owners of the previously minted dogs provides a direct incentive for all dog owners to participate in the community and ensure the success of future auctions. I think that could add a really interesting community aspect. Here are the streams visualized. So you can see the 10% going back to each dog. The 40% at the top gets really busy as things progress because you're sharing it with all the previous dogs. And at the bottom, you can see the 20% streaming to the dog 10 before. Okay, live demo. Here's the dApp where the auctions happen. At the top of the screen, you can see the balance of the treasury of the compound DAI. And you can see that balance is slowly going down as it streams out to the owners of the NFTs. Here's my balance next. And you can see it's slowly going up each second because I already own at least one dog. So I'm not gonna show any bids here to save a bit of time, but this auction here for dog number 10 is already completed. So I'm gonna settle the auction. I'm the winner, so I've got an incentive to do that. And settling the auction is where all the DeFi magic happens. So now the auction is settled. The NFT goes gets transferred to me, and the next auction begins here for dog 11. We can see over here, this is on Etherscan what basically just happened. This is an example from a previous transaction, but you can see that the proceeds got sent to the treasury, and then the DeFi happened. The swap for the DAI, the deposit to compound, the upgrade to the super, and as well as the transfer of the dog itself and the minting of the next dog. You can also see over here in Superfluid, my balance increasing each and every second from the streams from the treasury contract. Since the dogs are ERC 721 NFTs, they can be listed on platforms like OpenSea, be sold or traded. Also show, this is the Etherscan contract for the actual dogs, and you can see the DeFi holdings are here, tiny amount of comp tokens and some compound DAI and the super version of the same. Finally, next steps, gather a team, gas cost optimizations, exploring other DeFi options, other potentials, Aave, Balancer, Yearn. I think the options are kind of limitless there. Explore and simulate alternatives of the incentivized streamonomics model, smart contract refinements to support a fully decentralized operation, which would include sort of formation of a DAO and governance considerations, perhaps support for doing resale auctions in the dApp itself, and of course, a mainnet launch. Thank you for the opportunity to present. That is DGen Dogs.
Thank you so much, Mark. Glad to see it's already live, or will be soon live on mainnet for everybody to try out. So I encourage everybody to give that a shot. Super cool use of Superfluid. All right, next up, we have Stephanie from NFT Metadata Explorer. Welcome.
There we go.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. Today I'll demo my Metadata Explorer site generator for NFT projects. But first, I'm Steph. I also go by Oceans404 on Twitter. I'm a software developer and Web3 enthusiast. To kick off the demo, I'm going to run my script that will create a new website for Bored Ape Yacht Club. While this is going, I'll explain my project. So if you are an NFT collector like I am, you know that before reveal, all of the different NFTs in the collection have a blank photo. So you don't know what you're getting until after the devs flip the metadata so that you can see all of the different traits and the image you've purchased. If you're in a lot of Discords, these are some of the most frequent messages you'll see. When reveal, how do I see my NFT? In order to see your NFT, you have to go to OpenSea and refresh the metadata by clicking this little button. Sometimes it refreshes, sometimes it doesn't, and you get to see your image, but you have to wait for the entire community to hit refresh metadata to get a sense of which traits are rare and to see everyone's NFT at the same time. To solve this problem, I've created a script that takes some inputs and creates a new website that shows all of the images and the metadata in one nice UI. So all I need from a collection is the collection name, a human readable name, the contract address, the collection start ID, and the collection size. And after I run the script, which you just saw in my command line, it will output a site that looks something like this. This is the Sad Girls Bar site that I generated for the last demo. And this works for any collection. So I've done this for a few of my favorite projects. You can see superlatives on the left, humanoids on the right, and it works. And how the script works basically is it calls the smart contracts token URI function for every token. Then it processes and sorts all of the metadata to figure out the different trait frequency, rarity, and relative ranking. It creates static JSON files that have the metadata and rankings and passes those files to a front-end template. From there, the script runs npm run build to create a production React build, and it uploads to Skynet, which is a decentralized platform for serving websites. So this is the Sad Girls Bar site I generated the other day. And let's explore this while we wait for the other site to complete. So it's loading right here, but this is the NFT Explorer for Sad Girls Bar. The home screen shows all of the different sad girls, the art, and you can see and explore some of the different traits and find something that looks interesting. So this one's cool. It seems to have a skull and a red shirt, a flower crown. Let's explore other NFTs that also have that skull. So the hands are holding a white skull. And here's some more that have this same trait, hands with a white skull. If I wanted to filter for buy now, I can do that by clicking this nice button. These are all of the listed ones on OpenSea. We can query for more. And I really like this one. And to buy on OpenSea, you can just click the photo. You're taken straight to OpenSea, where you can see the price is 0.49 ETH. So you can buy it here, or you can just keep exploring using my site. So it looks like the creation is done for the other site I was generating during this demo. And all I need to do to check it out is copy and paste the ID from Skynet into my Chrome browser. And if all goes well, we'll see the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT Explorer that was just generated during this demo. It'll be very similar in look and feel to the Sad Girls Bar site because it uses the same templating and you can explore the same way, but it has the Bored Ape traits and everything like that. I love the solid gold ones. Someday. Yeah, that is my demo. Some future plans I have are to create a user-friendly front-end form so that artists can just plug this info in and spin up sites for themselves. I also want to create a caching layer between the front end and OpenSea so that I have more reliable pricing. I also want to work with a UX designer to iterate on design and improve my rarity sorting algorithm. Thank you so much. Let's connect on Twitter. I'm Oceans404, and I had such a great job hacking. Or great time hacking, rather. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. Well, you also did a great job. I'll congratulate you on our end. This was really cool. I'm looking at all the comments. Others can't wait to try this out. So hopefully we get to start a lot more of these explorers. So congrats.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Justmint. So Santiago, whenever you're ready, feel free to kick off your demo.
Hello, good afternoon. So we are Justmint. I'm Santiago, and with Ignacio Tirabasso, we built a batch-based random loot box generator. We're both from Argentina, and we're thankful to be here. So first off, what is a loot box? It is a mechanism that game developers use to distribute content to players. It is one of the most common gameplay rewards mechanics. It is estimated that 70% of top Steam games use some form of loot box mechanic. Concretely, they are virtual items that are redeemable for in-game loot. Loot, in turn, gains meaning inside the game context, and they range from skins to in-game advantage. They also promote user interaction and provide feedback to players. So, loot boxes have sparked a new gaming business model, where revenue now becomes a stream. This is great because development cost of developing games continue to increase. It is also estimated that by 2022, loot boxes will be a market of $50 billion. So, what have we done? We created a loot box minting service for game developers that want to express loot boxes as NFTs. You also can think of it as an affordable randomness provider. So developers do not have to repaint the bill and saving development costs. We also believe it's a gateway to the metaverse, so in-game items can be expressed inside the metaverse. How does it work? It's a batch-based system to generate pseudo-random numbers using as a source of entropy Chainlink's VRF. So in essence, what we are doing, we are batching multiple requests for randomness and processing them together in order to share the cost of the Oracle fee. This allows us to generate multiple random numbers from a single seed. The process is asynchronous due to the Oracle to fulfill its promise takes a few blocks. It is deployed in Mumbai and Rinkerby. So this is our humble demo. In order to showcase our service, we built two mechanisms that consume this randomness from our service. First is a raffle. The winner of the raffle gains a loot box. In turn, the winner claims the loot box and gains the loot. So in order to participate, you need to buy a ticket. In this case, we already bought a ticket and we're participating in the raffle number 20. So many people could participate, even though it's in testnet, around 1,000 could participate and only one participant will win in this case. So in order to be picked a winner, a batch needs to be processed. In this case, I already have a confirmed transaction. We can see how we transfer one link to the Oracle. This takes around a few blocks to confirm, that are 3 to 4 minutes. So in this case, we're just going to show you what you get when you win. In this case, it's this loot box. The loot box needs to be claimed in order to show the loot. So we're going to claim this loot. Here, I have prepared a confirmed transaction that shows how once claimed, we get transferred or our loot token, which is our random loot that we won. And we can expect some properties from it. Here's just claim. So great. Oh, refresh quickly. We can see that since the previous batch was confirmed, we've gone from 20 to the new raffle 21. So buying a ticket, we'll be participating in the new raffle. So here we can see some properties. In this case, rarity, color, and material. These properties are derived from the hash we receive from our service. We can give each byte certain meanings and express certain properties from the hash. So game developers are free to give meaning to each byte. Going forward, we believe we need to improve the front end, launch in mainnet, include new game mechanics such as shuffling properties, combining loot, and include a game resolution mechanic. It's been a pleasure building in ETHOnline, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Santiago. This is a really cool demo, and we're glad that you were able to present live. So congrats. And with that, we are ready for our last demo in this category. So our last NFT project is WAGMI. So we have Matthew and Parker here. Whenever you're ready, feel free to kick off with your demo.
Cool, thanks. I'll let Parker take it away.
Yeah, all right, fantastic. You want to share your screen?
Yep.
Fantastic. Hi, everybody, I'm Parker.
And hi, I'm Matt.
Yeah, and this is our project, WAGMI.ai. So first of all, what is the problem that we're actually trying to solve here? It's that the NFT space is very fragmented. It's very hard to discover good NFT projects that aren't in the middle of like some hype-driven bubble. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, there's a lot of noise whether a given NFT is for real or not. To be frank, there's a lot of like random shit out there. So our solution is to build this all-in-one dashboard for on-chain analytics for NFTs that provides everything an enthusiast would need in assessing where the best opportunities lie. We use on-chain indexing combined with some advanced data analytics using machine learning and natural language processing. I know I hit some buzzwords, but now I'll pass it off to Katz to show you what exactly we've built and why it's going to be amazing.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, so this is our website. I'm going to go through a quick demo. We have sort of 3 discrete features here, and I'll go through each of them in order. The first one I'd like to go through is the hot collections. So we index every single OpenSea transaction right when it happens on the blockchain. And this gives us a great overview of the entire NFT space, because OpenSea accounts for like 95+% of volume. So we track the number of transactions, and this is in the past hour, the total volume in terms of Ether, the total Ether transacted, the average price, the min max, the floor and ceiling price of the NFTs in each collection, as well as a hype score, which relates to what Parker's talking about. This is done using sentiment analysis on a representative sample of tweets. In these hot collections, we can zoom in to a shorter period, like 15 minutes. So these are just sales that happened in the last 15 minutes, or zoom out to a period of 24 hours. This one sometimes takes a little while to load, but there we go. If we go back to the 1 hour view here, if you're more interested in collection, you can click on its name to pull up some more stats. Here we have a bunch of summary stats. So the total supply, the number of unique holders in a collection, floor price, and then average price and some volume stats too. We also provide cute graphs of mints here, and you can go all the way up to 7 days or down to 15 minutes. Trade volume, which is always pretty interesting, as well as sales. So here we have the sales in the last 24 hours, and you can also switch from floor price to ceiling price to average price. Our next feature is a mint tracker. So much like how we index every single transaction, we also index every new mint of any ERC 721 or 1155 NFT on the blockchain. So yeah, in the past hour, we can view every collection that has had at least one NFT that's been minted, and also, of course, sort them by the number of mints, and as well by the unique minters. And we found this is quite predictive of things like community involvement. Finally, we have a very experimental feature based around rarity. So this uses a very similar formula as more popular websites like Rarity Tools, except we use a fully automated system that scrapes the metadata as soon as it becomes available and allows you to view rarities. So obviously we haven't been able to index all collections yet, but this is a demo of what you would see. So you'd be able to view all of the NFTs sorted by rarity, and of course you'd be able to search for the NFT you own.
Okay, so where is this project going after the hackathon ends? Feature-wise, there's a couple more features that we want to build up before launch. One of the big ones is that rarity as a metric will tell you how rare something is, but not how much it's actually worth. People right now will just kind of like haggle, say this NFT is worth this or that, this or that. So what we're going to do is to deploy an online ML model to ingest some real-time transaction data to give up-to-date prices on every single NFT within a collection based on both its rarities and the names of the actual traits. Awesome. Yeah, we're also planning on building out new features, perhaps extending to other EVM compatible chains, just like Matic, because there's a lot of NFT activity on there too. And even some more experimental features like looking at mempool data, so transactions that haven't even been confirmed yet. We're definitely going to continue building post-hackathon, and we're hoping to release this soon. So if you want, we have a Discord link on our website, wagme.ai. I've already gotten some dings that some people have joined the Discord, so thank you for joining. If you're interested, please come by, and we'd love to chat with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt and Parker. That was an amazing demo, and can't wait to see what the Nifty Pixels project looks like on the WAGMI Explorer. Great. So with that, we are ready for our next section. I want to congratulate all 6 teams from the NFT category. And next up, we have the DeFi category. So we're going to bring on these 6 projects: Variety Finance, BLand, MISO, Silo Finance, Risedol, and Lonesome Shark. So without further ado, we'll kick this off with Variety Finance as our first demo for DeFi. And whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Hi, good morning, good evening. Thank you for having us. Quick introduction to our team, and let me just share my screen as well. So I'm Joshua here. I'm joining you from the sunny side of Singapore, along with my team members, Kojo from Ghana, Yura from Netherlands, and Ethan from the US. So it's truly a decentralized team, and really enjoyed working with everybody here. And we're introducing Variety Finance, which is an automated market maker with impermanent loss protection. So really, when we love DeFi, and we are liquidity providers ourselves, and liquidity provision is really the fundamental building blocks of the rest of DeFi. They allow the exchange of any tokens, even tokens that you just minted yesterday, or any ERC20, and provides liquidity through automated market makers. They come with a lot of risks, and we've seen it as liquidity providers. And one big one is the impermanent loss, which is the temporary loss of funds as a result of the changes in the prices that results in third parties having to arbitrage the current pools that we provide liquidity to. This is especially problematic with any VM-L2 side chains where Uniswap v2-like protocols are very dominant. They have high TVLs, and they represent billions of dollars in the entire ecosystem of these blockchains. The common solutions that has been already in the market is really twofold. One is higher trading fees to compensate liquidity providers, as well as additional token incentives, distributing more of the native token. For example, we understand there's a protocol called ALP Finance that distributes more ALP tokens in order to compensate liquidity impermanent loss. This leads to two different problems. Higher trading fees result in bad user experience, and more token incentives is basically just token dilution, which overall lowers the TVL. So we're looking to redesign this problem for any Uniswap v2 type protocol out there. And our introduction is an operational coverage for liquidity providers. How we will do it is we will use our very own flash loan arbitrage contracts that we would sell arbitrage our pools with other V2-like pools and channel this into an LP protection treasury fund. This reduces the risk and uncertainty for liquidity providers, making them, sure enough, confident to provide liquidity to the protocol and allow easy exchange indexes. This fund can then be used for retroactive public goods or decided as a portion to be fed back to the LPs. To achieve this, we introduce a new role known as an LP protector. They will be the ones helping to execute the self-arbitrage contracts. They may not necessarily need to know the contract code, but all they need to do is provide their wallet address and then perform the arbitrage. So really what we've done is we've copied the router, the factory, and we introduced our contribution here is the farm for the distribution of variety tokens for higher APYs, and as well as a flash loan arbitrage contract for liquidity LP protection. Really, just the last picture on our future possibilities, we're looking at as well as cross-chain arbitrage, insurance pools as well. So incentivized staking with much higher APYs, which we would draw these pools to cover any impermanent loss in those situations. And lastly, treasury governance based on the DAO structure to help with the distribution of this impermanent loss treasury we could collect from arbitrage or insurance. Okay, let me just jump quickly into the demo. So all you need to do is come to Variety Finance. We've currently deployed it on the Matic test network. So it will ask you to switch to that network. And what you see here is, we've already created a few fake tokens. So we have fake USDC with Shiba Inu tokens, and you can quickly start making any relevant swaps. So once you make swaps, of course, you affect the market price. And what we've done for this hackathon is we duplicated a completely set of protocols, another set of Uniswap 2 protocols, and it's actively arbitraging if they see a difference between the separate set of pools with this set of pools. And of course, with the standard features, you have the ability to provide liquidity provision and to stake those LP tokens into high APY farms. So really the UI UX is identical to almost every other Uniswap V2, but the difference is the ability to defend LPs and ensure that LPs get the best out of their buck. Thank you. And it's been a true enjoyable experience for this hackathon. It's been so professional and really enjoyed ourselves. And we look forward to deploying this on potentially the Polygon mainnet. And in terms of where we will want to get ready for Polygon mainnet, we will also look at further development of analytics dashboard to show how much of the impermanent loss that we are able to save and capture for our LP providers. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Joshua. This was an awesome demo, and it's such a cool way to think about adding on and improving V2. So congrats. And with that, we are ready for our next team. So next we have VLend. So we'll get Daniel on shortly, and whenever you're ready, we'll get you started. Perfect.
Thanks, Kartik. Thanks, everyone. Really a pleasure to be here. My name is Carlos, and I've got my colleague Eric, and we're part of VLend, and we're excited to submit our project for ETHOnline 2021. So just in terms of what we built an automated liquidity provisioning vault. And what that means is we did this for Uniswap v3. So we are big fans of Uniswap v3, but as you know, there's a couple of common challenges or opportunities that you encounter when you're a liquidity provider for Uniswap v3. One of them includes, positions do fall out of range, and so that requires a rebalance. Now, you might run into swap fees or high swap fees when you're rebalancing, and that could eat into profits for smaller investors. That also might generate some permanent loss on their capital as well. And of course, some gas fees can also be cost prohibitive for smaller investors as well. And so we looked at what was already, let's say, in market, and there's a lot of really great providers that do active liquidity management, but we thought we could create perhaps a unique design for ETHOnline 2021. And actually, what inspired us was a tweet that was provided by Hayden, who said that his favorite vault design was one that allowed you to maintain a 50-50 allocation, so similar to Uniswap v2 and everything that people love about Uniswap v2, but also leverages concentrated liquidity so that you can earn higher income, and allows you to rebalance with no fees or permanent loss. And in fact, Scott Lewis replied to his tweet with a series of steps that you could take to accomplish this manually, using a lending pool and reserving some of your assets in the lending pool and using the lending pool to swap your assets so that you're not swapping directly with Uniswap when you're doing a rebalance. And so we thought this was actually pretty creative. And so we decided to automate this for our hack. And so our hack actually automates the solution, but we thought, okay, beyond that, what's really important is that there's kind of three key features. One, it's got to be really simple to use in terms of automation. So it's got to automate the entire process. It allows them to essentially earn interest from both lending pools as well as Uniswap. And then finally, allows smaller investors to keep more of their money. So perhaps if they're pooling their funds, they can actually save on gas fees. And so this is what we set out to do. And I'm going to show you a demonstration here of all the great work that the team did in this past few weeks. So you should be able to see the screen here. So this is VLend. It allows us to connect with our MetaMask. And from here, we can actually open up a new position, select our vault. So in this case, we're going to do ETH and USDC, allow us to deposit some funds. So we're going to go ahead and put some ETH and some USDC. And I'm going to submit that transaction. From there, I just want to show you the admin side. So we did spend a bit of time. For now, we've got like a manual way to kick off the rebalance. Obviously, the next feature very shortly here is going to be that automation to handle the management component of it. But you can see that there's funds in the vault at the moment. And then when I click on the rebalance, it's going to take that position, put a certain number of funds in Uniswap to earn that concentrated liquidity. And then the remainder larger position is going to go to the lending pool that we can use for rebalancing as positions fall out of Uniswap. So I'm just going to go back here for a second just to make sure that my transaction was deposited. And you can see it was, so that's great. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and from the admin side, I'm just going to kick off that rebalance so that you can see that. And so we'll give this a second, but you'll see it actually place the funds, a portion of it in Uniswap and a portion of it in Compound. While we're waiting for that, so as you can imagine, so what we're doing is we're taking it. So if we put up the deposit, what we're doing is we're taking a portion, let's say 20% of that, that's going into Uniswap for concentrated liquidity. And then the remainder of the 80% is being split 50-50 and being placed into Compound to be able to handle future rebalances. One of the things that we're going to be doing is obviously automating the management component. So as it falls out of range, then this will automatically be taken care of. But for the hackathon, we have this kind of manual piece that we've kicked off. So you can see, I just went back to the screen. You can see a portion is in Uniswap, a portion is in Compound. We should be able to view our transaction here on Etherscan, so 37 seconds ago. And you can see it going into kind of Compound and Uniswap. So yeah, that's about it. I'm just going to go back to our presentation here for a minute. So our roadmap, we're going to continue to work and improve the vault in terms of safety and security. We're hoping to launch a first version of the vault on mainnet before the end of the year and integrate more lending protocols just to continue to build resilience in the application. We just wanted to thank ETHOnline. Definitely found it to be an extremely professional experience. We learned so much, not only technically, but also just from everyone that we were able to collaborate and cooperate with. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Next up, we have MISO. So we'll get the MISO team ready in a second, and whenever they're ready, we'll begin with our next set of demos. So Daniel, feel free to get started. Oh, that's it. It's the end. There we go.
Okay. So, hi, my name is Etienne, and I'm very excited to show you DeFi's first loan option that lets you borrow, but without any liquidation risk. And the way this is done is by using so-called zero liquidation loans. And what this means for you is that your DeFi borrowing experience is going to get easier and less stressful because you no longer have to worry about liquidation penalties, LTV monitoring, or unpredictable borrowing rates. So now in the demo, I will show you how you can get started with these zero liquidation loans. So the first step is we go to miso.finance and we head over to the borrow and lend section. So let's say we have one wrapped ETH and want to borrow DAI against it. So we can select the corresponding currency pairs and then choose the pool that matches our collateral currency and borrow currency. So next we have to define the amount of wrapped ETH we want to pledge as collateral. So we can do that over here. And now down here, we can see the indicative loan terms. So we can borrow 1,300 DAI and lock in a repayment amount of 1,477 DAI. And what this means is that at expiry, we will have an option to reclaim our original ETH collateral for this repayment amount. And what's important to note here is that no matter what, we will always be able to get back our collateral, even if the collateral price drops during the loan lifetime, or if there's a flash crash, our collateral is safe and it will never be sold to liquidators. Okay, so next we need to approve this amount of collateral such that it is ready to be transferred to the liquidity pool. We can do this over here, and once that transaction is confirmed, we can continue to the last and final step. But before that, we just need to do one last thing. We need to define what's the minimum amount of DAI we expect to receive from the AMM. And this basically serves like a limit order to prevent slippage when trading with the AMM smart contracts. So once that's set, we can trigger the final borrow transaction. And we're done. And the best part about this is that we don't have to care about any kind of liquidation issues. So no risk of liquidation penalties, no need to monitor our health factor, no need to watch out for increasing borrowing rates. So instead, our loan terms are fixed and we can see them down here, the repayment amount, and so on. And we can also verify the transaction on Etherscan and see that we indeed have received the corresponding amounts we were shown before. So that's now the active loan, and this loan will expire in around 8 days. So what happens after these 8 days? To show this, we're going to head over to another loan pool that has already expired. So we go to the settlement section, and here we're shown all liquidity pools that are ready for repayment. So if we select one of those, we can see all the loans we have with this given pool currently outstanding. And we can then choose which of these loans we want to repay. So we see that we have 0.02 wrapped ETH in here, and we can reclaim it for around the 3.699 DAI. And now as a borrower of a zero liquidation loan, we have an option to choose how we want to repay our loan. So obviously we will only repay the loan in DAI if the collateral is worth more than the repayment amount. So in this case, let's say I click approve, and then I can allow the smart contract to transfer DAI on my behalf, such that I can receive back my wrapped ETH. And once that transaction is confirmed, I can then trigger the final repayment. And note that in case the price would have dropped, I wouldn't have had to exercise this option, obviously, but I could just have left the collateral with the AMM and thereby implicitly repay the loan with my wrapped ETH. And once that is finalized, I will then receive an update notification that the state of the loan has changed to repaid. And I can then also verify on Etherscan that I received my original collateral back. So all in all, a really simple and cool new way to do DeFi borrowing. And if you want to learn more about the AMM mechanics and the financial engineering involved, please go to the website and check out our white paper. So we're super excited to continue working on this and to bring zero liquidation loans to mainnet soon. So thank you very much for your attention, and also thank you to the judges and ETHGlobal for their support.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing demo, and looks like I see a lot of people excited on the chat. So with that, we are ready for our next demo, and that is Silo Finance. So Ed, whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Thank you, Kartik. All right. Okay, my name is Ed, and I'm one of the co-founders of Silo Finance. Silo Finance is easy and secure lending protocol for any crypto asset. There are two security design approaches in lending protocols: shared pool markets and isolated markets. Shared pool markets have a big advantage of allowing for maximum efficiency of capital. Users can borrow any asset for any asset that is available on the protocol, of course. However, there is a big security trade-off. Single bad asset can drain the whole protocol, so these protocols must be gatekeepers of which assets they support. On the other hand, isolated markets have superior security. Each asset has its own pool, and because of that, no one asset can affect any other asset in the protocol. However, there is an efficiency trade-off because each borrowing pair that users may want to use requires a separate pool and liquidity. Silo Finance chose isolated markets approach for highest security. Let me show you how that works. In Silo, anyone can create any market for any token at any time. Each market is a pair of an asset and a bridge asset. In this case, it's ETH token and Matic. Later on, we'll go back to the bridge asset, and I'll explain why we need it. ETH Silo is already created, so I'm going to skip that step and go directly to the quick borrow. I'm going to provide collateral in ETH token, and I'm going to borrow link. All right, let's click borrow. I'm going to increase gas because this is my net transaction, so hopefully it will be mined really quickly. Keep in mind that ETH Silo is a pair of ETH and Matic, and yet I can safely borrow link using ETH token as collateral. In a minute, I'll explain how that's possible, but let's take a brief look at what's going on here. There's few things to unpack, and we'll get back to this in a minute. So let's go back to the bridge asset. Why do we use bridge asset in Silo? This brings us back to the trade-off that isolated markets have. Which is fractionalized liquidity. Each pool is its own pair, so the protocol ends up with tens of pools for the same asset, and most of them have little to no liquidity. And as a result, no asset is served properly. So how is Silo solving liquidity and efficiency problems while not compromising on security? Do you remember when I said that each silo is a pair of an asset and a bridge token? That means there's only one pool per asset, which allows for liquidity concentration. Then we use bridge asset for maximum efficiency. In a borrowed transaction, let's go back quickly here, you can see that I'm depositing one ETH to the ETH silo, and I'm using that as collateral to borrow 0.15 wrap Matic. Then I'm taking that Matic and depositing to the link silo as collateral. And in the end, I'm borrowing link. That means I end up with two borrow positions, but both of them are using Matic, so they cancel each other out. If Matic price goes up or down, I can easily rebalance my position without any need for external capital. And also, the bridge token separates link liquidity providers from the risk of ETH token. If ETH token goes to zero, link liquidity providers are not affected because they are actually exposed to the Matic, not ETH. And for that reason, I can safely borrow ETH as collateral. I can safely borrow link and collateralize ETH token. And this is how Silo brings together security of isolated markets, solves the problem of fractionalized liquidity, and has efficiency of shared pool lending protocols. Thank you very much. If you want to learn more about Silo, visit us at silo.finance, find us on Twitter. We're planning to launch on mainnet, so stay tuned.
Thank you so much. That was an awesome demo, and I hope everybody checks us out when they're ready for mainnet. Next, we have Bayu. Bayu, whenever you're ready, let's get started.
Okay. Screen. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Bayu. In the next 5 minutes, I will show you what is Rasdal and the live demo of it. Okay, what is Rasdal? Rasdal is permissionless leverage token market protocol. It's basically you can create any leverage version of any ERC20 token that available in Uniswap. For example, if I want to leverage my ETH, I just simply deposit my ETH to Rasdal, and I will receive a leverage token in exchange. If the price of it is increased 20%, I will gain around 40% of it. And unlike a margin protocol or futures trading protocol, you don't need to worry about the liquidation because the leverage token are automatically rebalanced. And that's the basic of Rasdal. And so what you can do is Rasdal is, if you are investor, Rasdal is a simple way to leverage your asset. You don't need to worry about the liquidation, managing the position, and you don't need to pay the management fees. If you are the farmer, Rasdal offer new sort of yield, interest and collateral asset from creation and redemption fees. If you are deposit USDC in ETH market, you will receive interest in USDC and also receive it in from creation and redemption fees. If you are protocol developer or DAO, you can create leverage version of your governance token by simply creating new market in Rasdal. With that, you can deposit your digital asset to earn more interest, and that's the basic of Rasdal. So how it works? Basically, for each Rasdal market, there are two components. The first one is Rasdal vault, and the second one is the ETF. The lender can deposit USDC to the vault, and the investor can mint the ETF via the Trushdle ETF smart contract. Trushdle is built on top of Uniswap and channeling. We use channeling to make sure that when we swap an asset, when we swap an asset, the price is not high or low like that. And we use Uniswap because we want to utilize the deep liquidity. And that's the basic how it works. So time to live demo. Okay. Basically, there are two pages. The first one is for investor. The second one is for the lender. For example, if I want to supply an asset, I just simply here deposit an asset. For example, like 10 USDC, and this one. Okay. When I deposit USDC, I will receive RV token in exchange. RV token's value will increase over time. The design is similar to C token that used by Compound protocol. And if I want to withdraw my USDC, I just simply do it here, like this one. And that's it. Then when I burning the RV token, I will receive my USDC back. And for the investor, for example, if I want to leverage my ETH, I just simply do it here, and I just mean the ETH rise like this. And for example, I want to leverage my ETH, my Rollup ETH, I just simply mean it, and that's it. With this, I don't need to worry about the liquidation or managing my deposition. If I hold some ETH rise, it is automatically rebalanced for me, and we'll talk about this later. And for example, if I want to close my position or redeem my Rollup ETH, I can do it like this. For example, I want to redeem my 5 at this. See, when I burn the ETH rise, I will receive my Rollup ETH back. And this one is what happened in the background is basically when the investor menu leverage token, Trushdle will borrow some USDC from the vault and swap it to Rollup ETH via Uniswap. And for if the investor want to burn the leverage token, Trushdle will sell some Rollup ETH and repay the debt for the investor. So that's the overview of the Trushdle. Okay, now our goal and the future plans. Our goal, okay, the market cap of the crypto level ETF on checks is very huge. We want to bring it to the DeFi ecosystem, and our future plan is to support Uniswap, V3 Top Oracle, and long-tail asset. And we plan to deploy it on mainnet. So you can follow our journey and our Twitter at Trushdle. That's it for Trushdle. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bayu. That was a really cool implementation of this idea. This is awesome. And with that, we are ready for our last DeFi demo. So next up, we have Jonathan from Lonesome Shark. Jonathan, we gotta unmute you quickly.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm from Singapore, and we are Lonesome Shark. One of the problems in DeFi today is that borrowers are losing money due to liquidations, and this can be costly. That is why, to address this problem, we have built a liquidation platform based on Aave Flash loans and Chainlink keepers. This is how it works. I've logged into our account on Aave's testnet. These are our positions. And I will show you later why I might show you this. On the right tab is, if you go to lonesomeshark.xyz and scroll to the bottom, this is our onboarding process. It's a 3 very simple steps. Next, click on Connect. We support both MetaMask and Wallet Connect. Then click on Launch App. This is the dashboard you will see. And we use an API to pull the collateral and debt information from Aave to ours. Only those assets which you have collateralized will appear here in our dashboard and it'll be highlighted in green, Aave and Link, as you can see here, Aave and Link. Next, we set the current liquidation threshold we want to be notified on, and the maximum gas limit for the flash loan smart contract. In this case, it's 1.01 and 100,000, then sign up. MetaMask will appear, we hit confirm. This is the fees to set up the flash loan. Next, again, we see here that only the assets that we have collateralized appear here in purple. In this case, Aave and Link. We currently only support these two assets at the moment, so the rest are grayed out. I select Aave, and MetaMask pops up again. I confirm. And this allows us to use your collateral to repay the loan. Then we click next. Then start monitoring. The first MetaMask window that pops up is to allow the Keeper registry to use your link. Confirm. So Chainlink Keepers is running behind the scenes to monitor the health factor, which we have set here. And the moment it hits this threshold, it will trigger our flash loan smart contract. Or should I say your flash loan smart contract? And we also do support dark mode. So, which I'll show you in a minute. This second MetaMask window, confirm, is to send the funds to the upkeep registry. Hit confirm. And here's the document I was talking about. And here the monitoring has started and your ETH is protected. We are still fixing out some kinks in our code. So that is why if I can show you potentially what it will look like when we do get it working is if you go to the history tab, you will be able to see a list of all your previous flash loan transactions and its details. Going back to the slides. This is the team. I'm the project owner. Fabricio is our architect, and he does full stack. Mike is our front end, and Ashish, our designer. Before deploying to mainnet or L2, we hope to improve the product user experience by adding more assets and integrating with other lending platforms. Also, we plan to apply for Aave, Chainlink, and Cello grants. We are currently live on Coven Testnet, so please come check us out. And if you run into any issues or have any feedback or any questions, feel free to connect with us on Twitter and Discord. That is the link to our repo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that awesome demo and being the last demo for the DeFi category. All right, next up, we are ready to get started with our last category, that is utility. So we're going to have Neptune, NSUB, Docs Network, Blockhook, and PayMagic come on. So without further ado, let's welcome Mikado from Neptune.
Hello, everyone. So let's go ahead. So Team Neptune here. So we're about to present you our incentive layer built on Stack Overflow. So the problems that we saw is that Web3 protocols, for them, it's really important to have a good technical documentation to lower the barrier to entry for new developers. But right now, all the Q&As happens on Discord, which is highly inefficient. Our idea is to come up with a financial layer that is built on top of Stack Overflow, allowing protocols to incentivize its community and to answer questions, and therefore bootstrap its documentation while fairly rewarding their contributors. So let's dive into our website. So this is Neptune. You can have some more information there, but let's go directly to our product. So there we go. The user will typically connect a Stack Overflow account and a MetaMask wallet to a website. So let's go ahead and do it. Here, what you see there is that we are using decentralized identity standard 3ID that enables us to link all our user information to this decentralized identity. And who's using this is Ceramic. We are using this protocol called Ceramic that allows us to build user-centric data application, which mean that all the information is stored from the client side, and therefore anyone can just permissionlessly access or user information without having to request the information from our API. So it enables composability, and anyone can just go ahead and do it. So there, a user will just sign up to the different protocols he wants to contribute to. So for example, if we go on Uniswap previously locked 15K of rewards. So let's register. There we go. I'm the only one. Let's go ahead and do the rest. So all the information from Ceramic is stored on IPFS. So that's also why it could be slow sometimes to log it. All right. Now that I'm signed up, I can just go ahead and contribute over Stack Overflow, answering and asking questions. And the only things I have to do is that when I do it, I have to put the tag of the protocol I'm contributing to. And then after, Neptune will just scrap all the information from Stack Overflow websites to get the number of upvotes that you received during this period. So let's say that you contributed, you answer for some questions, and then after some times, you can just go in your profiles and claim the rewards that are due to you. So the rewards are a weighted share of the number of upvotes that you received compared to the total number of upvotes from the registered users. So right now I'm the only one contributing to Uniswap, which means that at the end I will take the 15K for myself. But if you start contributing, that I will be deleted. So the more upvotes I have, the more rewards I have. And one final thing that is really interesting right now, it's not on the user side, but it's more on the protocol owner. What was really important for us is to enable the protocol to have some validation about what gets rewarded or not, to have some moderation. So let's switch wallets and assume that this wallet is the Uniswap protocol owner. So there we go. Let's connect my identity. And then, as you can see, there is a new tab that is open, which is moderation. What is it? It's just that we are scrapping all the question and answers that are claiming a reward for the Uniswap protocol for this period of contribution. And we're presenting them so that the protocol owner can just either approve a question or refuse it. And therefore, it can just feel if those question and answers are legitimate and if they do deserve the rewards. So if you want some more information about it, you can just go ahead and look into it. But otherwise, you just can approve them all. And there we go. Once it's finished, the moderation is done, and you can just click to airdrop all the rewards. So the reward, the airdrop function is still to be implemented. So stay tuned for Neptune so that you will soon be able to contribute to your favorite protocols and get fairly rewarded for it. Thank you very much, ETHOnline, and see you for another one.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are ready for our second demo, and that is Team Answer. So Alex, whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex, and we are NSUP. We've built on-chain subscription platform where subscriptions are NFTs. We work in a team of 4 people. We are from Moscow, Russia. So what we've built is a subscription platform where each subscription is an NFT token, and a user can subscribe with ERC20 tokens on checkout page with just 1 click. And we've also built a dashboard to manage and create subscriptions. Let me show you a demo. So here you can see a dashboard at dashboard.nsap.com. You can connect with your MetaMask account, and you can see a list of subscription products you have. Each subscription product has a name, an ID, a price in token, and a period. You can create a subscription here. And when you create a subscription, you can choose an optional image. This image is going to be associated with an NFT token your subscriber received. Let me show you this demo product you have. So you can see a checkout page. This is the link you're going to share with your users. On the left side, you can see a subscription name, a price, a period, and an image, which is an image of an NFT. On the right side, we've built a checkout page, a checkout widget. You can choose an account here. You can choose a network and a token you're going to pay with. So a user can click subscribe, which is going to be a two-step process. But the first step, token approval, is going to be has to be done only once. While when it's done, a subscription checkout is just a one-click process. So what is happening there is a user pays 50 USDY, and she has an access for 15 minutes to this product. So subscription has been successful, and the user has been charged. And you can check this NFT on your wallet or on some marketplace. And now, when a user has a subscription, we've built this demo app to demonstrate how this subscription can be checked, to give a user some content, to show some content or give a permission. This can be checked on your front end. This can also be checked on your back end. And this process is as simple as just checking an ownership of some NFT. And this NFT token is going to be burned once a user hasn't paid for it this next period. So our platform consists of smart contracts, a checkout web page, and dashboard, and this demo app. The way it works is our smart contract is ERC721 NFT, where subscriptions, each user's subscription is an NFT token. You have to manually charge users from your dashboard each period, but it can be automated in the future. We have no backend server. We are hosted on Ethereum and IPFS. And we also let users pay in any ERC tokens. And we're going to swap them on through Uniswap on chain, but it is not currently supported in our checkout page. In the future, we're going to move NFT to ERC1155 such that each subscription product represents NFT token. We're going to build a subgraph to display subscription analytics. We're going to launch on Polygon and other layer 1 solutions, and we're going to start working on layer 2. Thank you. You can try our demo at nsap.com. You can subscribe for updates in our Twitter, and we're also fundraising. So contact me if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was a really cool demo. And next up, we have Docs Network. So whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. So let me share my screen. So today I'll be presenting Docs.network, which has the goal to monetize on-chain reputation. So about the team, I'm Hugo Roussel, French cybersecurity engineer based in Munich, and I was a solo team. So the problem I found is that your Ethereum address now represents your trading activity, your art taste, your engineering skills, your gaming activity, governance, popes, and everything. But all of this is made in a pseudonym way, and there's still no way to contact a random Ethereum address that you find on Etherscan, for example. So I created Docs.network, which has the goal to help on-chain participants participants get in touch. So the platform works in the following manner. You incentivize address registration with monetary rewards. Contact is done by email, and all the payments are streamed using Superfluid. If you're not happy with someone you met, you can stop the stream, so there is no risk for the buyer or the seller. So what has been done, creating the full set of smart contracts, and a proof of concept application is live at docs.network. Potential use cases include protocol makers talking with heavy protocol users, NFT bargaining on OpenSea, copy trading, solidity questions, and everything. So what's next? Bootstrapping a community, reviewing the smart contract protocol, and improve the web application. So with that, let's jump right into the demo. Here we have two windows for party A and party B. And here party A 0x31 registered his address for 25 DAI. And here I'm party B, and let's say I'm in the mood of address shopping. So I go here, I see the bounty of 0x31. I can click here to see that on Zapper, I can see his activity on the different chains. And I see that he's a top 100 degen score. Say, hey, that's nice. Let's have a chat with this guy. So I can put my address here. I will approve the DAI. And then I can buy the bounty. Okay. So while this is confirming, I'll show you other features. So for example, you can put a bounty as well. So you can say, I'm looking for this specific address. And you can say, yeah, for like $100, I will be willing to talk to you. So here, apparently it worked, so that's great. And if I go to my email address, I received a new email from docs.network, the address you bought for 25 DAI, registered using this email. And if I go to party A, I can see here that the stream started. So if I'm not happy here, for example, the email address does not look correct, it's 123@gmail, I can go back to my account, or refresh, and I can stop the stream. So this is an old stream from a previous test, and I can stop the stream, or if the guy never replies to my email. So with that, I think this is all for the demo. The front end is itself hosted on IPFS. You can visit today at docs.network. It's still on the testnet, but I will be interested to move it to mainnet at some point. And with that, I would like to salute the organizers, the sponsors, and all the participants. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Hugo. Next up, we have the Blockhook team, and we have Barak and Jasper. Then we're going to show what they built. So whenever you're ready.
Great. One moment here.
Hi, folks. I'm Barak.
And I'm Jasper.
And we're Team Blockhook. Jasper and I have been actually working on many blockchain projects previously. And in many cases, we found that we frequently needed to respond off-chain to things that are happening on-chain, transactions and events, whether it is to process metadata, generate images, do our own internal analytics, post to social media. And it was really tricky. Either it required a lot of infrastructure or using services that were prohibitively expensive and not really well suited for the task. So in this hackathon, we created Blockhook. It's a blockchain tracker that watches for registered events and triggers API webhooks in response.
So the Blockhook, your dashboard looks like this. You can just sign in with your Ethereum wallet. No need for username and password. You just sign a transaction. And basically to create a new hook, you enter our wizard here. And let's say we have a use case where we want to kind of track the sales of NFTs. Now this could be for your own project, or for us, we're just going to track the sales of any NFT on OpenSea. So we can give our hook a little name here. We support a few different networks. So we support mainnet, as well as Rinkeby, as well as Polygon mainnet and one of their testnets as well. But for this, we're going to stick to mainnet here, and you just can copy in the address of your contract. And now if the contract is verified, we pull in the ABI through the Etherscan API. and you can find the events that are on the contract here. If you didn't have a verified contract, that's no problem either. You can either choose from the most common contract types. So for instance, if this was an ERC20 contract, we have the template here, or you can always enter in your own event signature. But thankfully, the OpenSea contract is verified, so we can just pull in the contract address here. And for us, we want to listen to the orders matched function here. So whenever this event is emitted, we'll be calling a webhook. Now, what's great about our service is that we can actually see the parameters that are emitted with this event. So all these arguments, dynamic data passed through every log, with everything from the buy hash, sell hash, maker, taker, price, as well as metadata. And for us, we also support either get or post hooks. So for us, we've had a lot of fun experimenting with different use cases. So we actually have a little Discord bot we've set up. Hold on, let me pull in the URL here. And we can paste in this URL here. This is going to be a post request, and we can also pull in some pre-formatted a little JSON object here. And now what's great is that exactly what I was talking about, we can actually pull in this dynamic data into our request, either in the URL or in the data itself. So for us, we're going to pull in price, then we're also going to pull in the maker, and let's also pull in the taker here. So the buyer and the seller, maybe even to be a little more clear, we'll do the buyer, and then we'll do the seller here. And then we can add this action to be called every time this event is emitted. We can have multiple webhooks per action, but for us, or rather multiple actions per hook, but for now, let's just keep with this one hook here. So next we can review our information, make sure all of this is correct. And then once we hit create, we have our own custom Bloom filter, and I'm looking for matches in the backend, and I already here in our little Discord bot, we can see that we're already getting the trades from the latest block. So we can see that here's the price, we can see the buyer, we can see the seller, and this will keep on ticking as new blocks are added to the chain. Oh yeah, we got a big bunch there, so it's always pretty exciting.
A lot of action on OpenSea, it seems. Yeah, so this is Blockhook, and quickly on what's next beyond the hackathon. We're really excited to get this to the point where it's functional and listening to the blockchain. We can see this functional utility that we actually need in our projects. We're excited to add support for more networks beyond Ethereum and Polygon, as well as being able to listen to transactions and events that are pending in the mempool, which is something we think would be really useful, and of course, making it to production and available to you all to use in your projects. We want to say really thank you to the hackathon team. It's been a blast, and the organizers. Thank you for choosing Blockhook to be one of the finalists. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that awesome demo. I feel like I can already see people excited to use this. So be sure to tell everybody how to get started with this. All right, next up, and our last demo for today is Pay Magic. So Corbin, whenever you're ready, let's do the demo.
Hi, everybody. I'm Corbin, and along with my colleagues David and Seth, we built Pay Magic. Pay Magic is the first DeFi payments tool built specifically for DAOs and crypto teams. So sending out batch payments, sending out airdrops, vesting schedules, streaming payments, you can do all that from one easy place with Pay Magic. So as we all know, in 2021, the DAO space is absolutely blown up. The number of DAOs, the number of people that are in DAOs, the capital that DAOs are allocating is just going absolutely exponential. And to coordinate all these members within a DAO, you need different types of economic transactions to get everybody aligned, right? Devs and designers need to be paid salaries or bonuses for completing work, right? A lot of these DAOs are issuing grants or paying other protocols to collaborate. DAOs are rewarding their communities and tipping different Discord members. And then lastly, DAOs are also starting to sell tokens to investors. All these different types of transactions are needed to run DAOs today. And there are a couple different applications that allow DAOs to do these important types of transactions, but there's no way for them to all be accessed in one place and be accessible by non-technical folks that are serving these DAOs. So we built Pay Magic to solve this. We started out by building 4 different types of transactions. So dispersed payments, so sending batch payments out to a lot of recipients, setting up vesting schedules, so setting up vesting token contracts to send tokens to investors or different contributors, streaming payments powered by Superfluid, and airdrops as well. So PayMagic is currently available on Mainnet, Polygon, and Kovan. And I'm going to go through a quick little demo of the disperse functionality and the vesting functionality. So we have a pretty easy little page here for users to fill out. Again, we want to make sure that non-engineering operational folks can do this type of thing for the DAO. So there's first an approval step, which we kind of take you through, and then there's a second step. I am going to bump up the gas here because things on Polygon have been a little clogged lately. So we'll confirm that transaction. That's going to be our approval step on the token. And then our second step is going to be actually sending out all these batch transfers. Now the batch transfers work exactly like your normal token transfers. So if you look at them on EtherScan, there's going to be events emitted for each of the different recipients. They'll be able to see that reflected in their wallet or portfolio management app. So there we go with disperse. And so second is after closing a round, a DAO or a crypto team generally sets up a vesting schedule with their different investors that participated in the round. So for this specific vesting schedule, we have a start date of today, we have a 1-year cliff, and then a vesting period of 4 years. Again, another one here is we have first an approval step, and then we have the actual contract. It's actually deployed on chain. Again, doing this on Polygon, so it's a little bit cheaper than doing it on mainnet, but these vesting contracts are available on mainnet as well if there are any DAOs out there that would like to use them. So we confirm that one. I hope this transaction gets confirmed easily there. And there we go. If you look on EtherScan, you'll be able to see this vesting contract, and the investor, the early team member, whoever's receiving these tokens are going to be able to claim through PayMagic very, very soon as well. So we had a great time building this application. Kind of on our backlog for the future is to build in Gnosis Safe support, deploy to other networks, add new payment types, and make the application much slicker overall. If you're a DAO or crypto team that would use this functionality, please get in touch and we'll kind of start building to your needs. And if you'd like to get involved, join our Telegram group, and we'd love to get you find a way to have you support us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Corbin. That's a super cool demo, and I feel like the second we start seeing more and more DAOs, all these things are going to become super useful utilities, whether it's investing or mass payments. So can't wait for more DAO tooling to come in handy and be useful for everybody else. So congrats. All right, with that, we have now gone through all 17 of our finalists, and I hope you enjoyed a lot of these demos, or if not all of them. There are some of the really cool projects that our judges highlighted, and we wanted to showcase them today. Of course, I want to remind everybody again that there's over 200 other projects that came out of this hackathon, and you can check out all these projects with anywhere from their videos to what they've done and how they work by going to showcase.ethglobal.com. All right, so let's wrap up the finale and get ready for the summit. So we just saw 17 incredible demos, and there are a lot of other things that happened during this hackathon. And we want to talk about all the prizes that have come on from all those projects. So before we jump into all the prizes, I want to just make sure I take a minute to thank all of the partners that we work with that made this event possible. So I'm going to first thank our presenting partners, Avi Grants, Sublime Finance, Balancer, Compound Grants, Scale Labs, EtherCard, Skynet, Uniswap Grants Program, Superfluid Finance, Moralis, and Wearable Protocol. We have our pillar partners, Alchemy, 1inch, 88MPH, BitGo, Enzyme, Chainlink, ETHBlockart, Fluence, Paraswap, and Pocket Network, Polygon, 0x, Filecoin, LivePeer, Radical, MakerDAO, The Graph, Conjure. We have our provider partners, Biconomy, Covalent, ENS, Metis, NFT Port, NewCipher, Reflexer, Teller, Textile, Umbrella, UMA, Urine Finance, DXDAO, Swivel Finance, Zora, Status, and POAP. And our supporter sponsors, Aztec, CoinSpect, Charge Particles, ZK2, Near, ChainSafe, Miscap, Blockdaemon, QuantStamp, and Maple Finance. All right, so let's get ready for some prizes. So we have a few of our partners that we've asked to record a quick video showcasing and announcing the winners themselves. So we'll bring some of these on ourselves, and then I'll get into listing every other prize and our sponsor winners. So first up, we have Adam from Compound, and I'm just going to talk about who won the Compound prize.
Hey everyone, Adam from Compound here. We were very impressed with all the project submissions for the Compound bounties in this year's ETHOnline Hackathon. We decided to divide up the prizes for the top projects. For the prize pool bounty, each of these teams wins $500. Anti-Finance, Blockhead, Decentralized Learn and Earn, Delgado, Fay, and Pinatas. For the supply use case bounty, each of these teams wins $1,285. Beehive, Citizen DAO, Degen Dogs, Lavi, Private Lossless Prediction Market, VLend, and When Passive Income. Congratulations to all the prize winners. Join us in the Compound Discord at compound.finance/discord if you plan to continue building your project on top of Compound. See you again soon.
All right, so those were some of the Compound winners, and don't worry if you didn't catch them, we'll walk through all of those prizes again. You saw Adam announce the main winners, and then we have all these projects that have won the pool prize. So we have 14 individuals sharing the $9,000 in the normal prize category, and then 6 projects with 11 people winning $3,000 from the pool. Next up, we have Superfluid, and we'll quickly see who won.
Hello, everyone. Francesco from Superfluid. Very excited for ETHOnline. Amazing event as usual. We were sponsoring with $12,000 and we received an astonishing 30 free submissions. This really incredible time. So here go our winners. For the best gamified experience, Fluid Miners, a new take on token offerings with a gamified experience. For the most futuristic hack, Streaming Collateral, which allows you to borrow against your streaming salary. For the best financial innovation, we had PayMagic, which is a tool for DAOs to make payments. And for the best coordination mechanism, Osmotic Funding, which allows you to use conviction voting to fund your projects. And our top hack is Degen Dogs, which is a great NFT project. Love the artwork and looking forward to see this one go live. And thanks everyone for joining us at ETHOnline. See you at the next hackathon and keep hacking.
Cool. Thank you so much, Francesco. And I'll just quickly announce these teams too. So we have Degen Dogs, Streaming Collateral, PayMagic, Fluid Miners, and Osmotic Funding that have won $1,500 each, except Degen Dogs, which is the top Superfluid project with $2,000 in prizes. And then we have all these incredible projects that have won the Superfluid pool prize. So 33 projects with 66 individuals are going to be sharing $4,000 equally. Next up, we have Scale, and we'll have Celine talk about their winners.
Hi everyone, this is Celine at Scale. So winners of the Ethereum Hackathon, Denali Prize, we have the team Help Me Dev, which enables you to get a developer for your side project. Kilimanjaro Prize, Team Passpet, which is a passport for pets, so to verify the record's authenticity for international travel. And NFT Prize, Team Community Garden, which is an NFT platform for all lovers for plants and parks and everything. So congratulations to all, and thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, so I'll repeat the winners again. So we have Help Me Dev that won Denali Prize for $3,000. PassPet won the Kilimanjaro Prize for $2,000. Community Garden won the NFT prize for $2,500. Next up, we have Daniel from Skynet, and we'll see who their winners are.
Hello, ETHOnline. Thank you to the over 50 projects that built on Skynet and home screen this hackathon. You are building the Web3 future of decentralized front ends, and we'll share in our prize pool of $10,000. Our best home screen build of $2,000 is going to Superheroes. We love the DeFi crowdfunding mentality, the excellent use of Skynet and home screen tooling, and the ability for anyone to deploy mature DeFi contracts right from their decentralized front end. We share our goals of building a better Web3 where anyone can participate.
Thanks, Daniel. And then to repeat the winners, we have Superheroes that won the best use of home screen, $2,000 prize. And we have these amazing list of 50 projects sharing the pools prize. So actually 39, sorry. So we have 39 projects that are going to be equally sharing $10,000 amongst themselves. And congratulations to all the Skynet winners. Next up, we have Morales, and we'll have Ivan from Morales talk about their winners.
Hey guys, this is Ivan from Morales, and I'm here to tell you the winners of our prize pool. First and foremost, a big shout out to everyone who participated in this hackathon. So great results, so many great dApps. Big shout out to you, you truly deserve it. And I do hope now that you've tried Morales, you have another tool in your toolbox to build great dApps, to build them quickly, and to deliver even more value to your users, your community, your token holders, DAO, and so on and so forth. Now, our winners are as following. Number one, for $2,000, we do have music shares. For $3,000, we do have Fin, aka Financially Intelligent NFTs. And on the first place, for $7,000, we do have peer-to-peer betting. So these projects really surprised us a lot. They really showed what you can do with Morales, and most importantly, what's possible in the crypto world. Big shout out to them. See you guys in the next hackathon. Keep building.
Thank you, Ivan. So I'll repeat the Morales winners as well. So we have the first place project that won $7,000, and that is P2P betting. Fin won $3,000 for the second place prize for Morales, and Music Shares is going to win $2,000 for the third place for Morales. All right, let's now go into all the remaining projects. So we have Aave Grandstyle. So the first place winner for the Aave Grandstyle prize is Guilds of Gods Battles. That is going to be winning $7,000 as a team. Then we have Lonesome Shark winning $3,000 as second place for the best use of Aave. And then Project Midland winning $2,000 for the third place. Next, we have Balancer. So Just Some Geeks will be winning the $8,000 first place Balancer prize. And then Balancer Chat will be winning $4,000 for the second place prize. Next up, we have Variable Protocol, and the first place prize winners for the Variable Protocol is Color Pixels with a $4,000 prize. Then we have Sublime Finance, and NFT Bulls will be winning the $4,000 prize from Sublime. Next up, we have the Uniswap Grants Program prizes. So we have VLend, that's going to be winning $4,800 as the first prize. We have Variety Finance as a winner of the runner-up prize with $3,600. And then there are two honorable mentions. We have Fin with $1,800 as a prize, as well as Leverage. They're both going to be sharing that honorable mention prize. Then we have 0x, and Rainbow will be winning the first place for the 0x prize in an amount of $2,000. Then we have 1inch, and Inchy will be the recipient of the $2,000 1inch prize. Then we have 88MPH, and Phantasm Finance will be winning the $3,000 88MPH prize. Next, we have Alchemy. ShareTools.org will be winning the first place prize in a $2,000 amount. And then we have Blockhead as the second place prize winner with a $1,000 prize. Then we have BitGo. CryptoParks wins the first place BitGo prize with $2,000, and then Blockhead wins $1,500 for the second place best use of BitGo ecosystem prize. Next up, we have Chainlink. So we have Silo Finance winning $4,000, Lonesome Shark winning $2,000, and Unstoppable Streams winning $1,000 for first, second, and third, respectively. And on top of that, we have all these incredible projects, 32 of them sharing $3,000 equally amongst 84 individuals. Then we have Conjure Finance with Credspot and Strangers United winning the pool prize. So both of these teams will be sharing $4,000 equally. Then we have Enzyme Finance, and Just Some Geeks wins $3,000 for the best use of Enzyme prize. The DAO Treasury Management through Discord wins $2,000, and Zoidoid wins $1,000 for the third place Enzyme prize. Then we have ETHBlockArt, and ETHBlockArt Split Fitting is going to be winning $40.96 for the first place prize of the best use of ETHBlockArts. Then we have the graph, and we have a lot of amazing winners for the graph. So the best use of subgraph goes to Balancer Chat for $1,500, Beehive, Blockhead, Finance, and Rainbow. They are all going to win $1,500 each. The best new subgraph prize goes to Mocha with $1,500 as well. The best new subgraph 2 runner-up prizes are going to go to Metaverse, AdStyle, and Orange with $750 each. Then we have Live Peer. Huddle01 wins $4,000 for the Live Peer prize. You have D-Beats with $2,000 and Color Pixels for $1,000 for third place. And we have all these incredible teams as well. So 11 of these projects will be sharing the $1,000 pool prize equally from Live Peer. Then we have MakerDAO, and we have Osmotic Funding winning $4,000 for the first place prize. We have Museum of Nifty Art winning $2,000, and Unstoppable Streams also winning $2,000 for the third place. Then we have Filecoin. A lot of prizes here as well. Best use of NFT storage, first place winner goes to Dexter with $4,000. Best use of NFT storage, second place goes to CryptoParks with $2,500, and third place goes to Splice with $1,500. Best use of Web3 storage goes to Soundly for $4,000, and PaperFax wins the second place with $2,500, and Link ENS wins $1,500. Then we have Pocket Network, and the best RPC usage goes to Blockhook for $1,250. Second place for RPC usage prize goes to Blockhead for $500, and CryptoParks gets $250 for the third place. And the most creative first place prize goes to Proxy Poster for $1,250, and Lee Finance Bridge Analytics wins $500, and then Balancer Chat wins $250 for the most creative third place prize. And then we have also all these projects that are going to be sharing the pool prize with Pocket Network. So 16 projects will equally share $4,000 for the pool prize. Then we have Polygon. The best use of DeFi project on Polygon goes to Variety Finance for $2,000. Play to earn NFTs with Island goes to $2,000 as well for the best gaming project on Polygon. And then we have PayMagic as the winner of the open track on Polygon with $2,000. Next, we have Covalent. All these projects are going to be sharing the pool prize. So we have 7 projects here that'll get an equal sum of $3,150 divided amongst each other themselves. Next up, we have ENS. So the best use of ENS goes to Link ENS for $1,000. And the 2 runner-ups are ENS Gallery and Argo App Protocol that are going to be receiving $500 each. Then we have NFT Port. All these amazing teams are going to be sharing the NFT Port pool prize. So we have 19 projects that are going to equally split the $4,000 from NFT Port. Then we have New Cipher, and Orange is going to be winning the $4,000 best use of New Cipher protocol. Then we have POAP, and POAP.gg will be winning $3,000 for the best use of POAP protocol. Then we have Reflexer, and we have these 4 teams that are going to be sharing the pool prize. So we have Silo Finance, Pinatas, CryptoParks, and MISO, and they'll be getting $1,000 each. Next up, we have Status. And we have these 5 teams with Balancer Chat, Huddle01, Lavi, Streamabuy, and Supercard Game sharing the $4,000 amongst themselves for the $4,000 Status pool prize. Then we have Teller, and the best use of Teller goes to PaperFax with a $2,000 prize. Then we have Textile, and we have Arbor, Greeting NFT Airdrop, Levy, and MetaWorth sharing the $4,000 prize, getting $1,000 each. Then we have UMA, and Anti-Finance and Floor Wars are going to be sharing $2,000 or $4,000 and getting $2,000 each for the UMA prize. Then we have Umbrella Network, and we have Pop with the best use of Umbrella winning $4,000. Then we have Yearn Finance, and Wido will be getting $4,000 for the best use of Yearn in the project. So those were all of our prices. There are a couple more that we're still collecting, and we couldn't get them in time for this announcement. So we'll be announcing all those remaining ones all on Discord for all of the hackers, but these prizes have now been awarded on to your project submissions directly. So if you missed the last few minutes or weren't able to quickly read through the pool prizes thing, you can just head over to showcase.ethglobal.com and head over to your own project. And on the right sidebar, you will see which prizes you have won yourself. So congratulations to everybody here. Super excited to see so many amazing projects come out of it. And let's share some final closing thoughts and get ready for the Merge and Scalability Summit. So we got to say a lot of thank yous because this has been our biggest event ever. And there's so many people that made all of this possible behind the scenes. And it wouldn't be good if we don't get to highlight everybody's work and contribution and the time they've given. So there's so many parties here that I want to bring up. I want to start off with all of our judges who spent countless hours going through these 218 projects, talking to them, hearing their demos, seeing the demos, giving them feedback, asking questions. So without these amazing judges, we would not be able to do this today. So thanks to all of our judges. We ran 6 summits, which is the most amount of summits we've ever done at any given time. And we have so many amazing people that are anywhere from incredible developers to speakers to founders to creators and community builders in our Web3 space. And they took the time to talk about what they're excited about. And I want to thank everybody here for giving their time. Also, I'll specifically thank our tech mentors who are there doing a 24/7 coverage of being able to answer any of your questions. All these people help us out and make sure that anybody who's trying to learn and better themselves gets the right support they need. And without their help, we'll have so many people locked on so many things, and we're super glad to have them with us for the course of the hackathon. And then we have our amazing partner mentors. Talked about over 160 people who are here behind the scenes promoting and supporting everything that's happened for those 1,000+ attendees. And I want to thank everybody here for giving their time and being with us behind the scenes to answer any questions, whether it's about their protocol or about anything from the front end team or Solidity or back end or random debugging things, you name it, they were there to make sure that nobody gets unanswered. So I want to thank everybody here for making this happen. And of course, a lot of this stuff that you see now, whether it's this live stream or the judging stuff, we are coordinating this in the background with the help of all these amazing volunteers, doing a call with 20 time zones and 50 countries all in a 2-hour window is not easy. And without their help, we would not have this smooth experience that we do now. And of course, I want to lastly thank the ETHGlobal team. These are the people behind the scenes. They're answering your questions, whether it's on Discord or email or debugging things or pinging anybody if you have not heard back from somebody, and doing everything from the hack bay, the dashboard to the showcase to making sure that you have the right information you need to be successful as part of the events, and coordinating all these talks. And anyone you want to bring on to the space, without their help, we would not be here. So I want to thank Moaz, Nisha, Shangan, Luke, Emily, Andrew, Jacob, Heather, and Liam for making all this happen. And let's kind of jump back and pause for a second. So we had 17 projects come on, and we called them the finalists. They came on and they did their demos, and we really showcased what everybody was excited about and all the crazy things that they built. So for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we call our projects in our finale finalists because that's the best word we have for these. And our events are not designed to be competitions. We don't really want to make them competitive or make them first, second, third, or really make them focused on price or prize. And when we kind of say somebody's a finalist, those to us are our winners for this hackathon. So 17 teams, in this case, equally coming first. And I want to congratulate all 17 of those teams for being the winners of ETHOnline. And as part of that, every team member on these 17 projects will be receiving $1,000 each in DAI or USDC. So congratulations to all 17 of you. And I hope that you continue building what you're doing. I saw so many comments here about going to mainnet soon or being able to have everybody else watching this try it out. And I can't wait for so many incredible projects to come onto this ecosystem and be used by thousands, if not millions of others. So congratulations to all of your finalists, and we'll be in touch with you as well as anybody who won a prize today over Discord and over email, and we will dispersing all the prizes over the next week. And of course, I'm going to get this question a lot. Everybody's going to ask about POAPs. Don't worry, you signed in. We know who you are. We know your email addresses, and we'll be sending an email over the next few days to claim your POAPs directly. All right, so today is a very special day for us because not only is this the end of our biggest event ever, we never thought we would be at this scale, let alone working with people from so many different parts of the world. But today is actually the 4th year anniversary of ETHGlobal. ETHGlobal was started the same day in 2017, and it blew my mind when I realized this thing, that it's been 40 years and it's been such an incredible experience having all of you being part of our community. So I pulled together some really quick stats on what's happened so far. These are just some of the things I want to highlight. There's so much more that has happened in the past 4 years. We've had people spend over 100,000 hours watching the thousands of videos we have on tutorials, workshops, whether it's summits or technical talks. We've helped bring on over 30,000 people in this past time, 4 years. Over 3,500 projects have been created, and some of them are now amazing and incredible companies, whether it's OneInt or CryptoKitties or Dapper Labs. And since the beginning, we have dispersed $3 million in prizes that has helped support a lot of people, from anywhere from earning some capital to pay for school or their work to just getting excited about Web3 and jumping in full time. And on top of that, there's a bunch of other stuff, whether that's that companies that have come out of ETHGlobal have raised over $200 million. They're collectively worth over $4 billion. Hundreds of jobs have been created from this network, and thousands of friendships that I can't possibly measure, but I know I've met so many of you through these events, and so many of you are good friends now. So it's amazing. It's been incredible for the last 4 years that we've gone to work with so many creative and passionate people. And I want to sincerely thank everybody for being part of the ETHGlobal community. And I can't wait to see what the next 4 years look like. So thank you everybody for being part of this. And let's wrap up the finale, and then we'll take a quick break after this to kickstart the summit with our amazing speakers talking about ETH2 and everything that's happening with Merge and how do we scale Ethereum. So this concludes ETHOnline. Obviously, this wouldn't be any global event if we don't tell you what's coming up next. So I'm super excited to announce that in 2 weeks, we'll be beginning our next hackathon, and that is called Unicode, which is in collaboration with the Uniswap Grants Program. So I hope that all of you who had a great time learning about what's happening with Web3 come work with us and join us for Unicode. And applications for Unicode are now open. So if you head over to unicode.ethglobal.com, we'll be seeing all of you in 2 weeks for this next hackathon. So with that, we'll take a quick 25-minute break. Our summit is scheduled to start at 3 p.m. Eastern, so in 25 minutes. And in the meantime, I hope everybody gets some time to stretch, get some coffee or eat or say hi or enjoy on the amazing prizes that you've won. And we'll see you in 25 minutes. And in the meantime, I hope all of you enjoy some lo-fi beats, and we'll see you all shortly. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik, and welcome back to the ETHOnline Finale and Merge Scalability Summit. So you're all watching this in our ETHGlobal.tv platform. For those of you joining us now and we're not part of the original past few hours for the finalist projects, be sure to sign in and say hi. We will be taking questions for our summit talks today. So if you have any questions for our speakers, if you want to get any clarifications or want them to answer anything, you can just log into the chat and post your question, and we'll be able to relay that to the speakers. And if you don't know already, this event's organized by ETHGlobal. ETHGlobal is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to bring on thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem, and we do this primarily by running hackathons and summits, and ETHOnline is no different. This is our biggest event ever. We ran 6 different summits over the past few weeks. We talked about what is happening with NFTs and creator economy. We talked about the ins and outs of the compound grants and the Aave grants ecosystems. We had a whole summit on the latest in governance and DAOs and what's going on with tooling to the best practices. And then we also hosted a summit last week on the latest on developer tools. And this brings us to our last summit of this event, which is everything that's happening with ETH2, with Merge and scaling Ethereum. So let's get started. On top of those summits, we also had our biggest hackathon ever. We had over 1,150 hackers from 77 different countries, spanning 19 different time zones participate. We worked with 54 different partners, 160 mentors, and are giving away and gave away over $350,000 in prizes. So it's been a phenomenal past 5 weeks for all of us at ETHGlobal. And here is the exciting conclusion with our last summit for this event. So let's talk about what the next 4 hours look like. This is our Merge Scalability Summit. As an agenda, we'll have a quick overview of what's happened this year in Ethereum from Josh Stark from the Ethereum Foundation. Then we'll have Danny Ryan come on and talk about the end of proof of work and all the work that the ETH2 team has been doing. And we're going to have an amazing panel with Ben Superfist, Carl Tapline, and Evan on client diversity for ETH2. We'll have Marius talk about the Merge perspective from the execution layer, and Guillaume's going to talk about statelessness and vertical trees. Then we're going to conclude the day with Vitalik talking about how do we upgrade our infrastructure for a Rollup-centric version of Ethereum, or world of Ethereum. And then the last talk will be an AMA with Aya Miyaguchi, who is the executive director of the Ethereum Foundation. So without further ado, let's begin with our very first talk of the day. We have my great friend Josh Stark talking about a year in Ethereum. Josh wasn't able to join live, so we ended up getting this recorded, and we'll be playing the video here next. And without further ado, let's get started with the year in Ethereum.
Thank you, Kartik, for what I'm sure was a great introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm very pleased to be speaking at ETHOnline this year. My presentation is titled "The Year in Ethereum: 2 Underrated Developments." Let's jump in. So to start off, hi, I'm Josh. I work for the Ethereum Foundation, and I've worked in the Ethereum space for a while now. Previously, I founded ETHGlobal, the company putting on this conference, and also a company called L4. If you want to follow me, I tweet at the address you see on your screen, and you can also find my writing at stark.mirror.xyz. So each year, myself and my friend and colleague, Evan Van Ness, write this blog post called The Year in Ethereum. We've been doing it since 2018. And this year, I've been thinking about what's going to be in the 2021 edition. And I want to kind of share some of my thinking about this. And in particular, what I want to talk about are 2 big developments and 2 underrated things about them. So as we'll see in a second, some of the things that happened this year are very obvious. But I want to kind of dig into what it might be not obvious about them, the things that might be underrated or not appreciated. And I want to try and convince you that these things really matter as much as anything else that you see in your Twitter newsfeed. So let's jump into it. Number 1, the year of the NFT. I'm sure this is a surprise to everyone watching this, that I rate this as an important development this year. This is a pretty amazing graph, right? On the far left here, we have the kind of a brief heyday of CryptoKitties, which was a project in Q4 2017. Since then, not a lot of interest in NFTs, at least in terms of the number of active people buying and selling them on Ethereum, or the market value of what was being traded. A year ago today, it wasn't much different than it had been for the preceding 2 years. A little bit of activity, but I mean, just comparing with the recent peaks, it's really been an astonishing story of growth in terms of users and the value of the assets being traded. Now, of course, NFTs are not just on Ethereum, but Ethereum does command most of the market share, at least in terms of the value of the assets and the amount of money changing hands. And NFTs, of course, also expanded pretty substantially into other categories as well. There's a game called Axie Infinity built by a developer in Vietnam, and when you kind of rank the value of their assets that make up the Axie Infinity protocol, this compares to some of the largest gaming companies in the world. And the last graph I want to share here is just the comparison of the NFT search interest for cryptocurrency. It's incredible to think. I mean, imagine telling someone in 2015 that in a few years, an application that will be built on Ethereum, a project that no one believed would ever ship, and even if it did, that it would ever work, would have a higher amount of search interest than the entire category of cryptocurrency. It's a pretty astonishing change, and it should make us humble about what might happen over the next 5 years or even beyond. Now, if you ask someone what an NFT is, they're probably going to say one of these things today. You have profile pictures, you have art, you have ENS names, you have game items, you have blog posts or crowdfunding on Mir. There's a pretty wide variety. But remember that NFTs are just things that conform to a standard. You can attach any kind of digital file or asset or anything to an NFT token. And we're really only beginning to explore what that might look like. The other component of the story this year is the amount of mainstream interest from celebrities and big brands and institutions like Christie's. It's exciting and validating to have something that once was such a small niche thing as a CryptoPunk on display in Christie's, on Jay-Z's profile picture in Times Square. It's pretty incredible, right? It's all fine. What I'll say about this is, celebrity interest and interest in big brands, it comes with the cycle. We also saw this, in different ways in previous cycles, where crypto is cool when the numbers go up and not cool when the numbers go down. So while it's validating to have a lot of celebrity interest or whatever, it's not the most important thing. It's not the thing I think that really matters, or that when we look back in 10 years, we'll say really mattered. So what does matter? Here's the thing that I think is underrated about all of this. The most important thing to me about the NFT boom over the last year is this: a new kind of person can now make a living on Ethereum. By make a living, I mean, make money, support themselves, build a life, build a career out of. That's incredibly exciting. So what do I mean by this? One way of telling the story of crypto is through the expanding circle of people who can make a living from it. From 2010 and 2013, if you were making a living on crypto, it probably meant you were an investor. You bought Bitcoin, the price went up, you held, good for you. You made a living and maybe much more than that. From 2014 to 2017, in this kind of next era, you have not just investors, but developers and also people that work for crypto companies. So, early companies like Coinbase are coming online. They're hiring people. Individual developers are launching altcoins or other layer 1 protocols. We're seeing the first ICOs like Ethereum. It's, another way to make a living, and maybe much more for some of the people on this list. From 2018 to 2020, things don't change all that much. the details change, right? If you're an investor, you have new investment products, you have new ways of making money as DeFi comes online and so forth. If you're a developer, you have new kinds of applications that you can build and make money from. And there's lots more crypto companies coming online and a greater variety. But it's still like you need to be one of these types of people in order to make a living from Ethereum. But this year, all that changed. This year, now for the first time, people who are creatives, people who are artists, musicians, writers, and also gamers can make a living on Ethereum. That's an incredible 0 to 1 moment that happened this year and is not going to stop happening anytime soon. Now, to earn a living using Ethereum, you don't need pre-existing capital to invest, which a lot, or even I would say most people in the world do not have. You don't need to be technical, which most people in the world are not. You don't need to be into finance or investing or understand what a derivative is, again, because most people don't. And you don't have to work for a crypto startup because most people can't or won't or don't have access to the opportunity. All you need to make a living on Ethereum now are 3 things. You need to create something that has a digital form. You need to build a community of people who value what you create, and you need to use Ethereum. That formula gives access to, making a living, to earn income, to a huge proportion of people that did not have it previously. And that to me is the most exciting thing about the NFT boom of this year. And remember, this is not going to stop. NFTs are a blank canvas, and we've barely explored that canvas. If we can imagine, a hypothetical graph of, everything you can do with NFTs, it might look like this, the space of all possible NFTs. We've really only scratched the surface, the very kind of first smallest corner of what can be done here. At a certain point, NFTs stop being an area of technical innovation and become one of social innovation. What do people value? What can they coordinate around? And that design space is absolutely huge. And it's only going to continue to expand as more and more people get into this, more and more people realize that they can earn an income from it. So that's the thing that I think really matters about NFTs this year. So that's the first theme. Let's move on to the second. The year Ethereum scaled. And this is not the year that Ethereum finished scaling, but I think it is the year that it really earnestly began to happen for the end user's perspective. In 2018, I wrote a blog post called Making Sense of Ethereum's Layer 2 Scaling Solutions. And at the beginning of that blog post, right at the top, I wrote the following. For Ethereum, 2018 is the year of infrastructure. This was going to be the year when early adoption will test the limits of the network, renewing focus on technologies built to scale the network. Now, I didn't include a hard prediction in that because I didn't want to be held accountable to it. But I do remember that I was very optimistic when I wrote this, that within a year, maybe 2, state channels and Plasma would be live and being used to scale the world of applications on Ethereum. State channels is live, but it's got a niche interest or kind of a niche use case. And Plasma, as we'll see, kind of evolved into something else. A few years went by, not quite this many, but let's call it around 3. And here we are. Things are really happening. More than $3 billion is locked into layer 2 protocols where users are using those assets in a way that is performant, but still secured by the core Ethereum protocol security layer. Just to collect a few examples, there's lots of layer 2 solutions out there. But a few things that happened this year alone. Arbitrum has been on mainnet for a while, but it opened up to everybody in August. Optimism is on mainnet since August, but it's still permissioned. ZK Sync has been on testnet since May 31. And StarkX is used by a bunch of different projects, including DYDX, ImmutableX, SoRare, all of which went live on mainnet this year, and Diversify, which went live last year. There's a lot more to learn about layer 2 protocols and all the various projects that are out there right now. I do recommend l2beat.com as an incredible resource to learn about them. So the other thing I wrote in this blog post is that something that held up pretty well, I think, that we should expect that there will be new and unexpected layer 2 protocols that improve on the existing models we have today or make new trade-offs between the different competing interests. And this turned out to be right on. If we look at all of the projects listed on l2beat.com, basically everything on this list, the technology didn't exist 3 years ago. Plasma kind of, did not turn out because there were real limitations to that approach, but it spawned the world of rollups, which turned out to actually work. And so if we remove the 2 Plasma projects from this list, everything you see here did not exist. The technology did not exist when I wrote that blog post. It's a real testament to both the strategy of the Ethereum community of having a programmable layer that can be the basis for many different types of scaling solutions, and also the incredible community of people who have been researching and innovating and taking risks and building companies and building these protocols over only a few short years. So that's all obvious. It's all great. It's very exciting. What's underrated about it? What I think is underrated about this is that as these projects launch and we gain experience from them in production, the long-term architecture of the greater Ethereum ecosystem is coming into clearer view. And it's like we've kind of been on this journey and we reached the top of a hill, and now we can see more clearly where we're going. The journey is not over, but now we have a vantage point where the landscape is a lot more clear, a lot more obvious to us. So I think the future looks like this. The future is modular with Ethereum at the core. And I want to kind of run through what that modular future might look like. And I should first caveat that this is not an official roadmap of any kind. This is not the official view of the Ethereum Foundation. This is my synthesis and summary of what I'm seeing in the ecosystem, and also my adaptation of what I've learned from others writing and research. 2 particular sources I should mention are, of course, the Rollup-centric Ethereum roadmap blog post from last year by Vitalik, and also more recently, a whole bunch of blog posts from a writer named ETHOnline on Twitter, who's a pseudonymous writer who's really produced some excellent stuff that has helped me see the future more clearly and helped many others as well. So both great contributions from community members right here. I strongly recommend you read both of them. Special thanks to ETHOnline also for giving us some feedback on this presentation. I really appreciate your time and what you've done for the community. So let's talk about what the modular future looks like. And let's begin with a simple model of Ethereum. And I want to kind of run through the basics that makes this all possible and why we end up where we think we're going to end up. Ethereum has 2 basic functions. It executes things and it secures things. It has an execution function and a security function that are very intertwined, but we can distinguish between them. The execution function is what processes your transaction, right? Ethereum runs smart contracts. The Ethereum virtual machine, or the EVM, takes transactions, updates state. Great. This is the layer that apps and users interact with. If you send a transaction, it's handled by execution. The other part of Ethereum is the security layer. Or the security function. Ethereum, of course, maintains consensus over the state of the EVM, and proof of work and proof of stake ensure that there's an extremely high cost to trying to mess with that state. So you can be, quite assured that once your transaction is finalized, it's going to stay that way. Apps and users might not interact with this layer in a direct sense, but without this layer, of course, there's not much point to the execution layer because it wouldn't be secure. So here's our little box representing Ethereum, and here it is performing these 2 functions, execution and security. The problem is this simple model doesn't scale. As we've learned, we want execution to be fast and cheap because it needs to scale to the demands of the 8 billion humans who are eventually going to want to use it. But there's a trade-off. If we try and make Ethereum fast and cheap in a kind of naive way, it becomes less secure. And without that security, we just can't compromise on it. Otherwise, the execution layer is no better than a spreadsheet or a database held by some group of people who we don't necessarily trust. For Ethereum to be trustless, decentralized, all these things, it needs to be secure. So what's the solution? The outline of the solution we've known for a long time, which is that we need to modularize. We need to have kind of separate environments that handle different parts of this need. And this is the insight behind the layer 2 protocols I talk about in that blog post from 3 years ago. And it's the kind of basic function of rollups. And really what I'll be talking about here today is rollups, because they are the dominant scaling solution that are now being implemented and used. So the basic idea is this: we have Ethereum at the bottom, and we have this other environment that is doing execution. Now, Ethereum still does execution in the sense that, of course, the EVM still exists, but where the app and the user, like what they're interacting with, where all the action's happening, it's happening on this other environment. And so we're going to kind of, hide this box just for simplicity's sake. So the idea is we create these modular components that can still preserve the security guarantees we care about. How is this possible? It works like this in a simple way. Here's the execution layer, and let's imagine that you want to use Uniswap. And so in this case, Uniswap is going to run inside this layer 2, this rollup. And instead of just doing everything on main chain, we're just going to store some data on Ethereum mainnet. We're going to take the information about the trades you're making, the outcomes of those trades, the state updates and so forth. We're going to roll it up and kind of compress the data and put it onto Ethereum mainnet. The data we're putting there has two functions. There's kind of two components to it. One on the left is data that proves the validity of the transactions, right? A kind of a receipt that shows somebody or can be shown to somebody to say, like, no, the transactions that happened off of Ethereum, they're valid transactions. They followed the right rules for updating state. And then there's also just the raw transaction data itself of these state updates and what changes were made. So let's talk about the thing on the left, because this is at the core of the security that is being inherited here. The reason that layer 2 can be secure is because of what's happening here. These proofs of your transactions are what lets these transactions inherit security from Ethereum. And there's two ways that works. One way is the optimistic way. Optimistic rollups function as follows. You are always able to prove later that your transaction is valid. You don't run the proof every time we record state to the Ethereum mainnet, but we preserve the option of doing so later. And so if there were a problem, a challenge, or something went wrong, you're always able to go back to that data, produce a proof and say, nope, I'm fine. I can show you that this transaction actually did happen, that it followed all the rules. So that money that Bob sent to Alice does actually belong to Alice now. The other way to do it is a ZK rollup. And the very simple description here is that we're using special ZK cryptography, Moon math, as it's sometimes called, to create a proof that transaction was valid. And this is still scalable or saving us time because this proof is much, much smaller and cheaper than just doing the whole thing on Ethereum in the first place. So we're still getting scalability gains from this. So that's the proof side of the equation. The other part of this is the raw transaction data. So what's going on there? We need this for a few different reasons. Excuse my slides. The raw transaction data has to be stored and available somewhere for a few different reasons. Users need to know what data is in the block, right? If you are using Uniswap on layer 2, you need to be able to go check somewhere, what was the update? What was the outcome of my trade? Where is this money now? You need the, the information about what has been happening to be available somewhere, and you need to be able to rely on that. The other nodes that might participate in the rollup network to produce the rollup blocks also need that data to produce their own blocks. And optimistic rollups need the data in order to produce the fraud proofs that would actually secure your transaction. This brings us to the third function of blockchain infrastructure. We've talked so far about execution and security, but we also need data availability. And data availability is basically the function or the layer that stores transaction data. And it's needed for all these reasons that I already talked about. For security, to enable decentralized rollups where there are kind of multiple entities that produce blocks, and also just for users to know what's going on. We didn't have to kind of talk about this explicitly before because in this simple version of Ethereum, Ethereum already provides for the kind of data availability that's needed because full nodes store this information. So it's able to be checked by wallets, by block explorers, so users can get access to it, and so that other nodes can produce blocks. But once we're in this environment of having modular components, we need data availability that scales a bit further, and so there are some new requirements. So this is the third thing that our blockchain infrastructure needs to provide. So 3 things: execution, security, data availability, or ESD for short. Now, as we kind of get here, this is really kind of giving us a better picture now of what the future might look like and what the different components of a modular blockchain world will look like. Now, of course, we have this kind of version of, here's what Ethereum does and here's what layer 2 does, etc. But we can also just think of it more abstractly. I mean, forget Ethereum for a second, forget layer 2, forget everything you know. These are the 3 things that users need to have, useful blockchain infrastructure. They need a security layer, they need an execution layer, and they need data availability. And there's different ways that we could, build an infrastructure around these things to enable them all to work in concert. And when we think about what the future looks like, we can think about, well, what projects or technologies are best placed to be the most successful solution for the different components of this world. So let's talk about that. A security layer, we probably don't need too many of these. And the reason is that, well, it's actually better and more secure to have a small number of security layers that have a lot of pooled security instead of a whole bunch of separate security layers that are kind of carving up the available security in terms of, assets and economic security. So right now, really only Ethereum and Bitcoin could play this role because they are just, orders of magnitude more secure than any other layer 1 blockchain. And Bitcoin can't do this stuff. Bitcoin just cannot run the ZK proofs needed for ZK rollups. It just cannot run the contracts needed for optimistic rollups. And so it just can't provide this function, but Ethereum can. So probably the security layer for the world's blockchain infrastructure is going to be Ethereum. Execution layers, we can have lots of those. There might even, what we're seeing in the market now is there's lots of competition between different projects as they compete on, how they use the security of Ethereum, whether they use it at all, the execution environments, the technology available to developers, all sorts of things might allow these to compete with each other. And we are seeing that in the market now. Now, some of these will be layer 2s, meaning that they will actually, use the security of Ethereum as a rollup, and others might stay separate or independent for, whatever reason. But they're still serving a purpose for the broader ecosystem to enable users to, use these applications. And now we kind of fill in some of these names. This is what we see today. There's a whole bunch of layer 2 projects that are using Ethereum for security. And then we also have projects that might not use it and are either side chains or separate L1s or something else. There's still bridges between all these things, so you can move assets onto them, but they're not using the security of it. So here's, what the kind of execution environment landscape looks like today, and it could grow to include many more projects or consolidate in some way in the future. We don't know what that looks like because we haven't got there yet. Then, of course, there's data availability, and here too we'll probably have some competition. One of those data availability layers will likely be Ethereum. Eventually, the plan is to add to Ethereum data shards that will enable a really large amount of data availability that is secured by Ethereum to be used by rollups and others. And then there will probably also be other data availability layers that are separate and able to be used by anyone. And there already are some of these on the market right now. And so then we'll have this, right? We'll have some of these projects that are layer 2 projects. We'll use data availability on Ethereum. Others will use a separate solution. Some might even let users choose which provider they want to use or change between them as needed by what the user wants or what the application needs. And maybe someday, these separate layer 1 execution environments might decide to use Ethereum as a security layer. it is, if it continues to be far more secure than their own security they're able to provide, then it might make sense to specialize on being an execution layer and leave the crypto economic security piece to Ethereum and make it easier for your users to benefit from that and all that comes with it. So this is, what Link might see, that this is what's in the valley ahead of us. Or it's at least one potential version of the future. And at least for me, like thinking about this and seeing projects actually launch and what they're actually doing and what solutions they're actually using makes this picture a lot more clear. It kind of gives us an idea of what the kind of basic components are that the world's blockchain infrastructure needs to provide and how all these projects might relate. And I think this will become increasingly clear to more of the community and more of the market. And projects will start to see themselves as fitting into a certain piece of this landscape. Right now, there's just all these different, blockchains, layer 1, side chains, L2, whatever. And I think most people don't really understand how they interact. They're all just kind of separate little islands that make different claims and have different relationships, but no one can really make sense of how it all fits together. And I think something like this is becoming more clear and will make more sense. So, this is the beginning of, what might be considered the greater Ethereum ecosystem of, how these different protocols will interoperate, how they will support each other, how they will collaborate as, one large community as opposed to many separate communities. So that's what I think is the underrated thing about these rollouts. Not only is progress happening, but it's progress that lets us see further into the future than we could before. I want to remind you, of course, this is not an official roadmap. This is not the official view of the Ethereum Foundation. This is my synthesis and summary of mostly other people's ideas, predictions, and guesswork. So take it seriously, but perhaps not literally. Thank you so much for your time. I really enjoyed being here today, giving this talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Josh, for that incredibly simple and clear explanation of how everything is going to be set up. And the great thing about this thing is that it sets the stage for what the rest of the day is going to look like. And let's jump right into it. So next up, we have Danny Ryan from the Ethereum Foundation doing his talk, and it is titled The End of Proof of Work, which is already a hot enough of a topic. So let's get right into it, and I'll let Danny take over. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you. I actually changed the topic, the title name. I think it's called Killing Proof of Work now. Be a little more aggressive.
Even better.
Okay, so y'all can see this?
Everything is great.
Okay, cool. Today I'm talking to you about killing proof of work on Ethereum at least, but we might inspire others to kill proof of work too. The subtalk is when, why, and how merge. First, I can talk about a little bit about when. Recently, which if you were following in the past week on the internet, many developers and researchers met together for the Amphora interop, and we had much progress on the merge, specifically on killing work, proof of work, on unifying the beacon chain consensus with that of the execution layer of Ethereum today. This was pure joy. This picture, this was like T-minus 2 minutes before our final kind of closing dinner, and we successfully had launched a test net of 100 nodes, 10,000 validators, had proof of work going, had proof of stake going, and they came together. And we're all cheering. Actually, we're all looking at a screen and cheering because of this tiny little text that appeared on the screen, which says entered proof of stake stage, and then subsequently watch that proof of stake finalize the merge. So when? Sooner than ever. I know when I began to work on proof of stake in 2017, everyone was saying Casper's coming, and it was, but it wasn't coming quite as soon as we thought it was. But now this is actually soon. On All Core Devs today, we're talking about how long to push back this difficulty bomb in December for kind of a final stretch. We're hoping to have we have a test net up today that you can go and check out, but at the end of November, targeting a reboot of the test net with the latest and likely to be final specification updates. So it's coming. When? It's coming. Why? I talk about this a lot. 3 S's: to increase security, increase sustainability and scalability of Ethereum while retaining decentralization. These things are hard to do. It's one of the reasons it's taken a long time. But here we go. I'll dig into each one of these and we can better understand what I mean when I say this. So security, I make a claim, proof of stake is more secure than proof of work. I'll give you at least a high level intuition as to why that is. So the first one is it's less centralizing with respect to the crypto economic asset at play. So what is proof of work? What is proof of stake? It's really proof of dedication of scarce resource to the protocol. In proof of work, that's mining hardware and the burning of energy. In proof of stake, that's the dedication of the end protocol asset itself, Ether. Both of those things are easy to prove to the protocol that you've dedicated to it, and that's why they're good versions of a crypto economic consensus protocol. You could imagine like proof of car would work, but like it's hard to demonstrate that you dedicated a car to a blockchain. But that's the intuition, is scarce resource. But the thing about proof of work is you get these economies of scale. You get the large players are entrenched in supply chains. They're building their own chips, and so they can take some amount of capital and more efficiently turn that into profit, as opposed to like the home hobbyist, which is getting second generation hardware, maybe even used hardware, light in the supply chain, and so their function of turning their capital into profits is not quite as good as those entrenched in the supply chains. And so, but with ETH and with proof of stake, the crypto economic asset is ETH itself, and thus the conversion of that into staking rewards is much purer function. It lacks these economies of scale we see with proof of work. The asset's also highly liquid and available. It's kind of implied by the previous. If I want to stake, I go get Ether. You can get Ether in 10 million different places, and there's a very active market of trading. Thus, you get a pure function of return of capital, and you don't have these like mega centralizing factors that you do in proof of work. There's also a higher security margin, and this I don't know if this is very widely spoken about. So we take crypto economic capital, whether that be mining power and energy, or the staking asset in a proof of stake protocol, and we dedicate it to the protocol. So that's this white block, crypto economic capital, and then you get a return. So some amount of issuance, staking rewards, and fees and other ways that you can get a return on that investment. And in proof of work, that's your security margin, is that return. And so that's a carrot. We incentivize you to put up your capital to make this thing more secure, and you get a carrot. The thing about proof of stake is that not only do we have a carrot, but we have a stick. And so the security margin isn't just the return, but because the asset itself is in the protocol, the asset can not only be rewarded for positive behavior, but penalized for negative behavior. So this might be penalized for being offline and not doing your job very well, or in the extreme where you're doing something explicitly nefarious, you could actually lose all of that capital. So that the intuition here is, if you try to attack proof of work Ethereum, no one can come, well, somebody probably could, but the protocol cannot go burn your mining farm down. Whereas in proof of stake, those assets are literally in the protocol. And so the protocol can identify attacks itself and burn your virtual mining farm down. So we get a much higher security margin. And so for the same amount of crypto economic capital securing a protocol, we get a much better security margin. Stick and carrot, better than just carrot. We also get better emergency recoveries. So in proof of work, when you get attacked in a 51% attack, that entity now just is in God mode, and they can reorg and double spend and reorg and double spend. And Vitalik in a post long ago called this a spawn camping attack, where essentially like you come back to life, you're back at the head of the chain, and then you get attacked again. And you can just do it in perpetuity. You can't really get your feet underneath you again and secure the chain. And this is because those attacking assets, the mining hardware and the energy, are extra protocol. They're outside of the protocol. And so the protocol can't do anything about it. Once you have enough capital to attack the chain, it's game over. You're spawn camp forever. And so you can say to the miners, please stop spawn killing us, please. And they'll just say, stop spawning. we're in God mode. The nice thing about proof of stake, and I alluded to this in the security margin, is that attacking capital can either be burned, depending on the type of attack, or can be socially intervened. So many attacks are actually detectable by the protocol itself and can burn nefarious capital. So if you try to rewrite history, you get to do so once and then you get all your assets burned, as opposed to proof of work. And certain other types of attack, like potentially censoring, can be identified and at least socially coordinated around. So we cannot socially coordinate out a subset of mining, censoring mining capital, but we can, because the asset is in protocol, socially coordinate in the event of an issue and essentially fork out evil people's assets. That's a nuclear option and one I don't actually expect to see, but the threat of it is actually pretty powerful in and of itself. Sustainability, the third is. This is Ethereum proof of work. Well, it's probably more like Bitcoin proof of work. I think they use a lot more energy than us, but because the amount of mining power that secures a protocol scales with the value of the protocol, eventually that's where we're going to end up. And that's not where we want to end up. We want to end up more like this, Ethereum. We want to build new, beautiful utopias with Ethereum. So we need to kick out this energy hungry component. And that's the third S of why proof of stake. And we can take a deeper look at this. The estimated energy consumption of Ethereum right now is 80 terawatt hours per year, which is a lot. That is akin to the energy consumption of Chile, and would put it, if it's its own country, like in the top 40 countries of energy consumption in the world. Bitcoin is actually much worse, orders of magnitude worse, and is more like on the order of Poland, and is maybe in the top 10, top 12 in terms of countries' energy burning in the world. So let's look at some quick napkin math on what this means when we get rid of proof of work. So a normal computer, which I think my computer looks something like this, takes about 400 kilowatt hours per year of energy just to keep it on, do its normal processing, light up its screen, and talk to the internet. On Ethereum today, there are about 10,000 nodes, give or take some amount. And so that's 4 gigawatt hours of energy per year. And that is, so that's kind of the baseline to run all the computers in the network. And then you have this other thing, the mining, which is that 80 terawatt hours of energy. And so when we get rid of proof of work, we actually just become a network of nodes, a network of, like, the energy consumption is literally just the amount of computers on the internet that are running Ethereum, which is not that much energy. It's a bunch of laptops, it's a bunch of home servers. And so we get to take this 80,000 gigawatt hours and slash it out, and we just get the 4 gigawatt hours of running about 10,000 nodes. And even if that scales, even if that goes to 100,000 nodes in the network, which would be awesome, it's 40 gigawatt hours on the entire usage of energy. And so to contextualize that a bit, that's a 99.995% energy reduction. Like that's insane. And the intuition there is because you don't have to secure the network. The dedication of the resource, the scarce resource, is not energy. Like the dedication of the scarce resource was ETH itself in proof of stake. And so that is how we're going to go from this to this, 99.995. And the crazy thing is, if Ether 10x, not making price prediction, but if a proof of work asset 10x's, the new equilibrium for the amount of energy you're burning also scales with linear with it. So we also get out of this, like, this hamster wheel thing of energy, as the protocol becomes more valuable, we'll burn more energy. We don't want to do that. Proof of stake, more secure, more sustainable. Oh, I didn't do the third one. And more scalable. Oh, I messed up that slide. Anyway, that said, 10% faster block times. So we're going from like 13.6 seconds to 12 seconds, and less variance in timing. Scalability. We actually do get that scalability gain, but that's not like the main reason proof of stake is going to be more scalable. At the merge, it's going to give us just a little bit of marginal gain because you get more regular block times and you get a little bit faster block times, but that's not the scale, but that's not the end of the scalability narrative with proof of stake. what it actually does is it opens up the door for more sophisticated consensus mechanisms. With proof of work, because the consensus participants are extra protocol, we cannot sophisticatedly orchestrate them to do more complex things in our consensus protocol. And what it really does is it allows us to utilize sharding, which takes consensus participants and randomly samples them in a very secure way to do distributed work across different subsets of the protocol at any given time. So sharding, the intuition is that we get more out of our consensus mechanism. So the scalability, the merge lays the foundation for more scalability because by moving from proof of work to proof of stake, we can architect more sophisticated consensus mechanisms to come. So I'm going to shift into, we did when, relatively soon. We did why, the 3 S's, more secure, more sustainable, and more scalable, while retaining decentralization. And now we're going to do the how. The how and like what it's going to look like. So this is Ethereum after the merge. It looks like a blockchain because that's literally what it is. It is a single unified blockchain, and to an end user, it looks and feels like a blockchain. It looks and feels actually exactly like Ethereum does today, except it's a little bit more secure. It's a little more, it's mega more sustainable. And we all get to hang out in a nice, more secure land. But let's dig in a little bit. This is what it looks like after the merge. We have the consensus layer. We have the beacon chain supporting the security of Ethereum. And then we have the execution layer where all the transactions and accounts and state and stuff lives. If we dig in a bit deeper, we can take a look at this consensus layer. If you're familiar with the beacon chain, you have a slot, you have a parent, you have randomness, you have the deposit route for bringing in new validators. You have all these system level operations like attestations and deposits and exits. And then you have the execution layer embedded in this beacon block. That again is all the things that you know and love and hang out with in Ethereum today. That's what it looks like after the merge. And actually this execution layer references itself. So we have kind of this like sub blockchain inside of the blockchain. That's an important point that I'll reference in a minute. So this is the execution layer. This is from the perspective of a user today on proof of work and after on proof of stake. This is what everything looks and feels like. You know, the outer consensus that gives you security is for most use cases and for most users, that's an implementation detail, right? As long as I'm getting sufficient security. So this is what Ethereum looks like today. Instead of that proof of stake consensus layer as the kind of outer secure shell, we have a proof of work consensus layer. And we have that execution layer embedded in proof of work instead of proof of stake. So this is what the consensus layer looks like after the merge. We don't need to really go into that. I think that's a bit extraneous, but essentially it is consensus and we have some stuff we can shove into consensus in this blank spot. And Ethereum after the merge is simple, and we're going to show you how we get there. So this is Ethereum today. The beacon chain was launched at the end of last year in December, and the beacon chain is a consensus mechanism. It's a proof of stake consensus mechanism and is primed to come to consensus on things other than just itself. And parallel to this beacon chain that is running very successfully is the proof of work chain. This proof of work chain, as you see, runs in parallel. It has all the user activity today. And the idea is we want to take all this execution layer activity and shove it into the beacon chain and let go of our energy burning proof of work overlords. So this is what it looks like. The execution layer is chugging along in proof of work. We hit a terminal total difficulty. So essentially this block exceeds some threshold of total difficulty that will be decided upon in a few months. And at that point, the proof of stake validators say, you're mine now, and make a continual chain, a continual sequence of history from the previous, where the previous execution layer lived into proof of stake. And from the end user, they go from here to here to here to here. And they just are hanging out in a proof of stake chain instead of hanging out in the proof of work chain. And we can finally move on with our lives and finish this proof of work business. So again, the key is that we have these two things in parallel. Right now, the proof of stake doesn't really have any much valuable things for users. The proof of work has all that. And at a point of transition in time, the proof of stake validators take over the mantle of securing the execution layer of Ethereum. And the nice thing is that to an end user, it just looks like this, right? The first 2 blocks here could be proof of work, the next 3 and forever are proof of stake, and to the end user, it just feels and looks like a continuous blockchain. And that's major design goal. Like Ethereum is a fantastic place with tons of activity and tons of security and lots of things, and needs uptime and it needs consistency. And this merge process has been designed with that in mind. There is no downtime and there's no migration process. You literally just continue to use your dApps, and the security gets better, and we get rid of all that energy consumption. And after that, we take that consensus mechanism. This is a bonus. This is something we do after is, you shove more things into the consensus mechanism. We had that execution layer inside of the consensus layer. And then we also add the sharded data layer, where the validators not only are processing the EVM and that transaction payload, but they're also being randomly sampled across shards to provide a scalable data layer. Cool. So what is there's some engineering implications here. I alluded to it at the beginning, but we have different types of client teams now. We have what were called ETH1 clients. Those become execution layer clients. They build execution engines for this post-merge world. They essentially take their client, subtract out proof of work, and begin listening to the beacon chain. And so if you're building Geth, Geth is primarily a sophisticated execution layer that handles transaction processing and state management and all that hard stuff, and a very minimal kind of brain called proof of work. And we're essentially cutting out the brain and listening to the beacon chain after. And these, what we call ETH2 clients, what is that? These clients become consensus layer clients, and what have they been doing for the past few years? They've been creating highly sophisticated proof of stake engines, and those drive that layer of the software after the merge. And so what does this look like? It looks like 2 pieces of software living next to each other. The execution engine being driven by this engine API. You have user APIs that remain entirely stable, all those Web3 libraries. And then you have these beacon APIs where if you want to query about validators and different things about the consensus, you ask there. And actually, the nice thing is we can take a Web3 library, Web3.js, Web3.py, whatever it may be, and just namespace these things. So instead of, so the standard API is still live at web3.eth, no problem. And then we can add some additional APIs, web3.beacon. And so I can continue to use the same software. And if I want to get a peek into the consensus layer, the proof of stake consensus layer, I can just call web3.beacon and the nice things there. There's a bit of UX work to do here. Obviously, running 2 pieces of software is harder than running one, but there's some nice efforts on doing a unified GUI on the 2, maybe some unified CLIs. Peter was working on this thing called Minority that maybe doesn't help the UX, but it does a nice multi-client thing. Check it out. Anyway, that is it. I will shill these NFTs one more time. If you want to check out, if you want to own a piece of Ethereum history, you can go to this OpenSea when merge page. I think the floor has been bought up, but if you want to donate to the researchers and developers working on this day in and day out, you can go buy an NFT, support the cause, and these will be distributed to those that work on the merge after or on the merge chain. I think I have a few minutes. If there's any questions, I'd love to chat.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. One question from one of the audiences, like you talked about killing proof of work, kind of just extrapolating way too far out. What does the world look like with post-quantum kind of pieces coming in, and any concerns that you may have now for proof of stake in that world?
Yeah, so there are a number of things that we want to do in the next few years. So that involves killing proof of work, that involves creating a more sustainable state solution, that involves bringing sharding online, and probably a number of iterative improvements to the EVM. Once we get a lot of that in place, Ethereum becomes like a very sustainable piece of architecture for the internet, except for this one glaring problem, which depending on the person you ask, it could be in 10 years or could be in 50. And that is to make the protocol quantum resistant. The entire internet, including Ethereum, is going to have this problem, and it is on the roadmap to replace all non-quantum resistant components with quantum resistant components as soon as is feasible. So that was a design goal, and a lot of the building and designing of the beacon chain was there needed to be a known post-quantum analog for any of the tools and gadgets we were using. So like signature aggregation, we use BLS, that does not quantum resistant, but you can use Starks to do the same thing. You wouldn't want to do it today because it'd be very expensive, but we do expect in the next 5 years or so for that to be a much more palatable solution. And so in that probably 5+ year range, I would imagine we slowly kind of swap out some of these components for quantum resistant components.
Awesome. Well, hopefully, Jared, that was a satisfying answer. One other question I have for you, Jenny, is, and you kind of talked about mostly what's in the future and how we're looking at killing proof of work. Could you give us an update on basically what's happening right now with the Merge timeline, just from your review, just high-level items? We got a couple minutes, so we have to.
Yeah.
The next
We talked about this a bit on All Core Devs this morning. At the end of the interop, which was last week, we had a general thumbs up all around of, we had a number of spec refinements and mostly simplifications that came out of the interop, and those we will certainly be done by the end of October. Then throughout November, the client implementations will iterate to get these spec changes done. I think we'll do a few short-lived testnet launches in November with a target of a sustained testnet at the end of November to run through the holidays. Then we come into January and are able to make a little bit more clear decisions about timeline from there. It's either going to be something where we're feeling pretty good and it looks like March, April, maybe early May, or things have surfaced where we need more time, more testing, and at that point, we would have to kick it down the line. I'm very confident. I think that the work that we've done and the momentum behind this thing is pretty extraordinary at this point. And I think in January, we're going to be feeling pretty good. There will be in December a hard fork and upgrade on the proof of work chain to push back the difficulty bomb. And I believe that would be pushed back for about early May, mid-May. And so really like we either that's kind of the that is what we're attempting to do, right? Is before we hit that difficulty bomb. And if not, we'd have to kick it back maybe a month or two.
Well, you heard it here second, because I think you heard it first at the Core Devs call, but this was great. Hopefully we get things sooner than outlined, but
that's the plan.
What happens next. So thank you so much, Sandy. And if there's any other questions, we'll relay them to you over email.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me.
I'm excited to have you on. All right, with that, we are ready for our next talk, and that is an incredible panel talking about all things clients for ETH2 and client diversity, which we know is a really important topic here. We have a lot of panelists for this one. So we have Superfizz from ETHStaker, we have Carl from Ethereum Foundation, we have DeFi from ChainSafe, and Evan Van Ness from the Week in Ethereum, and moderating this will be Ben, who is the product owner at Teku. I'll let Ben take over and ask all of our panelists to intro themselves. So without further ado, let's hear about client diversity. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you, Kartik, and good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are, Ethereans. It's great to be here. We are missing one. I think Lion should be joining us shortly, but I don't see him yet. But let's do some intros. So I'll do myself first. I am proprietor of what's new in ETH2, which you can find at eth2.news. And as Kartik said, I am also product owner, product manager of the Teku ETH2 client, which I'm not representing Teku here today in this client diversity panel, but I hope that gives an interesting perspective. Evan, you're first on my screen.
Yes, I'm Evan Van Ness. I'm most famous for trying to cancel Ben for using the ETH2 nomenclature still. I also have a newsletter called Week in Ethereum News, and I've done stuff for a while. I guess that's my bio.
Thanks, Evan. Carl.
Hey everyone, I'm Carl Beek. I work as a researcher with the Ethereum Foundation on all things Ethereum consensus. lately been doing a lot of fork choice stuff, and yeah, caring a bit about client diversity.
Thanks, Carl. Hey, Superfizz.
Hey, so I'm Superfizz. I am probably like an old school miner, and with a couple of friends, I decided it would be a great idea to co-found a group called ETHStaker. And through ETHStaker, we promote involvement in the beacon chain by normal people. And we work to be welcoming first and knowledgeable second.
Wonderful. We love ETHStaker. Lion, you made it. Say hi and give a quick introduction, please. I'm not hearing Lion.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
How about now?
It's good. Yes, it's good.
Sorry. So yeah, I've been part of DAppNode since 2018, OG Dev, helping make running nodes easier. And then when Ethereum 2 came, so making staking simple to non-technical people has been one of the mottos. And I'm also core dev in Lodestar. So it's awesome to see this space from both sides of the equation.
Great, thanks panel. So I'm going to start by setting the scene and then we'll get into some Q&A. So the context I want to begin with is the Ethereum 2 beacon chain. So this is the proof of stake network that we've built. Today we have almost 250,000 stakes, which is 8 million Ether worth today. And this is staggering when I calculated earlier, $30 billion worth being managed by our ETH2 clients. And so these stakes, each one of these stakes is managed by a piece of client software from one of 5 teams, my own Teku or Lion's Lodestar or Lighthouse or Nimbus or Prism. And according to the best statistics that I've seen, this stake is quite unevenly distributed between these 5 clients. It looks something like Prism having between 60 and 64%, almost 2/3 of the stake staked on the Prism client. Lighthouse around 22%, Teku between 14 and 17.5%, and Nimbus and Lodestar each below 1%. And these numbers come from a new analysis by Michael Sproul from the Lighthouse team, which uses a really ingenious technique to kind of fingerprint clients according to the blocks they make. So to kind of get to the meat of the client diversity thing, so let me ask you first, Carl. There's been a lot of hand-wringing lately about this imbalance, this uneven split between clients on the network, in particular, this dominance of Prism. Why is this a problem? Why are we concerned about this?
So within any consensus mechanism, right, you have a set of people trying to agree on something, and by going down this road which we went for ETH2, we get one specification, and from this we built out many clients, and these many clients allowed us, at least in theory, to have a more robust network by having a failure in one client hopefully not affect the network as a whole, because they are one client would hopefully only have a small portion of the network, and we could contain that failure and hopefully fix that mistake. In theory, this is true and is in practice as well. But what we've had now is that Prism has, according to these statistics, become a really dominant client, and this means that the more and more nodes become convinced that what Prism says is the truth becomes the truth. And so in a world where we have more than 1/3 of the nodes in the system, so if even just with more than 33% Prism nodes or any client, if they have a bug or start disagreeing with the rest of the network, then we're going to stop finalizing blocks on ETH2. The chain will still make progress, but there will be this nice finality gadget which gives you economic security, economic guarantees of how transactions have gone, and that they will forever be a part of the Ethereum chain. That will no longer be guaranteed until a future date when we can get this 1/3 back online and following the canonical chain. So even more than 33% is not ideal. And so with the between 4 and 5 mainnet clients that we have at the moment, we should ideally have about 25% in each of these clients, which means it'd be below this threshold and life would be all dandy. This is further accentuated with sort of a second threshold we have, which is what we call a supermajority, which is where you have more than 2/3, the 66%, which according to the statistics Ben was digging into a bit earlier, where Prism is hovering just below. And what happens in this scenario if there is a bug in Prism, or Prism does, for whatever reason, start forking off or producing bad blocks, the Prism nodes themselves will think that it's the rest of the network, which looks like 1/3 from the Prism node's perspective, that's making the mistake. And so the Prism nodes will happily go on and build a completely valid chain from their perspective. And this will progress on. And the result of this is that these Prism nodes have this, they have the economic finality sort of guaranteeing the wrong thing, which is not a part of the canonical chain, which is really scary. Instead of this failure mode where we have sort of one sort of degraded quality of the chain, but everything still progresses, we now have a problem where we need to go in at a sort of hard level and correct these Prism nodes. So that will require database corrections for the Prism nodes. We'll have some serious issues to avoid slashing conditions, because the Prism nodes will make votes on top of each other, which will have certain opinions about the chain, but that'll be incompatible with what the rest of the chain actually did, which would be the sort of correct chain. And so this is the sort of like kind of scary scenario where everything's gone off in one direction. And ideally this would never happen and all those good things, but in practice we never know. And so I think we're at this like tipping point where any more and is going to be, if there is a fault, really hard to correct, not impossible to do so. We've seen chains do this in the past, but a correction to do that would look terrible and would give all your favorite maxis that you non-Ethereum maxis that you disagree with, give them a lot of ammunition for having to sort of go in and manually hard fork away from any quote unquote problems. So this is really what we're trying to avoid by preventing any node from getting to this 2/3 threshold.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is that once a client has finalized its own chain, so in this instance, Prism had made its own chain, recovering that and bringing all the clients back together again isn't a matter of a kind of fix the bug and move on. There's this slashing thing going on whereby they fundamentally disagree, and for either side to join the other chain means that a bunch of validators are going to get slashed, which is going to be horrifically expensive. So this is a kind of new feature under proof of stake, which doesn't apply in proof of work, right? Proof of work, the chain splits, you just kind of fix a bug, network comes back together, we're back on the longest chain and everything's cool. Under proof of stake, it's really, really, really complicated to fix.
Yeah, and it's that's sort of a feature of this finality that we have, right? So it's a bug and a feature because we have the system where we can agree that this will forever be a part of the chain, this finality mechanism. If something goes wrong and we have something that we think is a part of the chain that's not, or there's disagreement about what is a part of the chain and some people bake in incorrect ideas, that's really hard to get out of the system without these sort of financial guarantees we have triggering and slashing a lot of stake.
Cool. And just to be clear for everybody, we're not dunking on Prism here, where any client that has this super majority would be a problem in this scenario. It just so happens that Prism is the most used client. Evan, you are on record as saying that the long-awaited merge to proof of stake could be delayed unless we kind of sort out this client diversity issue, unless we have more evenness in the clients. Can you unpack that for us? Is that a genuine threat, or are you just whipping up some hysteria?
you want to mute a little bit early, so I missed the last part of your question. But look, I mean, we can't turn off proof of work until we can do it safely. And to do it safely, we need to have a client at a reasonable distribution share. You know, I think Carl said in a lot of words, something that I'm going to TLDR for people who are staking with Prism. If you are staking with Prism right now, your ETH is wildly at risk. And that has nothing to do with the quality of Prism's client or any other client. It has to do with the fact that the spec incentivizes decentralization. And right now you are not contributing to decentralization. It's the opposite. So let me say that as clearly as possible, because I actually get a lot of friends that when I tweet things, like slide into my DMs unhappy with me, telling me that like, I'm the one that doesn't understand the spec. And I say like, no, you're the one that doesn't understand. You chose to stake with Prism. I understand you did a lot of Prism test nets and you are comfortable with it. But unfortunately, the spec is very clear that like decentralization matters and you are not contributing to decentralization. And so your ETH is at risk. So, and you know, we've sort of talked about, like Carl talked about 1/3 and 2/3, and those are obviously the important thresholds, but it's even there's some thresholds that make a little bit that are important as well, which is to say that, you know, if we lose finality and Prism has 49%, you're going to get slashed, or you're going to lose from the inactivity leak, which grows exponentially. You are going to lose a lot less if Prism is under half of the staking clients. Whereas if Prism is 65%, you're going to lose, I mean, depending on the circumstances, a lot, maybe half, maybe all, you know. People get upset when I say this, but I don't know, I'm just stating obvious facts. So to do it safely, to turn off proof of work safely, which is a long time goal of Ethereum, we need better client diversity.
Anyone want to comment on that, or we can leave it for pick up a bit later? Go on, Fizz.
You're right about a lot. If we lose finality, Prism clients could be slashed. Absolutely true. But we need to acknowledge that that is currently a low risk event. And I do think it's very important for people who are on Prism to consider using minority clients, especially Nimbus right now. But if we use scare tactics, if we make our user base afraid of the chain, then they're going to be afraid to interact with the chain. Rather, I think education and promoting the ideas that why we need client diversity, using the right tools for the job, getting people to say, I may need to change validator clients a few times, and I'm okay with that, is much better than the scare tactic of saying, get away from Prism where you're going to get slashed. Because what we have then is a reflexive action where Prism is vilified, where people start trashing Prism and saying terrible things about it to get other users away from it. And what's likely to happen is others will go to Lighthouse, and then we will have Lighthouse with the supermajority. The only way to get away from it then is to trash Lighthouse. So rather than this this fear mongering, and no, that's not fair, Evan. You're not fear mongering. I think you're stating a very possible scenario. I really do believe, though, that education is the best way to get people to make these informed decisions. And rather than reflexively doing everything we can as quickly as possible to get people off of Prism, we develop these multi-client tools. We develop quick switch tools so that home users aren't intimidated. They're not afraid of losing their stake, but instead they can click 2 buttons, let it happen. And they feel empowered. They're supporting the network, and they're not operating out of fear. I think that our big difference would probably be that I believe education is the way to reach our goal. And you might be more willing to hit people with what you would call the hard reality, that they're going to be slashed. And I recognize that potential, but I think the likelihood is low.
So you say the fear of them switching clients is that they would lose. I mean, so I think that's something that we can talk about. Should people be afraid of that? If you take your client offline and you have the slashing protection database for a day and then you come back up with another client, I haven't done it because I run minority clients, but I'm pretty sure that that is like a pretty much 100% no risk scenario.
Yeah.
We can talk about that later. However, I mean, so if there's that fear, okay, that's a fear. It's a, amorphous fear. However, there is a very concrete fear, which Prism stakers do not seem to have currently, which they should have, which is that if Prism has a bug, then the network will lose finality. And we're in a bad spot, and the inactivity leak will start melting away their stake. And that is something that they, probably should be afraid of. They should at least understand it and be cognizant of the fact that that is a risk that they are taking.
We have this really neat thing in ETHStaker where we have a lot of first-time validators, first-time stakers, people who it's their first time engaging with a network in any real way. And so they found guides, they found the CoinCashew guide or Samarasat's guide, and they installed Prism. And I'm proud of them. They did a great job. They are participating with the network. I think it's just so important that we continue to meet them where they are rather than stand on our high horse and make these bold demands of what they should do when they are our user base, they are our network. And
so since I want to get to Dapline, but since you got the mic, Fizz, and this is relevant, we're focused in the recent answers on the current solo stakers on the network. Are they the key to turning around client diversity? Who is responsible for making this happen? What's the route from where we are to where we need to get to?
That's a great question. In my mind, there are a couple different ways to look at this. I think that we do need to look at institutional stakers. And after some conversations with leaders from the EF, I feel confident that that outreach is being done. But what I can focus on is my scope, and my scope is the home users. And while I do encourage them to switch clients, I really feel like there's a development gap or a software gap there where I don't know if deserve is the right word, but what the community should offer them are these graphical tools, these easy switch tools where they don't have to put their stake out on a limb to hope that they're switching right to support the network. Because our users generally have two concerns. They have a large investment and they want to support the chain and the community. I value both of those things, and I don't put either one of them ahead of the other. And so what we need to do to reach them, and Colfax through Stakehouse is working on these tools. I know there are other efforts working on these, is to take the existing implementations and put wrappers around them or interfaces with them so that users can go to a web interface, they can see their stats, and hopefully in a few months, they'll be able to select a dropdown that says switch from Prism to Teku. And yes, I did it. I saw you there. And so when we have that functionality, I think the users, they'll feel supported. They're not going to lose their stake, and supporting the network will be within reach. So what we need from the wider community is more support on this effort. We need money, we need developers, we need thinkers to kind of put as much effort into this easy switching as we've put into some other very important things.
Cool. Yeah, there are other things to consider. There's the majority of stakers are not on the network yet. I mean, I think probably we're about a quarter of the way there, maybe, to the total stake. So if everyone in future adopts a minority client, that could correct things. And the majority of stake on the network is actually managed by staking services, institutionals, stakers. And again, I think, they will have the most influence. I love the army of solo stakers. I am one. For the record, I run a minority client. But, I'm
Which
not
client
sure.
do you run, Ben?
you can guess. But maybe that's the solo stakers. It's kind of unfair to pressure them too much because actually, they're not going to move the needle a huge amount, and it's really others who need to take responsibility, the professionals, right?
Yes,
I want to be
and
really
no.
careful about that. That disempowers them. They are an empowered group, and so I think that we're about 40% of unidentified validators, and that I know that there are some whales in there, but a lot of that are home stakers, and so a lot of the responsibility is institutions. But let's not disempower those home stakers and say that nothing you do matters, because it does matter. One person switching is going to move that needle one hair, and that matters. One person from Prism to Nimbus, it does matter. And at least I think we need to believe that, and we need to act on that, because that's the health of the network. I call myself the Beacon Chain Health Consultant, if you don't know that. So.
Nice answer. Yeah, go on, Carl.
Yeah, so I think it exists at multiple levels. So absolutely, the easiest way to sway it is to go to your favorite big institution. If they're running a majority client, we speak to them and try to get them to diversify a bit. That moves the needle a bunch. But everyone has a role to play in this and contributes to the overall distribution, which is what we care about. We also don't want a scenario where the big institutions run one set of clients and solo or private validators run another set, because then if we have faults, now we're starting to get like splits in our community between the individuals and institutions, which is also not a great thing to have. And I also think like your role as a staker, part of it is to be worried about these kinds of things, right? To observe that you have reasonable uptime, and that you are picking a client that's not completely dominating the network. These are important roles, and it is literally what you're paid to do, right? This is the reason you earn rewards back, right? Is to do this safely and securely, to improve the decentralization. All these things are important, and part of all of this is to choose reasonable clients. And so you don't have to do it all the time. Don't panic about it. Don't change things if you're not comfortable, but at least spend some time thinking about it. And if you do feel like you have the capacity to change away from a majority client, I really think you should consider doing so.
Great answer. Yeah, a couple of points I hadn't thought of. Love it. Lion, you've been very patient. You're a client dev. What do we client devs need to do to promote client diversity?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Prism has done a fantastic job, and that's why they are killing it. I mean, it's obvious. All the clients should see what they are doing, why they are killing it, and why people love them. Like they clearly said, graphical interface and Windows support. That's it. If everyone does that, then it would be much easier. And as everyone has said, easy switching, standardization, that's the key. Another point is that people like DEF or whoever has access to these tools should see what's the funnel of going into staking. Why do people choose Prism? There has been people saying, oh, because it looked cool. Okay, but where were you looking at? Is there any resource that can actually provide this information that, hey, there are more clients, just go pick those ones because reasons? So yeah, I think those are the key things that we should work on.
Yeah, I think one of the issues up to now is we haven't really had good data on client diversity. We've had sort of some guesses, some bad data. It's very hard to get good stats. These stats that Michael has produced are a game changer, I think.
Yeah, but we will probably never, ever have actual data. That's a worrying thing. Like in reality, Prism could be a minority client and we just don't know.
Well, we have that, the great data, the Michael Sproul data. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so a few things. One is this is partly by design, right? Part of having a robust, secure, anonymous, well, pseudo-anonymous network is that it is hard to extract this data, right? It's not here's the sign-up sheet. Put your name and address, and we'll find out how to do all of it. That's not how any of this works. And it's part of what makes it so hard for us to have this data. And as much as we want it to help explain things, we also don't really want to have to like bake this in because it exposes individuals. And so we work very hard to avoid that as well. And it's not that we're like not looking. You can look very hard. This tool that everyone keeps talking about, Michael Sproul's thing is like really some very ingenious stuff to try extract it. You probably can't do too much better, which I think is like a really cool thing because it shows that we have actually built a robust network. So it's like trade-offs that exist here. That we have other data sources. There's sort of we have node trackers. There are a few that have been built out. There's the ETH Staker survey, which Superfizz has been very involved in. And there's some interesting data. Watch out for some interesting alpha that's going to come out of that soonish. So there is data. It's just not so obvious.
Sometimes we only find out when the things go wrong, right? I mean, we knew back in February when what Prism share of the network was when all their clients simultaneously stopped producing blocks. So it was like 70% at that time. So we're moving in the right direction. Evan, you unmuted.
Yes, I unmuted to say exactly that. We actually did know how much the Prism has in the network as of last time there was an issue.
Well, and we have seen some evidence of migration. It has just been slow evidence, slow migration. And one of the reasons I have delayed pushing client diversity harder is because we can't really see the needle. When we can see a very clear representation of these proposals and know exactly where we're at, then we can measure progress and we can know what initiatives are successful and what aren't. Can I talk for a minute about Prism and how they became successful?
Yes, sir.
Sure. So Prism is successful. I think this is opinion, but it's also based in experience and fact. Prism is the only client that has a native Windows installer. And a large part of the user base is Windows centric. They're not ready for Linux. They don't want to secure shell into a server. And so that's a big boom. Another thing is that they have provided 24/7 support in their Discord since like the Topaz testnet. And so they were doing these public testnets. We were giving POAPs out for them. We were holding launch calls. And I feel strongly they were doing this work to promote the beacon chain. But what ended up happening was rather than simply promoting the beacon chain, it created this Prism allegiance, which, it is what it is, but I don't think that was intentional on their part. They were trying to promote growth of the community.
They did
those two things.
well.
They did. And it's not that anyone else didn't do their job. It's that they hit on two really successful ideas. And that's also we onboarded a lot of home stakers by helping them feel comfortable through all those test nets. And we can complain about Prism dominance, but we also have this really strong base of home stakers that might not exist if it weren't for Prism's engagement.
Yeah, they were first. They were first by a long way. And I think that really established the name recognition and they did a terrific job. I mean, really awesome. What has surprised me is how the institutional stakers have just followed exactly the same patterns.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Ben, you guys didn't do your job well. What happened?
Yeah, the background to that. Okay, first thing, just come back on Fizz. Teku runs just fine on Windows. You have to install Java, but it's not too much of a lift. Yeah, Teku, the client aimed at institutional stakers. Guys, come on, why are you not using it? This would, a few large institutions adopting Teku would really balance things out more. I mean, the real interesting questions are around Nimbus, Lodestar, where the plans are. So this brings us, Lion, when I asked you about what client devs can do, you framed the response in terms of effectively, I'm going to paraphrase you here in a way you won't like, but make all the clients the same. Same interfaces, same experience for users, just drop in replacements for each other. We've taken a different approach with Teku. We've said, no, we are not going to address certain parts of the market. We are the client of choice for institutional stakers. To an extent, Nimbus has targeted a group, the low power constrained device market. Lodestar itself, you're looking at light clients in browser, this kind of thing. Devil's advocate here, but maybe a different route to diversity is really to double down on specific use cases for each client rather than everybody try to be the same. Any thoughts?
It hasn't worked out that well, right? Everyone's specializing. Teku, Nimbus, and as we are at the bottom of the list, and it's, I mean, at the end, it's a very specific use case. So while the specialization, it makes sense, if you are just going to go out for stakers, I don't think it makes that much sense. In our case, our libraries are widely used on browsers and other types of applications, and we try to make our node kind of the backbone of light clients as a hopefully future replacement of Infura. But that's kind of a parallel effort, people just staking right now. And the same for Nimbus. I mean, you cannot just put a node on the phone yet, and you will still just run it on a machine as you would for anyone else. So, and you can do both. Like we can still follow standards and be special. I mean, if you want to migrate somehow, you still need the standard.
So I think some of this definitely comes down to just being early, right? The need for light clients is much less until we really have the economic value attached to the proof of stake chain, right? Post merge, light clients is going to be a lot more interesting. Having stuff that compiles well down to mobile devices is going to be fantastic. And like there are multiple ways to improve security and diversity of a chain, right? You can be a validator, which is what we've been focusing on today. But you can also just run a node that helps everyone, right? And has you now have your own source of truth. So this is another way we can help improve the network. And then once that starts happening, we may see people starting to care a little bit more about having a super lightweight client they can throw on in the background on one of their other machines or something like that. So I think some of these specialization use cases, we just sort of haven't really reached that point yet, which I'm excited to see. And then the other thing I think that ties in a bit to Teku and what we we're talking about earlier, and that's some of the discussions that I've been involved in with these institutions have been rather like scary considering how large they are. And that's just that they didn't really do any research. They just didn't look. Hey, we see everyone's like, we heard the word Prism a lot, must be good. Cool, let's go. It's honestly been that bad. And sort of you'd expect based on the haircut they take off staking rewards that they would care about these things and that they would care about client diversity. But in the cases of some of these institutions, that's just simply not true. They didn't put in the time to do the research, and they're not really worried about uptime. It's just like an extra service they happen to provide and pulls in money for them. It's not the approach was sort of money first and improving a network second. And like overall, they didn't even consider the incentives of the network they're participating in, which is ultimately like bad for them as well. Because as Evan was saying earlier, like you don't want to be running a majority client in these scenarios. It's strictly worse for you. So I think they need to consider some of these things a bit more.
There's a name for that. It's called negligence.
Well, let me
honestly, I agree. Are
Yeah.
entirely negligent, and
Let me put a counter.
very seriously.
Let me put a counter to you about that, which is very relevant, which is actually, you could call it completely rational behavior. And the thinking goes like this, and I suspect there's a lot of thinking out there. We will adopt the majority client because it's too big to fail. No, so if Prism fails, 60, 70% of the network gets into a mess. Of course, they're going to get bailed out. I mean, obviously, they're going to get bailed out. We're not going to let the beacon chain go down over this. So they'll be bailed out. If they were running like a 5% client or a 10% client, then they're taking a risk because nobody's going to bail them out if there's a horrible bug, right? Completely rational. What's wrong with that reasoning? How are we going to push back against that?
The network doesn't have to go down. And if you use common sense and exercise that diversity, then you ameliorate the risk of that network going down and slashing and needing to be compensated because it doesn't exist. So in game theory, it makes better sense for them to choose a minority client to prevent an outage that they would need to be compensated for or want to be compensated for. But Carl said something that really interests me. I don't think these institutional stakers care. They are not focused on ETH. They don't care about our ecosystem. They don't care about our growth, development, transactions, any of that. they're there to make money. And the least amount of money that they can put into this to make a return is what they're going to do. It's one of the reasons I really encourage users not to stake with those institutions. They don't care about what we're doing. They're there to make money. And so the best thing that we can do is either solo stake or stake with a trustless, open, decentralized solution. Not give your money to the big exchanges.
And again, this is gross negligence. I think this cannot be repeated enough, because staking pools, especially say public companies in the United States, or anybody that has a nexus to the United States, given the United States court system loves to try to enforce its will on the world, is if a staking service loses their client's ETH and gets a massive inactivity leak or gets slashed, I don't think that whatever legal language they have in their contract is going to protect them from the fact that they were willfully, grossly negligent. And so, eventually, they're hopefully going to figure this out. The question is whether Ethereum loses finality and pulls a mini Solana, not a real Solana, because they went completely down.
Donko.
I think there are a few interesting things to explore here. One is that there's a failure spectrum as well. We've been talking a lot about the worst case scenario where there's a catastrophic bug and everyone gets slashed. That is very, very unlikely. These clients are coded incredibly well. They've been battle tested through multiple test nets. We've had excellent bug bounties which have found things, but haven't not lately. We've had audits for everyone. These and like, it's an open source ecosystem, so many eyes on all of these clients. So that really helps out for all of this. But there are other more subtle failures which can cause temporary failures of liveness so certain the majority client could stop producing attestations, which is not like a hard fork, but it does mean we're now going to start having to leak the balances of those clients. And I think if there's a more subtle failure, then we may not bail everyone out, because that's not so easy to do at a layer. And I think Ethereum, like as much as we can have the debate, Ethereum's had in the past we have made decisions to handle the whole DAO situation, right? And we've seen the blowback from all of that, in spite of what. Okay, we can get let's not get into that now, but relative to that, I think we will bias a lot towards not going in that direction, even if it causes loss of value for a lot of people. And I think another interesting thing is a bit to what I was saying is you can end up in the scenario where there's a split between the institutions and private individuals. And if we start seeing that, where sort of private individuals are running minority clients and have really worked to diversify, and institutions are focusing on a majority client because easy and negligent and whatever, it's going to be very hard to convince the entire ecosystem to want to bail out the institutions, because they didn't care about and don't care about the Ethereum ecosystem in general. And so why should the community care about bailing out their ETH?
Please, let's talk about the bailout scenario. It's fascinating. I don't believe we should bail out anyone, to be honest. And
absolutely
not see why it's actually necessary. Like, seriously, if there is a bug and the network splits, the minority network would either leak everyone or expect everyone to get slashed. But the network could continue. It will still include execution data, but it will not be finalized. So if people accept the non-finality and the risk of reorgs, which is what we actually have today, the network could just move on.
It
So
depends. Who decides which is the right network? I mean, you got, say, 70% of stake on a Prism only network that's forked off due to a consensus bug, and you got the rest of the stake on the other clients, which is not yet finalizing, but eventually will due to the inactivity leak. Which is the right network? You've got two completely separate networks now.
We have a spec.
Well, it's not the first time that happened in Ethereum, right?
Evan's a spec maximalist. Yeah, but we haven't had finality in Ethereum before. This is new, right? So two chains that are fundamentally incompatible.
I agree with Evan on this, right? We have a definition of what it means to be compliant with the Ethereum chain. So I think the clients that have followed the specifications have, by definition, they have the canonical chain, whether or not it's finalized via something that's outside of the definition of what literally is Ethereum, that's irrelevant. But I do think there's like the failure, that like terrifying failure mode where there's a fork off and the result is everyone's going to get slashed and it's a super majority, right? Greater than 2/3. I think it's unrealistic to expect that not to be bailed out. As much as I hate to admit that, it is just so much value that I think it would be, at least the discussion would be very intense, but I think we'd ultimately settle on merging that back in, possibly with financial penalties, and we can get into what exactly that looks like. But I think it's unrealistic to expect that just to burn all that money and pretend we're all good without it.
To be fair, your hypothetical is not the case of what we are experiencing today, where we do not have a supermajority. We might be somewhat close to having a supermajority, but we don't have one.
Yeah.
So
it very quickly becomes a supermajority, Evan, because of the way the chain's constructed. So let's say Prism's got 63%. There's a consensus bug. They end up on a chain where their validators are proposing blocks and attestations, but nobody else is. Everybody else will very quickly get their balance leaked away, and it will only be a matter of days before Prism's got 66% and finalizes. The closer they are to that 66% threshold, the less time we've got to fix it. And it takes at least a day, maybe 2 or more, to get a fix out. So there's a real gun against the head in that scenario. The further from a supermajority, 66%, the below that, the better.
That takes me to the earlier. That's why we can't turn it off safely, turn off proof of work safely until we are lower than where we are now. And so it's this theoretical 2/3, threshold. But
in a month, we could have Prism below 50%. Prism could easily be below 50% in a month. It doesn't. Yeah. It's not an act of Congress. It really just takes a concerted push by everyone in the community to say, we have to do this now. We're not messing around anymore. Everyone work together. And I don't mean to be kumbaya, but I'm just saying it's not that difficult to make it happen if we just all push in the same direction for a moment. In a month, this could be a non-issue.
I've been trying for over a year. I think
you have been trying, and I have been trying, buddy. We're together, but I'm saying
it's not that easy.
Because it's a few voices. It's a few voices shouting in the woods. It's not everyone working together, and we have that potential as a community to move together.
Guys, I think that's one thing. Like, if we don't bail out and we burn half of the supply, that would be like the most ultrasound money thing we could do. Like the ultimate meme. Like IEP 159 lovers would be.
Hey, so much money. There's a great comment about incentives. And so one of the reasons I was so excited about Michael Sproul's data is that we can identify by proposal what client someone is running. And that gives us the opportunity to take a snapshot and say, today we know what you're running. And if you change from Prism to Nimbus, then we can offer you a POAP, and those POAPs can be incentivized. I personally feel like it's still a great idea. It didn't, some of the thought leaders didn't really love it, but it's worth considering or talking about incentives for people who change from not necessarily money directly, but incentives for people who change from the majority to a minority client.
But yeah, making it provable.
We already have that incentive.
Yeah.
That incentive exists.
Not getting slashed.
And
not getting slashed. Is that?
It's a real thing, and nobody cares. I mean, and frankly, nobody believes me when I say it. I mean, I have to tell you that I talked to the staking pools over the last 15 to 18 months. They all think that we're a data center chain, just like every other, DPoS, POS, basically the same chain.
I think that is as much as I was shitting on institutions earlier, I do think we're making some of the right moves in that direction, right? We've opened up some discussions with them, and they've acknowledged that the approach they took was wrong, and that they will try dig into this and diversify a bit there. I've been really excited to see if you go on Reddit and or on ETHStaker and be like, hey, I'm having this problem with Prism, help set me up. You will get sort of ratioed out by people shouting at you to pick any other client, please just not Prism. So
they better not shout. They better be friendly. Sorry.
That's true. That's true. But in all seriousness, I think we're like reaching a point where it becomes very possible to see this change happening rather quickly, away from these clients. And I think there's a lot of awareness, certainly in the Ethereum community, due to the thought leaders shouting about this for a long time and complaining about this for a long time, and working with these institutions to like try help them diversify and see the errors in their ways, even if they don't majorly care for our own good.
Right, I'm going to change tack slightly on an optimistic note. Have you got something optimistic to say, Evan?
Well, I wanted to say that, like, my understanding from staking pools is that they have sort of seen the light and that they now spin up non-Prism clients, but they have not switched all of their validators from before they saw the light. And I think most of them probably, I think there's probably some fear. I think a lot of it is also they just don't understand that there's no real loss for taking their entire validators down for a day. And you know, they're worried about justifying their services to people and, you know, losing their penalties. And I think they really just don't understand the risks that they're taking,
or they don't care.
No, I think I mean, I think it's like I said, I mean, I think that, you know, if they realize that they could get sued, you know, for not just possibly like the loss of the entire, whatever happens in this, you know, in a bad scenario, but maybe even something punitive. Like, I mean,
well, like Carl said,
to make money, not to lose.
I think Carl hit the nail on the head. They know they believe they'll get bailed out, and they might be right. I don't agree with that. Even though I support home stakers, I don't promote a bailout of anyone who gets slashed. When you signed up as a validator, you accepted the terms, and you know the terms. If you make poor decisions, if you get slashed, and I hope everyone from ETHStaker hears this, you accepted the risks. You need to make better choices. If you get slashed, it's on you.
I mean, I'm concerned about
Ethereum. This is why it's secure. Why, like, we designed the system particularly in this way. It's necessary and makes it better for everyone.
I mean, personally, I have to say that having listened to this panel, I all of a sudden am worried about a bailout, whereas I never was before. So I think that, like, the message isn't even clear from this panel. I mean, I am 100% against a bailout. Like, I will probably sell all my ETH and quit if we bail stakers out who did the wrong thing and were pushing for centralization this entire time. I mean, it's absolutely wrong. You have a responsibility. It's what you're getting paid for. You know, if you're going to get paid to get the rewards, you have to realize the risks you're taking.
I'm going to move us on. I'm going to move us on. Let's say that everyone listening does the right thing and that we get all this sorted out, and in 6 months' time we're at like 25% on each client and it's all rosy, and then we do the merge. I looked at Ethernodes today. Geth is at like 63% of the network. Sounds familiar, right? Is that going to be a problem post-merge? Is there an issue on the execution engine, as it will be, the ETH1 client side? Is that an issue for client diversity as well? And do we need to get that more even? What do you think?
Yeah, I think what's really annoying is that at least in consensus, there has been so much effort and money and talent spent at creating 4 clients that are almost equal in capabilities, and still we don't achieve diversity. In Ethereum 1, you can say, okay, there is only one client that has all the longevity and features, and there is another one that's going away and others that coming in, but there is no equal to Geth in a way. And still in consensus we don't have the diversity. So yeah, just wondering how the hell we are going to achieve that in execution.
Yeah. So Carl, I'm interested, is it actually a problem having not the same level of diversity amongst the execution engine side of things, or is that or is it just as critical as on the beacon chain side of things?
So I mean, ultimately we can run into a similar diverging situation if certain if we have a super majority and it goes off in one direction. We can run into all these terrifying things we were talking about earlier. But I think we got a few things counting against it. One is that this code has been running for very, very, very long, and like all these clients really have been around the block, and they've been tested by crazy amounts of value locked up. on the Ethereum system. So I think that really helps us handle that. The other thing is that you start having these pairings between the execution client and the consensus client. And if you end up like, from all the pairwise combinations, you end up with way more possibilities of, you can run this execution client and this consensus client. And the result of this means that overall each individual pair sort of counts as a different way to fail in this regard. And so this starts helping us like build up a bit more resilience against these kind of mistakes. And so I'm a little bit less worried about it on that side, although more diversity is always better in this regard. And I think another interesting thing to like just quickly point out for everyone listening here, Ethereum, like, we are unbelievable in terms of diversity, even with supermajorities. No other chain comes even freaking close. Like, go try find an alternative client for any of the top 10, right? Bitcoin, you'll find a few. Any of the others, there are no other viable clients. No one else is anything.
This kind of brings me to my kind of final question, Carl. Perfect segue, which is this, and we haven't got time because there's a couple of audience questions we'd like to cover, but it's a big one. Was client diversity a mistake? As you say, I mean, no other chain. Bitcoin doesn't have it. No other chain I've come across sweats this at all. They're quite happy with their monoculture. Why in Ethereum are we bearing this burden, which is so complex?
Because we care about having the most robust chain and the most decentralization. It is strictly better to be more diverse. We want to be the best chain on pretty much any metric that this community cares about, and this is one of the really important ways of achieving that. And I think not having a diversity of implementations only serves to weaken you. I really don't see the downsides.
No capture of governance by core devs, like say an orange meme coin.
That's and I was going to make a comment about another chain, decided not to. Can I shoot one thing in here? It's been itching at me just a little bit, and that is this the specialization thing. And I know some of you are fans of client specialization. I really think that we should avoid client specialization in the long run, because that means that conglomerates form to kind of tribalize clients. And while it works for a little while, I think in the long run, that kind of tribalization, specialization is probably not healthy for the network. Rather, we should all look at all of the clients and seek to balance rather than picking one that is made for us. Just a thought.
Lion, any closing thought before we move on to audience questions?
Yeah, Lodestar is production ready. Lodestar is production ready. Go try it now. Link in the description. Subscribe.
Nice one.
On that note, you can run multiple clients, right? Don't run multiple validators at the same time, but you can run multiple beacon nodes. You don't only have to run one. You can have multiple easy backups, all those wonderful things. Don't run multiple beacon nodes, validators.
Good warning. All right, thank you, Kartik. Thank you, panelists. Let's move, Kartik, if you have some audience questions.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Probably one of the best discussions we've had. This is getting people excited. I think briefly, I think they might still be there. The prison team is on the chat, also commenting. This is a question from Danny Ryan. I know we've kind of talked about the problem, and I feel like we'll kind of get to sort of statements here. What distribution of the various projects do you think is actually realistic? Like, what would satisfy each of you to say this is sufficiently diverse and like we can agree that it's just not a super majority?
I think. Can you ask that in two though? Can you ask preferred and launchable, because that's two different questions, but.
I mean, preferred is everyone at 20%, and launchable is under 50%. And frankly, like, the prismatic guys are heroes. And, I think, as well as the GAF team, I mean, they get it. They understand that client diversity matters. I mean, imagine how you're going to feel if, like, bugs are inevitable. And, like, and any client, look at Geth, which is a very hardened piece of client software over 5 or 6, 7 years now. And I know the network launched, but it existed before the network launched. And, we still have had, security updates that could have caused forks at least twice. I want to say 3 or 4 times in the last year. If I'm a Prismatic developer and I literally am like living and breathing my client and I've done an amazing job, I have a lot of people using it, I don't want to see my people get staked, because frankly, like they might turn on me and I don't want that. I mean, that would like, how would I feel then? It would be awful. I mean, those guys are heroes and they should be recognized as such. And I would hate to see something happen where, people turn against them.
Seconded.
Yeah. Ooh, I would go 30, 30, 20, 10, and 10.
And your reasoning?
It's good and it's realistic. It's not like 2020, 2020. That's not realistic.
I align with Evan. I believe for launch, well, I align with him mostly. We are below 66% for Prism. I believe that we need to safely be below 50%, close to 50%, nearing 50% for launch. And below that, I'm not sure it matters so much what the other diversity is. But I do, Prism, we should have the opportunity to celebrate them so much more than we do. But instead it is all reserved because we're trying to increase client diversity. And so it's mutated. Like we should be singing their praises, but instead we have to say, well, there is Prism, but you really should choose something else. So congrats to the Prism team. Congrats to all the clients for developing a valuable product that supports our network.
By the way, I have a tweet storm about, we found 2 bugs in Go language in the past year in Ethereum, right? So like even the fact that like Prism and Geth and Aragon are all in Go is like, it's a problem. I mean, stuff could happen. Like we could talk about crazy scenarios, and you know what? Like I think Bitcoiners are gonna be, well, just everyone, like when we turn off proof of work, they are going to be gunning to find every single little thing, just like the DAO in 2016. I mean, like the amount of people that just want to watch the world burn by finding a bug is huge. And if they can find something by like fuzzing the heck out of Golang and they find something little and they figure out how to exploit it, like they will try. So,
need to use
and they're not wrong for doing
language. Use a Puma language like Java.
Can never be a bug in JVM. Of course, everybody knows. I'll kind of blend a couple other questions in, and it's okay if we go a couple minutes over time because the next speaker has graciously agreed to enjoy this discussion with all of us. What have we tried as incentives other than just shouting? and should there be incentives? Maybe that's probably a better way of phrasing that.
The only person that shouts is me.
I didn't want to say it directly, but yeah.
Yeah, so there are incentives, right? So, well, the incentives are the risk. You run more risk by running the supermajority client. And the problem with risk is that people are not sensitized to risk. They're not considering the everything goes wrong scenario. So when people make lazy choices, they don't see this. The only other incentive that works, in my experience, is a POAP. So, people will do anything for a POAP. Yeah, if we can find a way to make that work.
Yeah, we have the mechanics for that. What we really need is just community agreement that it's the direction we want to go in. And I really think when that happens, hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll start seeing a sea change of people. Like Ben said, people will do anything for a POAP. It's not a bad idea.
Even cheating.
Yeah, well, and so we've thought about the mechanics to prevent cheating. We have proposal data, and essentially what you would need to do is have a history of proposing on Prism, and then a future of proposing using a minority client. That's extremely I don't believe it's cheatable, but we'll have to see.
Go ahead, Carl. Seems like we're gonna say something. If not, I may have another question.
Nope, dig into your next question.
Got it. So I think, Carl, you actually talked about one of the reasons kind of multi-operating system support kind of helps with diversity, and we kind of talked about having a Windows client is actually essential, but you also vouch for individuals instead of institutions kind of having enough power to make this happen. So this question comes from Jeff, and his question is, what do you think specifically we need to maybe get more people excited about having all the other clients been supported on DAppNode so they can kind of run that on their own and maybe increase the pool of people who can easily run their own instances?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of sad that we haven't seen DAppNode supporting other people. There's like promises to change that, and I think we'll get there. But we're not there right now, and unfortunately, that means that a lot of people have defaulted towards that. Windows support is much less of an issue now. There are multiple clients that support Windows, but that was an issue in the past. So I think all these things sort of like have changed. But I think people have been rather sticky in the client. Like once you set up, they don't want to touch it. I've spoken to a bunch of people who found it a rather stressful experience and a complicated experience. I know it took me many hours, and like it's my full-time job. I wrote a bunch of the specs. I know what's up. It took me many hours still to configure my personal setup. So I know the effort that goes into these things. But I also want to like stress that you already understand, like if you've set up any client, you already understand a lot of the things that are going on. It's the same core ideas. There are still beacon nodes and validator clients. If everyone uses this terminology, these setups work like this. You're still going to be looking at opening and closing ports. All those things that you did in the past. If you ever want to switch clients, you're not starting from scratch. It won't be as bad as what you had to do before. And it's rather easy to set up. And I think that the other thing, which I don't think we touched on yet, a little tangential, and that's that all the clients are profitable. You're not making any, like there's no measurable difference really in terms of which client you're picking into for moving forward. All the clients seem to be like getting Prism's not going to get you high rewards, absolutely not. And particularly if you can calculate the expected value for the Prism failure, Prism's probably the worst client to pick in terms of your overall value you can have as a staker.
Yeah, and you reminded me in this question, I'm not going to talk about rewards, I've tweeted about that enough. You reminded me in this question, it's not just about client diversity, and my bad, we should have covered this. There's also stuff like if everyone runs on AWS, this is equally a problem. AWS goes down, we have exactly the same issues. Everyone runs on one same operating system that has some fatal bug, then that's going to be a problem. So we need to think about diversity in all things.
Right. Well, we'll make the final question hopefully optimistic. 12 months from now, what is everybody's prediction on client diversity and what it will look like? We can start with Evan.
I think we're gonna do good. I think we're gonna do good.
I'm not optimistic about it, quite honestly. I mean, I think this is an emergency. It's the most important pressing problem in Ethereum. And I'm the only one that's been talking about it for 15 to 18 months. And I'm tired of talking about it because I feel like I'm out on my own shouting into the void, and like nobody really, amplifies my message. And because of that, like even my friends that are hardcore and Ethereum enthusiasts are in my DMs telling me that I'm a fudder. And like, it's very frustrating for me personally. I feel like our message is very muddled. And so like, if you ask me honestly, I'm not very optimistic about it.
I'm a lot more optimistic. As I say, I think we're starting to see an inflection point where, like, we've seen people in the community start to be louder about this. In contact with some of these institutions who are promising to make changes, and like, I think it's sad that Evan feels he's on his own here. I don't think that's entirely true, but like, I'll happily give you this. You'd definitely be beating the drum on this for a very long time. And like strongly agree, it is very important for the safety future of Ethereum, and like very much want this to happen and to have more diversity. But like, I also don't think like Ethereum's not going to blow up. We have really robust clients. Even if it was 100% Prism, it would still be, we still have a very good system. So don't want to overfund it, but like it is a very important issue to be concerned of, one of the biggest in the space.
Evan, you are definitely not alone. I have been shouting the same thing you've been shouting from a different perspective. And I know that Carl is working in the same. We come from different angles. I am an encourager and you are using a slightly different tactic, but we align. I think that in a year,
everybody wants to be the good cop.
I like being the good cop. In a year, I think that we're going to have easy switching tools, and I think people will identify less with a client and more as a staker. And with that goal achieved, people will have those interfaces looking at Stakehouse to develop something like this, where they can click a button and say, yesterday I was Prism and today I am Lighthouse. And I think then people will identify as stakers, and the ecosystem will be much more vibrant.
I think that's a perfect note to end this. I want to thank Carl, Lion, Fizz, Evan for being an amazing panelist. And Ben, thank you for facilitating this entire discussion. This was absolutely incredible. And if in the future there's ever a bailout conversation, we'll be sure to live stream it on ETHGlobal and make sure you're all on the other side of this. But thanks again, everybody. And really appreciate you coming on and being part of this discussion.
Thanks, Kartik. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
For sure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are ready for our next talk. Next up is Marius, and Marius is going to be talking about the merge, but the perspective from the execution layer. So without further ado, let's welcome Marius.
Hello, everyone. What a nice discussion. I didn't really prepare that good, so I hope that I can deliver something after this. From my perspective, I think it's very important to have this client diversity, especially on the execution layer. And we're always trying to promote it, always trying to build tools, and at least get the other execution clients on the same like amount of testing that we do in Geth. And so yeah, it's I'm hopeful about the future. All right, let's start. My name is Marius. I joined the Ethereum Foundation 1.5 years ago, working on the Geth client, which is right now the biggest client on Ethereum. And so today I'm going to talk about the merge from the execution layer perspective. First of all, what's an execution layer client? I already said it. It's Geth or Nethermind, Bisu, Aragon, and well, it used to be Open Ethereum, not anymore. And yeah, so those are the clients that currently run the network. And they have mining a consensus module built in, which basically does the verification of the proof of work. And during the merge and afterwards, we're going to take out this module and replace it with a consensus layer client. So the consensus layer client is going to follow the beacon chain, and the execution layer client is going to follow the ETH1 network. Yeah, and so we have an API between those two. So the consensus layer client basically has to tell the execution layer client what to do. And some of the responsibilities of the execution layer client is to maintain the state of the network. This is all the accounts, all the balances for everyone, all the smart contract code, all the states in the smart contract. So if you, I don't know, if you store your NFT, then the data that you need for your NFT is stored in this state. And the state trie, which is basically used to prove that all the nodes have the same state. And we also need to maintain the historical blocks. And we need to provide access for both of them to nodes that just joined the network. So if you join the network and you don't have any state, you will get the historical blocks from all the other nodes. They send it to you, and then you can either execute them one by one, but this takes a long time, or you just download the state and then only verify that the state corresponds to the newest block that you downloaded from your peers. And this is also going to be something that we will still maintain after the merge. So this sending and receiving of the state and the historical data is still the responsibility of the execution layer. We also store and distribute the transactions. So if you send a transaction, typically as a user, you use MetaMask, and MetaMask then talks to a node, either your own node or a node run by Infura, and they will then send the transaction, distribute the transactions throughout the network. It will create and execute the payloads. So basically, once the beacon chain says that we are the ones responsible to create a new block, the consensus layer asks us, hey, execution layer, we want a new block. So you take all the transactions that you currently have, you sort them, and then you pick out the best 200 transactions, execute those, put it in a block, and then return this block to the consensus layer. The consensus layer will then take this block, send it throughout the network, first seal it, so sign that this is the block that is valid, and send it throughout the network. As I previously said, we have to provide an API for the consensus layer clients to do this interaction with us. And we also provide the JSON RPC API endpoints. So those are basically things like ETH_send transaction, or ETH call, ETH estimate gas. All these things that are used by wallets, MetaMask, or applications to basically interact with Ethereum in the larger sense. And this functionality will still be retained by the execution layer. So this will be provided by us. So a bit about the design of the JSON RPC API. This is specifically the engine API. On the top right, we have the consensus layer client, which basically tells the execution layer client what to do. And this arrow is basically this API that I'm going to describe right now. We have the prepare payload method that starts the payload preparation process. So basically, give me a new block, take the transactions that you have in your node and execute them and return me a valid block. And the get payload. The reason that those are two different methods is because you want to prepare, you want to give the execution layer a longer time to prepare payload. For example, if you want to do reshuffling of transactions, looking for MEV rewards, whatever, you have two different calls. And then you have the execute payload call, which, so whenever a consensus layer client gets a new block from the other nodes in the consensus layer network. So that is one of the things that's different between now and after the merge. Now the execution layer clients will distribute the blocks, and so if a new block is mined, then this node will send the newly mined block throughout the network. This is not going to be the case anymore. Now it will be that the consensus layer client will distribute the block, and the execution layer client will only distribute historical states, historical blocks. And so once the consensus layer client receives a block from the network, it will call execute payload with the payload within the beacon chain block, and that returns valid if the payload was executed correctly. And then we have another method called consensus validated. This is a method that might not be so this engine API is pretty new, and it's still under development. It might change a bit in the future. And one thing that that we might delete is the consensus validated RPC call, because that is not really used by the execution layer. Basically, it just tells you that a block was valid regarding the beacon chain specification. The idea behind it was that once the consensus layer got a block, it will call execute payload, and while the execution layer is executing the payload, the consensus layer will verify the signatures. And once the signature on it is verified, it will call consensus validated. Might be something that we won't do in the future. And the last method is fork choice updated, which basically just notifies the execution layer client of the current head and the last finalist head, last finalist block. So with the execute payload, you just execute the payload, but basically you don't move the chain to that head. With fork choice updated, you will set the chain head, and this means this is now the current head, the most recent block. And so if we don't have this block, and you say, hey, this is the block that you need now, then we're going to start synchronizing from the other nodes in the network. Yeah, so a bit about the merge itself. So right now we're in this part left here. We have the proof of work chain, which is chugging along, and we have the beacon chain, which is also chugging along. And the condition for the merge is the total difficulty. So we have the total terminal difficulty. So every block has a difficulty, which is derived from the amount of work that you have to do for this block in proof of work. If you sum all of these difficulties up from the blocks, you arrive at the total difficulty. And the total terminal difficulty is basically a parameter in the consensus, in the execution layer clients, that says once this total terminal difficulty is exceeded, we will stop the proof of work chain and go into the proof of stake chain. And so yeah, and after this is the merge point, and after that the blocks are embedded into the beacon chain blocks. So the execution layer blocks are embedded into the beacon chain blocks. Yeah, a bit about the switch. Our clients, of course, need to stay in sync with the proof of work network up until the point of the merge. And we also already need to provide all the payload calls, so execute payload, create payload, get payload, because we don't know if we might be the one client that gets to propose the first beacon chain block. And on the first forktrace updated call, we know, or we check if the total terminal difficulty is reached and if the head block hash is valid. And if so, we switch to proof of stake mode. And this means we also disable block propagation. As I said before, we don't send out the new blocks anymore, only the historical blocks. And we set the chain head to the new proof of stake block. Yeah, one thing that I wanted to talk about is the reverse header sync. This is something that's new with the merge, and basically it's about the way that we synchronize the network. It used to be so if you join the network, you only have the Genesis block. So it used to be that you will just ask your peers about all the blocks that they have. And you will start from the Genesis block and then synchronize to the next block. And you will always, and there are sibling blocks, or it can happen that there are sibling blocks that are on the same block height, different blocks on the same block height. And you will always take the one with the higher total difficulty. So you will always take the chain with the highest total difficulty. And so you go, basically you start at the Genesis, you go forward in time. Now with the proof of stake chain, it's, and like creating these sibling blocks requires solving the proof of work. And this is something that's hard. And in proof of stake, creating this sibling blocks is pretty easy if you don't finalize them. But yeah, the idea is we need someone to tell us what's the actual head. And this is done by the beacon chain. So basically the beacon chain synchronizes, and then after the merge tells us, hey, this is the new head. Here, find the way back to the Genesis, and we can look up this. We have this header, and we know, okay, we have in the header is the parent hash. So we look up in the network which header has this parent hash, and then we find this header. And in this one, we look up the parent hash, and so on until the Genesis block. So basically, we synchronize the network from the newest block back to Genesis. And this is the reverse header sync. Yeah. So a bit about the interop. This is a picture photoshopped by Debline from the previous panel, by the way. Yeah, we started implementing an initial version of all of this. It's built on Guillaume's Catalyst. Guillaume is going to give the talk after me, and he worked a lot on all of this during the Rayonism hackathon, and laid the foundation for basically what I'm talking about today. Peter also worked on the reverse header sync, and we already managed to test all of this with 4 out of the 5 consensus layer clients. Yeah, one small project that I wanted to shill regarding the execution layer is MergeFuzz. It's a new project that I started on the last day of the interop because I was so bored. And it basically creates random inputs to the Merge API, and it can be used for differential fuzzing between different implementations. So again, it helps. We're always trying to build tools to that can not only be used by Geth, but also can be used by other clients to make sure that they receive a a comparable level of testing to us. It does things like execute payload and fork just updated and verify the current head, so in random operations. And yeah, you can find the code at my GitHub. Some next steps. We have to clean up all the changes we did during the interop. Of course, all of them are a bit hacky right now. We have to refactor the downloader to allow for this reverse header sync. We have to work a bit on the miner and the block production, and also refactor some of the existing JSON RPC APIs because they might not work with the way that POS is done after the merge. And then more testnets, testing. It doesn't it's for us, it's really important. We don't want to start the merge procedure when we finish the code, but we need enough time to test it because this is Ethereum grew so big. It's a billion-dollar network, and we don't want to crash it. So we want to be as conservative as possible with this, even if it takes a bit longer. And yeah, you can also join it. Like, we have a long-running testnet. There was one started in Greece at the interop. We deprecated this now, and we started a new one, or Peritor started a new one. And yeah, that's basically it. I do have some, I collected some Q&As from Twitter already, but Kartik, if you have other questions from the audience,
Yeah.
we can also.
Absolutely. I think I saw that tweet and the thread, and there were so many awesome questions that came in. So I think you should definitely answer a lot of them. One question I'll add to this list is a question from Danny Ryan, which is, what are you most concerned about from an EL client perspective, as in what keeps you up at night there? Easy stuff. Yeah.
So it's not much keeps me up at night anymore. After like 1.5 years in the Geth team, I think I've seen a lot. We had issues in Geth. We had issues in Go, in the language itself, in the standard library. I'm pretty confident in our ability to adapt, in our ability to, if there's an issue, we can find it and fix it rather quickly. The last few consensus issues were found in a matter of like half an hour to an hour or something. We have a cool, great suite of tools for testing the EVM stuff. What really keeps the only thing that I would say what keeps me up at night is that we might finalize something that is objectively wrong, and that we might have to break finalization. And I think that would be really, really bad. It would be bad for Ethereum. It would be basically, yeah, it would be really bad. And this is the only thing that I really worry about. And I hope things like proxies to run a validator of multiple execution layer clients is something that could help there.
That makes a lot of sense. There's another question that came in just now from Trent. The question is, can you tell us more about the minority project Peter teased about earlier? Just give us a little context, and you can jump right into your Q&A.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should talk about it too much. Basically, I think the idea was born in Greece, that you can run multiple execution layer clients for one consensus layer client, or one beacon chain client, or maybe even run multiple beacon chain clients with multiple consensus layer clients with multiple execution layer clients and multiplex between them, and then take like a 2 out of 3 majority vote. And this is something that he's very interested in working on.
Well, Trent is a little bit disappointed, but we can maybe have you quickly on some of your questions.
Nice. Yeah, so I think Hudson asked whether it was more difficult to fork the code after the merge. It's a bit more difficult, I think, but shortly after the merge, we will still have to retain all the functionality from pre-merge. And yeah, there's not a big difference. Once we are comfortable in post-merge land, we should really find a name for that. I don't want to say ETH2, but yeah, in proof of stake land, then we will start deprecating. We might start deprecating some of the features in Geth. The ETH balances will be maintained on the execution layer. So the execution layer holds all the information of the current state. Will execution layer and consensus layer share the same process and storage? They won't. They will, at least for the merge, and probably a long time afterwards, they will reside in separate processes that talk to each other via the standardized engine API. They will have different storages. They will have different storage formats. And I don't think it makes sense to unify those. Which layer will propagate the blocks? The consensus layer will now propagate the blocks, the beacon chain blocks, which contain in them the execution layer, the execution payload. How is the transition triggered? As I said, it's the terminal total difficulty. If this is exceeded, the block that first exceeds the total terminal difficulty will be the last proof of work block. What's changing for users? Do you need to upgrade your nodes? Hopefully for the average user that just holds ETH, there's not much impact. You don't need to upgrade your wallet or whatever. You will need to upgrade your node, your Geth node, and you will also need to run a consensus layer node, or maybe in the future a consensus layer light client that will feed all the blocks to your execution layer node. How does the block proposer collect the transaction fees? The execution payload, or the assemble parameters in the create payload, has a field called fee recipient, which basically is the same thing as we used to have with the Coinbase address. So the block proposer sends that's how it is right now. It might change with the proposer separation in the future, but the way it is right now, the block proposer can specify where the fees should go, and those will be paid out instantaneously once the block is mined. And the last one is something that's still up for debate. Yeah, and just really quickly, we have a testnet up and running. If you go to pithos-explorer.ethdevops.io, and you can see that there's a lot of client combinations, currently all with Geth. The other have some problems apparently to run this test network, and you can join it from home to test all of this out, which is really cool. So go do that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marius. This is a great overview on what's happening with the execution layer. And if you have more questions, I'm sure Marius will go back on the chat and answer them directly. So thanks again. And with that, we are ready for our next talk. Next up, we have Guillaume, and he's going to be talking about statelessness and vertical trees, a really interesting and awesome topic. And without further ado, I'll let him introduce himself and take it from here. Welcome. Looks like we may be having some audio issues. We'll try to see if we can hear you, but right now, no audio is coming in. Okay. There we go. It's slowly coming in.
Can you hear me now?
It's very faint, but it's coming through.
Okay. Let me guess. No, that's correct. I just spent the last.
This is manageable. If you can just say that one more time. Well, one. So I think the other device was where the audio was coming from, but let's give that one more shot.
What about now?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just spent the last 30 minutes configuring the audio. Okay, then let me share my screen, and then we're good to go. Here we go. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. Classic share.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so cool. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to talk about statelessness and vertical trees. So I'm Guillaume from the guest team, just like Marius, and I've been like in the past 6 months, I've been working on what comes after the merge. So we wanted to share a bit. Let's say an overview of what's coming, what to expect after the merge. Like the merge is the big thing on the horizon, but there's more exciting things coming after that. I've been mostly working on vertical trees, but I've been asked to give an like a broad overview of statelessness in general, what's coming. So I'll cover a bit of that as well. And the first question is why do we want to achieve statelessness? And it's pretty simple. In fact, have you tried to synchronize a node recently? It's taking a long time. You need a lot of data, so that really prevents a lot of people from joining, like smaller devices, phones or Raspberry Pis. I mean, Raspberry Pis technically can do it, but it's not very sustainable. There's a lot of centralization associated to this. You need, like, a lot of people using Fiora. And there's also the problem that, for example, a dApp developer or anybody, there's a lot of data to download, but not everybody is interested in all the data. In fact, most people are not interested in the data. So it would be great to have just to be able to download the data that you care about and keep going on with the rest of the network. So these are the goals that we're trying to achieve. And so there's basically 3 components with statelessness has 3 main components. There's vertical trees. This is the technology we're going to use to basically make statelessness possible, because it allows for very, very small proofs, or much smaller than what we used to have until now. There's the state expiry, which is something that has been attempted many times in the past, but is coming back with a new technique called address space extension that I will cover. And the last component is state networks. So since syncing the state is so difficult, the question is, can you just avoid dealing with all that state? And so this is the question this answers. So let's get into the Verkle trees. Currently, we have a Merkle Patricia tree, so it's using hashes. Each level hashes its children, and so on until the top. And hashes have been very useful in the past, but the problem with hashes is that if you get the whole commitment, if you have a vector of values, and you just want to prove that one value is in the vector, and you don't want to reveal what's next to it, you can't really just take the hash. You can't really just take the hash and take that value and somehow prove that this value is at this specific position in the source data. The only way you can prove that is by passing the entire vector. So you have other an alternative technique that has many similarities with the hash is a vector commitment. You have a vector, you commit to it, you provide a commitment, but they also have the ability to find an opening, which is a smaller piece of data compared to the size of the vector that you can use. So if you have the commitment plus the data plus the opening, you can prove that this data was indeed at this location in the vector. And you can use this to hide some data if you don't want to reveal all the data. But the reason why we care about this is not because we want to hide data that is public. We just want to use it so that we don't have to pass all the data. And this is quite important because if you use, if you want to prove that something is in the current tree, you have to, because you're using a hash, you have to pass all the siblings of a given node along the path. So that's 15. Like the Merkle Patricia tree has each node has 15 siblings or 16 children, and you have each time at each level you have to pass all 15 siblings. And the depth of the tree on average is 7, 8. So you have 15 times 8, 32 bytes. It's a lot of data. So because of what I explained about vector commitments, you could use vector commitments to just pass the data that you need, add some commitments, and that's already for each level much less data. And on top of that, the depth, the average depth is 4. And the reason for that is because since you only pass, like the number of siblings doesn't matter, you can have much larger nodes with many more children. And because your tree becomes much larger, it becomes automatically less deep, so more shallow. So you move on from a structure that is really high and not that large. I mean, the MPT is quite large, but a Verkle tree would be larger. And it would be shallower, which means you also reduce the number of items in your proof, which contributes to making the proof smaller. And there's also an interesting point that I'm not going to cover really today. It's the fact that currently you have a tree for all the accounts, and then each account has its own tree for storage. We're no longer having that with Verkle trees. Everything gets merged into one giant tree. But yeah, I won't cover that. It's just good, interesting to know. One question that comes often is people say, okay, but if you have a commitment, if you don't have to pass the siblings, why not pass a single vector commitment with only the data you want? And that's a good idea, but calculating a commitment takes a lot of time, just like calculating the hash of all the data takes time. So what you do is you try to look for a sweet spot that makes smaller proofs but doesn't require a lot of time to compute. And so we chose 256 children. Initial implementation or initial proposals were 1,024 children, but it made things more complicated to implement, and 256 children seems to work. So this is what we went for. So yeah, just a general comparison of proof sizes between Merkle and Verkle. In the first case, you have the leaf data. So sorry, in both cases, you need to include the leaf data. But in the case of Merkle, you have for each level, which is roughly 7, you have 15 siblings, each of which is 32 bytes. So if you have 1,000 leaves, that's roughly 3 megabytes. And we're getting in block size. So we want to have the proof integrated inside the block. And as a result, that makes a block that is Bitcoin territory, basically. And in fact, bigger than this. So instead of having a block every 10 seconds, 10-ish, 15-ish seconds that gets propagated over the network, you need 10 minutes, maybe more. So that's why the Merkle tree, and that's why we want to switch the tree that we use to store the data, because that's impractical. Whereas Verkle trees, so you index, you have the index that the child is in the node. You have the value, you have the commitment to it, so it's a slightly larger value, but you only have 4 levels, and you don't have the siblings. So you end up, even though you have a tiny overhead, I mean, it's insignificant, not insignificant, but it's definitely not the biggest contribution. So you end up with a block size of roughly 150K, sorry, for the proof. So the block size, it basically doubles the block size, and that's much more manageable. Right, so the next idea is state expiry. And the idea is that because the state is getting too big in Ethereum, that's there's the state bloat problem. And because you end up, when you store something on Ethereum at the moment, you pay some gas, but the implicit promise is that this value you store will be kept forever. So that's effectively free. We want to go back on that promise a bit because it causes state bloat. So the idea is that after a while, the data expires. Of course, it's not completely forgotten. There's we start with a fresh tree. We delete the data from the previous tree, actually from 2 trees ago. And but we keep the root, so that if you have a proof of your data, that your data was present in the tree at that time, you can resurrect it, you can bring it back to the current epoch. So there's you pay an extra cost to bring it back, but if you don't need it, you can still just keep the proof and just let it wait for the time you need it to pay the resurrection cost. So right now we're we divide the time into periods. The period 0 is the one we're currently in, but when the state expiry scheme becomes active, it will you will have 1 period each year or each 6 months, and when that happens, you freeze the tree of the previous period, and you start with a fresh tree. So we had period 0. What you do is you start adding values to it, and so far you still need to you still have to keep the data of the previous period. And when the period 1 comes to an end, what happens is you start again from a fresh tree. You are still obliged to keep the data of the previous period, but the period before that, you can delete the data and you just keep the root. So you can start adding more data to it. And when you want, for example, if someone wants to recover data from period 0, they pass a proof, and that gets included in, so the data gets brought from period 0 into period 2. One thing that is not specified on this diagram is that the data had to be absent from period 1. So when the data, that green data got recovered from period 0, there was a check that it was not present in period 1. If you find yourself at period 3 and you want to resurrect something from period 0, you have to pass a proof of absence. That you have to prove that the value you're trying to resurrect was not in period 1, because otherwise what could happen is, for example, Alice has some funds in period 0, she transferred them to period 1, then she transfers some funds to Bob, period 2 happens, period 3 happens, and then Alice resurrects the funds she had in period 0, and that's a double spend. So to make sure this does not happen, you need to pass a proof of absence. Right, so this state expiry like mechanism comes with what's called an address space extension. So we had addresses that were 20 to 32. Sorry, we currently in Ethereum, the address are 20 bytes, and they are the first 20 bytes of the hash of your public key. So now we want to make those addresses 32 byte long, but we don't reserve the 32 bytes like this is not the whole hash. We only take 26 bytes of the hash, and then the remaining 6 bytes are used for, well, half of them are used for versioning and future use, and the other 3 bytes are used for like to denote the epoch. Sorry, I keep saying epoch, but it's actually a period. It's used to denote the period that the address was first accessed. And the reason for that is because there's a cost associated to resurrection. So for example, if Bob wants to send Alice some tokens to Alice, but Alice hasn't resurrected the address, either Bob pays for the resurrection cost to resurrect Alice's account, but if he doesn't want to, then he can send it to an address that is also controlled by Alice, in the sense that, for example, so I have this example here. For example, let's say Alice owns the public key, sorry, the private key that controls address 000. She has a balance here. And then let's say Bob sends, Bob has address 01, for example. So both those addresses have the counter 0 because they have been seen for the first time in period 0. Then period 1 happens. So this is not in the period 1 tree. But Alice might receive some funds from Bob, and Bob's, instead of resurrecting this address from Alice, actually sends it to Alice, but with an address containing the current period. So it's seen for the first time at this address in period 1, and Alice still has the private key that controls this hash. So she can still, she's still the owner of the funds, but it's like she has 2 addresses. With one private key, she has 2 addresses now. And in period 2, Alice might want to get the value she had locked during period 1. So she passes a proof to resurrect the address. And we can see that the value that was in period 0 is now available in period 2. And the value, so when Bob sent some funds to Alice in period 1, this value was not overwritten. Alice now has 1, 2, 3, 4 ETH in one address and 9101 in another address. So that's an interesting scheme. It's also a fairly complicated one. Because yeah, I like to make this joke. Address state extension like ASC can be pronounced ase, which is sweat in Japanese. I think implementing it is going to require a lot of sweat. But yeah, it's nice because it makes state expiry. At least it proposes a concrete approach to state expiry, which is something we've been talking about for yeah, a few years already. The problem is that it's still quite complex. We like a lot of contracts on chain today expect a 20 byte address, and they actually use the 12 remaining bytes for something else. So it would not work. Like if they are given a 32 byte address, it's going to break the contract. So there's a good idea by the Epsilon team, bridge contract. I'm not really gonna talk about this today. It's quite involved, but it's promising. But let's. I mean, I don't want to make false promises. It's a very complex scheme, and statelessness, thankfully, does not entirely depend on it. So it's nice to have, but we can still launch without it. The last component is state networks. So there's the main proposal is by the Piper and the Python team, the portal network. And the idea is currently you have to get all your data. Like when you want to participate in the network, you need to download the data from like all of it, most of which you don't care about. So the idea is to provide a network alongside the block propagation network, where every machine on the network only stores a fraction of the data, and if you need it on a per need basis, you can go and query that data to one machine or to a subset of all the machines as you need it. And that's quite nice, because that's really, I mean, it has many applications. First of all, you don't have to store all the data, obviously, but even if you want to be, for example, a validator in ETH2, you don't really have to store the data yourself. You could just send your request, ask someone else to store the data for you, and request the data when you need to propose a block. Of course, I didn't say that, but that data is validated. You have to pass a proof, which is where Verkle proofs once again are interesting. Although I guess Merkle proofs could work at this stage. So the roadmap is, yeah, basically Verkle tree is almost there. At least we have a prototype. We're going to build another prototype with using Rust Verkle. So yeah, there's Geth that currently is able to produce Verkle blocks with Verkle proofs, and Ethereum JS is interested in writing a stateless client, or that will just execute blocks without actually downloading the data. And then when Verkle has been delivered, address space extension makes like can be also delivered, but if it turns out to be way too complex, you could also skip it. And the portal network, like I said, doesn't really require like Verkle proofs per se, so it could be delivered independently. And when you have at least two, but preferably three of these things, you achieve statelessness. So yeah, I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to like I had this slide to explain a bit what stateless Ethereum would look like in the future. The biggest thing to know is that your data, like to realize that your data won't be kept accessible forever. You have to keep your proof, or you have to pay someone to give you a proof. But it allows for nice more decentralization, because ultimately you would not need to rely on Infura or on miners or / validators. The data could be spread all over the network, and you could just download what you need, and you could also, why not, make a profit by hosting data for other people. So yeah, overall it gives a more decentralized world, a more accessible world, because there will be lighter clients will be able to join. So yeah, all those people that are currently priced out of the network because they, for whatever reason, they don't have the space or the bandwidth or whatever to join, ultimately, we hope can also join the party. And yeah, that's it. I don't know if we have time for questions, but I think it's
Hey, we are a little bit over, but I think we can do a couple of questions, because hopefully I think they're a simple one. So there's 3 questions here. Some of them might be related to each other. So the first one is, what kind of proof is used to bring back data after state expiry?
So that depends. The first tree is an MPT, but it needs to be converted it will be converted to Verkle. At least that's the plan over time. So initially, let's say it's going to be a Verkle proof. Yes.
Got it. Would Verkle trees help lower gas prices by letting us store more transactions per block?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say no. Maybe Vitaly can pitch in on this one. I think he's in the chat, but my understanding is no.
All right. Well, maybe Vitaly gets to comment when we promote him in a minute. What possible alternatives are there to ASE?
Okay, yay, I got promoted. I guess, okay, the question was if I can be if would Verkle trees allow us to increase scalability? I guess,
or lower
gas price.
Right. Increase the gas limit and lower gas prices. I guess maybe, right? Because right now state size is one of the big bottlenecks on increasing the gas limit. And if we add Verkle trees, and if we add proposer builder separation, so if we have both of those things, then we can move toward the world where the only actors that need to be stateful would be the builders, which would be a much smaller number of nodes. So if we have that world, then we can, the negative consequences of letting the state blow up to a terabyte or would be lower, right? So I think increasing the estimate would be safe there, but then adding state expiry as well would allow us to go even further.
We'll do one more quick one. Can users pay stakeholders trustlessly, or will this happen out of the protocol?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Can users pay stakeholders trustlessly, or will this happen out of the protocol?
Trustlessly. Yeah, I mean, it's not okay. I'm not an expert in the protocol, but I know, if I compare to light clients, that's exactly what happens. So yeah, I'm gonna say yes. It's gonna happen in the protocol.
Cool.
Or at least it's easy to implement. Let's say.
Trent, hopefully that's a satisfactory answer. If not, we'll ask him to put the answer in chat and follow the discussion there. Thank you so much. That was a really awesome overview, and yeah, appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, next up, as you've already guessed, is our speaker, Vitalik. Vitalik's going to be talking about upgrading infrastructure for Rollup-centric Ethereum. So whenever you're ready, V, feel free to kick it off.
Great, thank you. I'm going to, I guess, share the screen, and then I'll use the magic trick that you taught me to only share a portion of the screen. And then, okay, there we go. Do you see it okay?
Yep.
Okay,
perfect.
Okay, so great. So today, what I will talk about is basically thinking about this concept of a rollup-centric Ethereum, something which is was a vision 1 year ago and is, I think, on the cusp of becoming a reality, or even is beginning to become a reality today. And kind of think through some of the kind of side issues, various pieces of infrastructure that we sometimes don't think about in order to make a roll-up-centric Ethereum world something that actually is a pleasant environment for people to live in. So just to kind of recap a bit, the concept of roll-up-centric Ethereum started to be introduced around the end of last year. I guess this post literally from October 2020, so 12 months ago. This came from an observation that basically showed that, like, if you look at our current roadmap, any way that we could realistically do the roadmap, we have a proof of stake first, then data sharding, and then only after that possibly other kinds of sharding. And so in the Ethereum base layer roadmap, there's only room for a relatively small amount of scalability, like with Virtual trees, maybe 2x or 3x, but can't really go far beyond that, right? And the problem is that we need much more scalability. Like even today, we I think need at least a 10x, and in the long term, we need 100 to 1,000x. So what would the only technology that is available and that was actually making a huge amount of progress even back then is rollups for the layer 2 scaling solution. So this was a kind of brainstorm of, well, given that rollups are Ethereum's best hope, what would a roadmap that's designed around that fact actually look like? And I mean, the answer basically is, well, we have a lot of technology that we can already do to make rollups work and to make rollups work better. So we have obviously rollups themselves. A lot of work being done on fraud proving, a lot of work now being done on the ZK EVM to make EVM capable ZK rollups possible. Some work being done on wallets. The projects themselves have been making huge progress over the last year. And sharding itself, right? The first step of sharding is data sharding, and data sharding by itself is enough to increase the amount of data space available to these rollups by a factor of close to 100. So there's basically a lot of things are already happening to make rollup-centric Ethereum actually be a reality. And today rollups are kind of here, right? So there is our optimism. You can do things on optimism. There is Arbitrum. You can do things on Arbitrum. There's Loopring and ZK Sync. You can make payments on Loopring and ZK Sync. There's Polygon, which is not a rollup, and it's a trusted sidechain at present, but they bought Hermes, and they seem to be on a track that will get them to being a ZK rollup at some point in the future. So rollups are kind of underway, and you can use some of them, but it's not quite there yet, right? Like the scalability of a lot of them is far from optimal. So like, for example, when I wrote my blog post on rollups, one of the things that I talked about was how to get the really big scalability gains. You have to do a bunch of compression work and to get the transaction size down to 16 bytes. And Optimism and Arbitrum yet have not done this. But they're on their way to doing it. There's but until then, right, while transactions still take more than 100 bytes, fees are not quite as low as they can be. Loopring and ZK Sync are at that level already, right? So their fees are, sometimes like 20, sometimes 40 times lower than Ethereum itself. And once these rollups do add proper compression and they do add better signature schemes, then they'll be able to get down to these low levels as well. So scalability, it's still a work in progress. EVM rollups still have training wheels, so they still have centralized backdoors, just because the fraud provers are either not quite finished or they're still in beta, and people are not quite comfortable fully entrusting things to them yet. So it's it's sort of kind of on the way, but we're getting there, right? Like the rollup-centric Ethereum is not just a vision now; it's something where there's a very clear path to it, and people are already starting to use projects that are either rollups or that are kind of well on their way to becoming rollups. So far, rollup-centric Ethereum is, I would say, just still a success. Obviously, a work in progress, but everything is a work in progress. So even the merge is a work in progress, but we've had a successful test that 2 weeks ago. So it's happening. But there are still things that are missing to make a rollup-centric Ethereum actually easy to use, right? So there is, you can talk about rollups being available in theory, and then you can talk about, well, rollup-centric Ethereum actually being in a blockchain environment that you as a user would want to live in. So what is the gap between those two things? So first, kind of motivating question, right? Why can't I use a loop ring to pay for coffee, right? We want blockchains, we want our big application of them is cryptocurrencies, and we want cryptocurrencies to actually be useful as currencies, right? And what's the point of a currency if you can't use it to also pay for the small things, right? So obviously you can't use the base layer to pay for coffee because the base layer is expensive, and the base layer is meant for big and important things like layer 2 commitments. But we have layer 2s, and we have Loopring, and Loopring is already quite efficient. And Loopring does payments. So why can't you use a Loopring to pay for coffee today, right? Why? I think there's a lot of reasons for this. One is just that there hasn't really been a serious effort toward making it happen. But I think another big part of the answer is that Loopring today is kind of a bit of an island, right? If you're within Loopring, you're within Loopring. If you're not within Loopring, then it's kind of hard to move funds to being within Loopring, right? You have to do a layer 1 transaction. Layer 1 transactions are expensive. Then on top of that, you have to wait. So the UX of getting into Loopring, if you're outside of Loopring, is not very good. And if you're inside of Loopring, there's not that much that you can do inside of Loopring, right? You can exchange, you can trade, you can have tokens. There might be an NFT feature, but you can't have your fancy DeFi stuff. You can't have fancy NFT auctions. You can't make a CDP and then borrow some coins from that CDP and then stick those coins into another magic DeFi thing. There's a lot of fun stuff that you can do in a full EVM environment that you just cannot do in Loopring because Loopring doesn't yet support that functionality, right? So there's basically 2 ways of solving this. One way of solving this is for Loopring itself to turn into a ZK EVM rollup, and that's technology which is in progress. But another part of another possible solution is to make it easy to get into Loopring if you're not yet in Loopring. So cross rollup bridges, right? So this is the sort of thing that I've been thinking about for a while, that other people have been thinking about for a while. So here on the left, I have this post on ETH Research where I give some ideas for how you could make NFT wrappers where the NFT could be issued in one rollup, and then the NFT could be moved to another rollup. And you can have NFTs jump between rollups, and you don't need main chain transactions for this. There's a project called Hop, which is trying to make a trustless or scalable bridge to go between one rollup and another rollup. I had another post on ETH Research that tries to do a rollup-to-rollup bridge that only requires one side of the bridge to actually be EVM capable. So you'd be able to have a decentralized bridge between, say, Optimism and Loopring. So cross rollup bridges are important. And I think we want cross rollup bridges to be trustless. So to have trustless safety and trustless liveness, to be infrastructure that we can count on to just exist. But this is still something that is in progress, right? So the more work can happen on cross rollup bridges, the more we can make it very easy to move between any one of these Ethereum layer 2 domains to any other Ethereum layer 2 domain, the better. But this is something on which there has been some work, right? There are already some limited cases where you can hop from one rollup to another, but it's still something that needs to be worked on a bit more. So cross rollup bridges is one problem that needs some work. Other problems. So let's take ENS. ENS, probably the single most popular or most successful non-financial Ethereum application. Right, and it's a use case where it actually makes sense to use a blockchain for it. So lots of people have ETH names. I have a .eth name, Vitalik.eth. Lots of other people listening to this probably have a .eth name. Status, the Ethereum chat application. Status users have use.eth names as usernames inside of Status. Blogs can have .eth names. So if you go to Vitalik.eth and try to access it as a website, then you can find a copy of my blog. So lots of different applications of ENS, and ENS seems to be doing great, right? But there's a problem, which is that it takes like more than $10 to update an ENS record, right? So if you want to buy an ENS name, if you want to update a record, if you want to like do anything through ENS, then you need to pay more than $10, right? So like, for example, if I want to update the ENS record for vitalik.eth, the blog, to update the IPFS content hash, then that's something that I have to pay like more than $10. And so it basically costs me like, I forget some number of dollars, somewhere between 10 and 30, I forget, every time I want to update my blog, if I want to keep it updated with ENS. So can layer 2 fix this, right? And the answer is it should, right? Layer 2 should be able to fix this, and we should be able to move ENS over to layer 2 in order to make it so that these record updates, instead of costing $10, they can go down to costing $2 today, 25 cents tomorrow, and 2 cents 2 years from now once sharding is stabilized. But we need to have a standard for how to resolve ENS domains stored inside of layer 2s, right? So there's 2 ways of doing this. One way of doing this is to say, we're just going to socially coordinate ENS as a whole, moving over to one particular rollup, right? So we might say, oh, ENS, we're going to choose Arbitrum, right? And ENS is going to live inside of Arbitrum, and ENS will just work the same way it works today, but instead of talking to the Ethereum blockchain, they'll talk to the Arbitrum rollup. So I think this is not a great solution. And the reason why it's not a great solution is that, first of all, it creates a long-term dependency on one specific rollup. And so far, we're not yet sure which particular rollups will prosper, which particular rollups we will actually want to use. And second, people might have other reasons why they want to live inside of some other rollup. And so it would be nice if EVM can live where they live, right? Like, people are not necessarily going to have an account on every rollup. If one particular person just likes Optimism and they want to live inside Optimism, then, they should be able to have their ENS domain inside of Optimism. So what would be nice is to have some kind of cross rollup standard, right? So ENS should stay rooted in the Ethereum chain, but there should be a standard where if from the point of view of the Ethereum chain, you move an ENS domain over to a rollup contract, then you would be able to manipulate and do things to that ENS domain inside of the rollup. So good news is that there's this protocol called Durin, ERC3668, Secure Off-Chain Data Retrieval, which is trying to serve a bunch of use cases, but where this is one of the use cases, right? So basically the idea of Durin is that you would be able to set your ENS record to be set to an address where that address defines an off-chain record keeping system. And that off-chain record keeping system, it would basically have a smart contract where it would point you to a place where someone trying to get the data would be able to grab the basically state inside of either the Optimism rollup or the Arbitrum rollup or whatever rollup you choose. They'd be able to grab the state that shows what is the current state of that particular record. And then the contract would also have a Merkle prover. And so you would be able to fetch a Merkle proof and verify the Merkle proof. And you would basically still be able to actually get like what the current state of that record is automatically, right? So basically from a client point of view, the client's point of view would be like, step one, it would think that you have an ENS record on Ethereum. And so it would call the ENS contract, it would try to access your record on the Ethereum base layer. Then it would realize that your record is stored in this particular contract, which is an off-chain data retrieval contract. It would call it. The contract would return a off-chain data lookup error. Then that error would contain instructions about where you would go and get the Merkle proof. Like could be a list of URLs, and it could be a huge number of URLs, so you have a lot of redundancy. And then you as a user would just try pinging all these locations, and you would ask for the light client proof, and then of the state associated with that record, you would get that light client proof. And then, so that's step two. And then step three is that you would locally do an ETH call, and you would call a proof verifying function on that same contract. and that proof verifying contract would verify the proof, and it would also tell you like basically what is the state that just got verified. So that would actually tell you that like, hey, that function was actually supposed to return like some particular value. Now, in order to update the state, or this internal state, like you would not have to send Ethereum transactions, right? Because these are all state updates that would happen inside of a rollup, and the only things that would happen on chain is that Merkle roots of the rollup state would continuously be getting updated on chain, right? So on chain, you would just be Merkle roots that get updated, and then all of the actual operations that happen inside of the rollup would be happening off chain. So this is a nice solution, right? Because it allows you to basically extend your kind of ENS infrastructure so that it automatically can go and fetch this kind of the state of your ENS records inside of a rollup. So if I have Vitalik.eth, I could move Vitalik.eth into a rollup, and then if I want to make any record updates, I could do those inside of a rollup. Or potentially, if he wants to handle the use case of people registering new subdomains, then like someone could make an entire subdomain, move it inside of a rollup, and then all domains that are subdomains of that domain could then be registered, and everything could be done with them inside of a rollup, right? So like for someone like Status, if they want to make it possible for people to register new names at the cost of a few cents instead of $10, then like they could register a subdomain and move that subdomain to inside of a rollup, or they could even have different subdomains inside of different rollups, and users would be able to register a new domain, and that new domain would be a subdomain of that domain, but they would be able to do the entire process purely inside of a rollup. And the infrastructure that actually like gets ENS record data client side would just be able to do all of that. It will be able to fetch the data from the right rollup automatically, right? So you would not client side software would not even need to update to be able to handle new rollups. So new rollups would just be able to add themselves into the system automatically. Very versatile, so it can work with optimistic rollups, it can work with ZK rollups, it can even work with Polygon for now. So that's definitely something that I am very excited about, and hopefully with this sort of thing, we can finally have an ENS world where ENS domains are cheap to register again, like clients. So this is a third piece of infrastructure that we're making a lot of progress on today, right? So in the world of just Ethereum, after the Altair fork, we're going to have this concept of sync committees, right? A sync committee is basically this committee. It gets committed to inside of the beacon chain block headers, and then that committee is going to basically sign messages attesting to a block header. And then that block header can be a signature can be verified against that block header and against the sync committee. And so this provides this very cheap algorithm where a client will be able to keep up with the beacon chain at a very low cost, right? At a minimum cost of something like 40 kilobytes a day, plus like maybe 500 to 1,000 bytes for every single header that they want to verify, plus Merkle proofs. So with Altair, you're going to have these sync committee inside the beacon chain, and with the merge, the beacon chain and the execution chain are going to merge. And so you're finally going to have a path where you're going to have these sync committees that will actually verify like Ethereum blocks, and we're going to be able to have trustless like clients, right? So today, wallets like Infura and like basically or wallets like MetaMask and every wallet that exists today either talks to Infura or they talk to some centralized system. In this light client world, instead of talking to a single server, they could talk to end servers, right? So they could have a collection of end servers that they talk to for redundancy. They could receive and they could validate Merkle proofs from each one. And whichever one is online, they could get proofs from it, and they'd be able to validate Merkle proofs locally, right? So you would not have to trust the servers to be honest, and because you would have n of them instead of one, you would not have to trust them for liveness, right? For liveness, you would just have a one event trust assumption. So there's a big opportunity here with the merge and with the light clients to finally move away from this kind of centralized Infura world and move toward a world where we actually do everything much more trustlessly with proof verification. But there's a question, right? Which is, does a move to layer 2 protocols risk reversing these gains? So this is a light client of Ethereum. But now, if we're going to be talking about a world where you don't just have Ethereum, but you also have people using Optimism, people using Arbitrum, people using Polygon, people using Loopring, and then next year people are going to create 3 more rollups. Like, how are light clients going to be able to handle that world, right? And this is the risk is that if we don't provide a good way for them to handle that world, then what's going to happen is that they're just like Infura is going to be the one that creates nodes for all of these systems, and they're just going to end up trusting Infura, right? So how can we move away from like centralized trust dystopia and make sure that these gains in decentralization actually apply not just to the base Ethereum chain, but also apply to layer 2s? So there's a good news, right? The good news is basically that we can use ideas very similar to Durin to create a generic layer 2 light client system, right? Basically, the idea is that systems like Optimism and Arbitrum and with these layer 2s, they could return a list of URLs, or they could return, basically return some kind of mechanism by which the clients can get proofs for a particular piece of state that they want to access, and they can provide a function for verifying proofs, right? So the function could be a Merkle proof verifier, could be a polynomial commitment verifier, could be whatever. And clients, they would first poke the layer 2 contract. The layer 2 contract would provide a list of locations where they can try to get proofs. It doesn't have to be like the URL standard is like very extensible, right? So eventually this could be an address of a peer-to-peer network as well, right? So they would provide a list of just kind of ways of getting proofs. The clients would get proofs. The L2 contracts would provide a function for verifying proofs, and then clients would verify these proofs automatically. And so any software which is a light client of Ethereum would then automatically be a light client of every L2 that supports this standard, right? So if you have any light client which supports Ethereum, then it would also be a light client of all of these L2 protocols. Now, this is amazing, right? And it's amazing because basically we would be able to keep these really nice trustlessness properties, not just for Ethereum the way that it works today, but also for this kind of layer 2 expanded universe of Ethereum of the future that's going to have much higher scalability, much lower fees, and greater decentralization compared to today. So those are like 3 of the examples of very big and important situations where we need a layer 2, like we need other infrastructure in order to make layer 2 Ethereum a world which is as usable and as decentralized as we want it to be. There's also plenty of other examples today, right? So like wallets needs to be able to jump between layer 2s efficiently. We need to make sure that security for L2s works well. We need to make sure that exchanges on all of these systems work efficiently. We need to just to figure out, like, every individual DeFi platform needs to figure out, like, is it going to live inside of a single L2? Is it going to cross L2ify itself? So there's a lot of these pieces that need to be worked on. But the good news is that, like, in general, layer 2 centric Ethereum is not just a vision. Layer 2 centric Ethereum is a reality which we are in the process of building today. Still a lot of rough edges, but these rough edges are continually being worked on, continually being improved as we speak. A lot of really impressive work happening on ZK EVMs, both the Hermes team and Barry's team doing a lot of good work. A lot of amazing work happening on off-fraud proofs for optimistic rollups. I saw, like, both Optimism and Arbitrum are doing some really amazing stuff. There's Optimism, and then there's George Hotz and all of his amazing work on Canon, and basically literally compiling Geth into an environment so where you can then compile it into a TrueBit-like system. Then there's Arbitrum, which is doing, I think recently had a blog post where they're taking a similar path. So a lot of really amazing work happening on layer 2s. Compression is something that I personally have kind of been pushing really hard, and I expect this is one of the things that's going to start happening pretty soon. So I expect we're going to just see continual decreases in transaction fees on Optimism and Arbitrum. But no, we have to make these rollups not just work well as individual rollups, but we have to make the layer 2 Ethereum as a system easy to use, right? It's not just a matter of scaling up from Ethereum being a city to Ethereum being a country. We also need high-speed trains between the cities, right? We need high-speed rail to go from one city to another city without having to everyone pass through downtown. So at the same time, though, these are things that we actually can do. The tools are there. We can build these things. There's a lot of opportunity for building these things. There's an Optimism retroactive public goods funding gadget, which may well retroactively fund you if you help to build these things. So there's a lot of opportunity. But there's also a lot of work to be done, right? I hope that people listening to this, and I hope that anyone can kind of be part of the solution and help kind of actually build out this world, so that we can actually have this amazing layer 2 Ethereum of the future. So thank you.
Thanks, Vitalik. That was awesome. Got a few things to dig into. We have lots of time, so we'll see if the next speaker joins in a little bit early. We can end early. We don't have too many things, but let's start kind of reverse. So you just talked about this interesting project Jihad is doing with the Optimism Go-To MIPS. Can you just walk into tell us more about what that is, what's happening, and how does that work, and sort of let's kind of get some little bit of an overview on that, and then what do you think sort of your opinion is on
Sure. Yeah. So Cannon is really fun, right? It's basically this EVM fraud prover. And the way that it works, right, is that instead of creating a new EVM implementation that's and then worrying about whether or not it's compatible with the existing ones, basically what it does is it takes like an existing Ethereum client, so in this case Geth, and it compiles Geth into, or it compiles like basically a version of Geth that is, I guess you can think of it as a stateless client. And then it compiles that, it takes a block and it takes proofs and it verifies that it's correct. It then compiles that into this architecture called MIPS, which is basically a very simple virtual machine. And then separately, there is a project which is basically building a true bid for that virtual machine, right? So basically a kind of interactive fraud prover. It'll take like 1 billion computational steps of this virtual machine to actually run. But then you would have this game where if someone challenges the result, they have to provide 100 intermediate values. And then the original creator will then decide like which of those intermediate values they disagree with. And then the challenger has to provide 100 intermediate values beside those intermediate values. And you kind of start narrowing down where the actual disagreement is. And then finally, you just execute one step of MIPS on chain, and we figure out whether the challenger or the original prover is correct. So same technology as TrueBit, right? Except you just like apply this directly to this kind of like EVM verifier that you basically took by just directly compiling an Ethereum client into it. This mechanism is really nice because it's also very general, right? So it's very easy to update. So if Ethereum has a hard fork, very easy to update. Like you don't need, there's no separate implementation that needs to be updated. You just update existing implementations. You could even extend it to do things that are fancier. So like one idea that you could have if you want to be clever and you want to be really robust against like software bugs is you could do the same thing for Geth and Nethermind and Besu. And you have 3 fraud provers, and then you have a separate fraud proving process where if someone proves that a particular block is valid under one client but not valid under another client, then you raise an alarm. For what happens to that roll up, you can delegate it to governance, but then like you raise an alarm, and I mean potentially like that's something like you could even create an automated bounty for, right? So like there's a lot of really fun things that you could do there.
I was just going to say, maybe just to get a little bit clarity on one of those things. So because of this TrueBit style arbitrary computation model, do you think this is an extension to Rollup in this case, where you can now do more with rollups that we couldn't do before, or is this more of an adjacent thing?
I think it's like allowing us to do what we've known was possible all along, right? Like there's no one who ever, I think, ever doubted that you can make an EVM rollup. I think it's just like a whole bunch of details, right? And this is just a way of making those details happen much more quickly and easily.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because all you have to do is you have to just create a true bit for a very simple virtual machine, and then the rest is just compiling existing software to it, and then like which is something that you have tool chains for as well.
Interesting. Okay, no, that makes sense. We're going to be slightly off topic on this one, but I know this whole thing was focused about rollup-centric world, but maybe it'll be good to contrast this with state channels. What do you kind of think about that? I can go into specific, but let's say there's any high-level thoughts on that when I just said that question, and I have two specific questions around state channels that we can dig into.
Right. I mean, I think like what we've learned over the last few years is that state channels are a very specialized technology. They're amazingly good at a particular set of things, but users don't just want to do a particular set of things, right? Users just want like dumb EVMs. So I think there is this really big and important central place for dumb EVMs, but at the same time, state channels have really important roles. And like, I don't think it's state channels versus EVMs, EVM rollups. I think it's state channels and EVM rollups. I think state channels can form a big part of creating efficient bridges and decentralized exchanges between different rollups. State channels can still be useful for kind of like micropayments and the kind of multi-payments to individual parties. Rollup-centric Ethereum and sharded Ethereum and all of these more scalable Ethereums also imply moving toward a world where no single node is going to have all of the data to figure out what's going on locally. And so nodes are going to have to talk to other nodes. And like I talked today about how when a node talks to another node, when it receives responses, how it can use Merkle proofs to verify those responses. But what we haven't talked about yet is like how those nodes get compensated, right? And like you could consider a client node having a long-running relationship with a provider node, and that long-running relationship could be paid for with state channels. So that like that's just like a very simple way of paying for requests, right? Like I pay you for a bit, and then you send me an answer. I pay you a bit, and you send me an answer. And so like the amount by which either party can cheat the other is extremely low. So that's another example of a use case for state channels. So I think like between like clients and data provision and cross rollup bridging, there's lots of stuff for state channels to do within the rollup verse.
That makes sense, and I think one thing we've seen in the past is that for state channels, wallet integration has sort of become challenging because the wallets have to manage the state. But given the success of what we've seen with the world of rollups, CK or Optimistic in the last year, we've also kind of seen in parallel state channel projects like Connect or Seller kind of pivot into multi-chain approaches where they connect with other L2 supply chains. Is that still a possible future for an alternative to the rollup strategy, or do you think rollups?
I mean, my personal view is that rollups are just like better than sidechains, because rollups like they benefit from the full security of Ethereum, and basically there's this kind of nice tight coupling property, right? Like where you can trust that the rollup state is kind of like an application on Ethereum can unconditionally trust that a rollup state is correct, right? Whereas if you have a bridge between two kind of chains that are both quote sovereign and they're separately sovereign, then like if one of those chains gets 51% attacked, then the bridge stops telling the truth, right? Or if the bridge gets attacked, then the bridge stops telling the truth. Whereas like a lot of the bridges, they do still rely on multi-sigs or whatever. Whereas with rollups, like the rollup bridges have 100% accuracy from the point of view of inside of the chain, right? Now, obviously, it's possible that there's a 51% attack on Ethereum and then Optimism gets reorged. But if that happens, then whatever thing you did that depends on Optimism is also going to get reorged, right? So you're actually 100% safe. So I think like those there is that really important kind of tight coupling property that you get from being inside of a common security layer, which the rollup Ethereum verse is. So I view that as being a benefit of doing rollups, but at the same time, there's going to be other applications that are very low value per transaction. And so it might not make sense to pay the fees even for rollups. And like, okay, fine, like those applications could still be in a sidechain in the short term, and then in the long term, like once ZK Starks are good enough, then everything should be either a ZK rollup or a Validium. So yeah.
What do you think of, I guess, monolithic changes versus like multi-rollup futures, or just choices there?
I think realistically, multi-rollup is inevitable. Like there's just, like first of all, there's just like already multiple rollups, and there's these different approaches. There's, even like if we assume that there's like trade-offs between ZK rollups and Validiums, and some people want to be one and some people want to be another, you're going to need bridges between them. And it just, a multi-rollup world, just like it feels more scalable because you just naturally have much more parallelization. Right? Like, different rollups that use different shards, and the different rollups have different computers that are creating the proofs for them. So right now, like the multi-rollup world feels more likely. Obviously, it's definitely possible that I'm wrong here, and we do just get like one ZK rollup that ends up dominating the whole thing. But we'll see what happens.
Do you think Bitcoin could be a rollup one day?
Oh, fun. For Bitcoin to be a rollup of Ethereum, like the community is gonna have to accept proof of stake, which I guess.
We know how that sense.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
So kind of coming back to the rollup-centric world, as you kind of just talked about, there's a lot of things where inevitably you can have anywhere from one rollup being more popular to just kind of having some specific features that are valued more from one, or valued or offered by one rollup than the other. What should change, or what changes for a developer when they're thinking about deploying an application? Like, obviously there's some trade-offs on compatibility or composability. Yes, you may have different parallel worlds, but it also, I think, at some point makes development not as easy. Would you agree with that, or kind of?
The question is like, what are the challenges for developers when moving their applications to rollup land?
Yes.
I think the main challenge is that an application has to decide whether it lives inside of one rollup or whether it's natively cross rollup. If it's a natively cross rollup, then like you have to actually think more about the infrastructure of like what being natively cross rollup actually looks like. And like, even if it lives inside of a rollup, then like there might be cases where people just like want to like kind of like bite off some portion of the activity of your application and like move it over and do it inside of another rollup, right? So you do have to kind of think about cross rollup and nuances. But even if you don't, then if you don't, then I guess the challenge is that you lose composability with applications that live inside of other rollups, right? Like if you have Uniswap inside of Optimism and some DeFi thing inside of Arbitrum, then like you can't do synchronous operations between the Uniswap and that DeFi thing. But I think like realistically, there's going to be a copy of Uniswap with at least some liquidity inside of every domain. So like inside of every rollup, inside of every sidechain, and obviously on the base chain as well. But that's like basically how to kind of interact with the newly found kind of ability to move between domains is something that application developers need to think about. Like what's the thinking around DNS and the thinking around NFTs would be one example of that. Like how would like say loot work if we assume that we want loot to be accessible to people that aren't willing to burn $40 on doing every operation? And what happens if like some loot is inside of Optimism and other loot is inside of Arbitrum? Like how do you recognize loot that's in different rollups? Very similar challenges to ENS, right? Well, for a good reason. Like a loot is an NFT and ENS is an NFT.
This area for more experimentation if you have no cost transacting. That makes a lot of sense. Another question, which is I think indirectly related to one of your slides from the talk. Wallets are the first interaction and barrier to entry for an end user, and kind of writing mnemonic key phrase every time won't scale for an average user or hard drives. So I'm just repeating. What do you think about the current state of wallets, and what solution do you think we should implement to make that smooth, especially with layer 2 in mind?
Sure. For wallets and keys, like as I've said many times, I'm a huge fan of like social recovery wallets. And I think social recovery wallets for your hot wallet, for like your assets that you need in it to be for everything you do that's convenience oriented, and multi-sig wallets for everything that's not convenience oriented. And I think the same wallet can manage both, right? But then in order for that to happen, we need account abstraction. And like recently, myself and the GSN people and Nethermind people have been collaborating on ERC 4337, which tries to make account abstraction work without any protocol changes by kind of doing this overlay using user operations. So very much encourage people to look into that as well. And like that's something that I think people should very much be starting to hack around at this point. And I guess the good thing that's happening now, right, is that all of these rollups are moving toward being just EVMs. And so if you have one wallet, like you should be able to take that wallet software and just deploy it on every domain. So, you know, if you can have like one wallet, probably same address on every domain, maybe, you just like you have the same wallet software that can actually manage your wallet, your kind of wallet and your funds inside of each one of them. Then I think that could be really convenient and really amazing. And then, like basically, I think the fewer wallet applications that users need, the more effort they can put into a kind of the backup and key management for each one. And so the less the risk of unfortunate security accidents happening, and the better the experience for people.
No, that's absolutely fair. Do you think there are any other, well, actually, I think the answer is yes, but what are some, I guess, open problems for the world of rollups to still figure out in order to sort of achieve that goal? Are there still open questions or considerations?
I guess like the sequencers need to speak this account abstract, like they need to speak ERC 4337. If they do natively, that would be amazing. I think realistically, like I think rollups are a better experimentation ground than the mainnet because they're cheaper. So I could easily see account abstraction wallets taking off in layer 2s before they take off in layer 1.
Got it. Okay, so just still on kind of the sequencers managing account abstraction, right?
Yeah, like sequencers should, like I think you know, the optimism and arbitrum sequencers should ideally just like speak ERC 4337 natively, and that should be like one of the priorities for them.
Well, I know a couple of L2 projects watching this, so hopefully we get to work on that soon. All right, well, I don't think I have any other questions. So I'd like to thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thank you too.
Awesome. All right, everybody, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll do our last talk of the day, which is going to be an AMA with Miyaguchi from the Ethereum Foundation. So sit tight, enjoy the next 5 minutes as I break, and we'll be back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are now ready to kick off with our last talk of the summit, and that is going to be an AMA with Aya. We're going to bring her on in just a second, and this is going to be super fun. We're going to talk about everything from Aya's vision for Ethereum, the Ethereum Foundation, what's happening with a lot of the initiatives around the EF, and a few more things. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome her on stage and join me in this interview. Good morning, Aya.
Hello, good morning from here, Kartik.
Perfect. So we'll keep this light and fun. I have a handful of questions here, and I'll kind of ask them. We'll change up orders. We'll go deeper into anything that fits. But I want to kind of start off with asking, what is your vision?
My vision for Ethereum, right? So I call it, I'm pretty sure you have heard of it, I call it Infinite Garden, and this is inspired by the book Finite and Infinite Games by James Cars, and where finite games are played for the purpose of winning, and infinite games are played for the purpose of continuing the game. And when I think about Ethereum, I don't just think about the technology. Technology is great, but how we work together, how the ecosystem people work together to continue the play. And then I think it's very special. And that vision influences technical decisions too, and also how implementations are being done. And I think that's very, very rare in this modern society, and also even rare in the blockchain space. So, and then the garden is for its diversity and its organic growth. And then I think that this ecosystem wasn't really designed, like it kind of organically happened. Everything, like what you are doing too. Like we didn't really design everything at the beginning. Like when we first met, you and I remember when we first met in San Francisco, a lot of exploration and working together, discussions, and all these organic things. It's more natural. So, and then keeping the biodiversity in a weird way requires strong vision, deeply rooted in our mind, not just how we describe in words. So
this is super helpful. This helps us set the frame for a handful of other questions we have. So just as long as people keep this in mind, this will be super insightful. So maybe let's switch gears. So I asked you for your vision of Ethereum. I guess if I were to say what is kind of, actually, I'll back up. You've been part of the Ethereum Foundation for 3 years now. You came on as executive director. Comparing, well, let's start with like 3 years ago. What did you want to achieve when you joined, and what were some of your aspirations there? And then we'll kind of roll into the Infinite Garden.
Yeah, so first of all, very honestly, I didn't start with like, okay, I became the executive director of the Ethereum Foundation, and here's a list of things I want to achieve. I could not start that way because no one told me, or no one knew what the EF really was, or who EF was. And also, and that is hugely really tied to like how the ecosystem is, and it's also like a live creature, and it is changing. And so it took a while for me to even think about what I need to achieve or what I need to start with. So that is the first thing, is to really understand and observe. I wish I had some time to become like almost like a chief observation officer or something. Just watch everything and learn. Yeah, so it took really a while everything was already going on. But within that, there are a couple of things. Maybe the first one was more clear, even like without deeper observation, is that the first one is to create a system to support teams and projects outside of the EF. Then this is actually related to some of the principle that I described, and then we call it subtraction. If we really care about the long-term health of Ethereum, like the ecosystem has to evolve outside of EF, and that is what I wanted to achieve. I wouldn't say I knew exactly by when, but I knew that has to happen. And when I joined in 2018 in the Ethereum Foundation, there were already many activities outside of EF, but there was not enough support system for the project outside. And this was also something Vitalik wanted to fix too. And we created ESP, Ecosystem Support Program, which we didn't really start with calling it that way. And to officially receive applications and give financial support. And then we started to think about like, wait, money is not the only thing EF can support, or maybe actually there are others. We should encourage others to give financial support, but there should be something only EF can do. So we started doing more proactive funding beyond just receiving applications. And, example of some of the teams that include ETHGlobal and Gitcoin, or like Austin, a lot of crazy stuff that Austin is doing. And he's great. And then Nomics Labs and some DevX work and more. So that is the first thing. And naturally, it's also related to the first one, but the second thing is to add more coordinating activities or functions, either within the EF or also, we do need to do that within the EF. That's how the EF works too, but also outside of in the ecosystem. And then for the things to happen organically, like projects like GET, Solidity, or those teams were born from the EF, but there are a ton of other important projects in the ecosystem, but they still have to work together. Yeah. And then when the ecosystem grows, that creates new challenges, right? So two main challenges, I think, in the decentralized system or decentralization in general is redundancy and lack of ownership. Those are that can naturally happen, and I saw it, so that's why I can clearly say it. So when this is a startup or a company, you would just start adding managers and create hierarchical reporting system. But since Ethereum is open and decentralized, and EF to some extent that we try to be that way, and EF managing all would defeat the purpose. So how do you coordinate and let others execute and make decisions even? It is a continuous goal, like we must pursue, and we have to keep improving the ways.
Yeah, no, a lot of themes here you've touched on, and it's funny because until you brought it up, I totally forgot, but ETHGlobal was part of the first wave of the grant recipients, and that's how we ended up bootstrapping our first couple of events. So it is definitely true. There's so many things that you could not have imagined back then that are now helping out create this ecosystem and more sustainable.
Yeah. And I think we never really talk about this because we don't really have the chance, but how we started, like when you and I first met, and then talked about, like the way ETHGlobal was functioning was also very different, right?
Yes.
And then you executed a lot after that. And then it's not like EF told ETHGlobal, here's the list of things we should. It was never like that. It was more like you propose the idea and then you just keep doing it. It's like, and then we saw, oh wow, they are actually bringing in a lot of developers, and then so why don't we support more of this? And then it's always collaboration.
Exactly.
Between like what we think of, and then also what you discover, and then you help the entire ecosystem to hire, recruit more people, and then so that's kind of like a great example. Not everything has been that way, but and then it requires, you know, two-way interactions and collaborations and open-mindedness and everything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's actually super interesting because today's a special day because today is ETHGlobal's 4th birthday. Can't believe it's been 3 years. And
happy birthday!
we realized, oh, this doesn't feel like it's been 4 years. It feels like it's been one, but at the same time, the 1 year feels like it's been 4 years. So there's a lot of lessons and things that we never thought that have been happening or has happened.
Yeah, you couldn't plan this COVID pandemic either. Yeah.
So speaking of things that you didn't know as you were joining and kind of said you didn't have a checklist, maybe concretely answering this now, like what would you say the vision and the mission of Ethereum Foundation is?
So I briefly touched that, but I think the vision of EF simply is the healthy Ethereum ecosystem. And then to understand what the definition of healthy and healthier, like you need to understand that the vision of infinite garden I just described. So, and then our mission is to keep help the ecosystem go towards that. And just growing the ecosystem, that is also important. Then we do care about the longevity of Ethereum, but it's, you know, the size and the length, those are not the only important things, or especially if we think about what only EF can do, and especially now when Ethereum is growing quickly and the ecosystem is growing quickly and new people are coming in. And I do think maintaining the health is something like maybe like we can contribute more than others. So, absolutely. But that is again, like it wasn't very super clear from the very beginning, but I feel strongly so now.
What would you say then are sort of the principles that help you achieve that goal? Like what needs to be done from a mindset perspective?
Yeah, so I think the very, very important principle is like long-term thinking. And again, like if we look at everything, how things work in the world, unfortunately, a lot of current existing systems are not built that way. But if we are dealing with the technology that can build systems that are supposed to be used in society, we do have to think about the time that we do not exist. And Ethereum has been doing it already. Like if you think about like the time we don't exist, you can understand immediately why proof of work is not the option. And so that Ethereum has been making that technical decision too. So that is something, the reason why I want to keep it as our core principle is because it's more like a seeking the balance. Normally, everything goes toward short term without us even knowing about it. Like, what can we do quickly? Like, what do you, we use cell phone and then receiving messages from everywhere in the world. We just think about, okay, what is next? Like we have so much information we need to consume, and like you zooming out and then think about, okay, like what is the bigger picture? What is this going to look like in 5 years or even 10 years or 50 years? This is, yeah, it is challenging, right? Like even in our life.
I don't know what I want for breakfast tomorrow, and 5 years from now.
Yeah, do you pick what you eat now, thinking about that, how that would affect yourself in 5 years or 10 years?
It's hard.
There are some people who do that, but then it requires strong will. And so that's something of course, I'm getting help from like tremendous members of people at the Ethereum Foundation, but try to at least internally first letting people understand. And then there are a lot of like other short-term quick work that, other people, sometimes you do have to do that, like you have to finish it, right? But I think that's very, very important for the Ethereum Foundation.
Absolutely. Speaking of the foundation, I think a lot of people, I don't think, have a really good idea of what the foundation is currently in terms of how big is it, how does it work. Could you give us an overview of like the operational side of the foundation? I'm sure a lot has changed, but tell us what the foundation is right now.
Yes. So, and then I know it's been a mystery. It was a big mystery for me too. Like I had no idea until I joined. And so outside of ongoing development teams like Gas, Solidity, and the big difference from the time before I joined is that now we have a bigger operation team. And I mean, bigger, compared to before, but within the operation, we have, of course, the organizational operations, which is for EF to function as an organization, and it's a non-profit organization. So we do have regular operations like finance and legal, but our main operation work is what we call ecosystem development or EcoDev, which includes all different efforts to grow the ecosystem and keep it healthy. So this is kind of like being redesigned now, more like we don't really change activities, like everything. It's more like how we design is like we just are about to just do that. So the team, like the teams like ESP, DevCon are also part of it, but we have more functions now, and some people are in charge of coordinating things for enterprise size and then new research topics that we need to like discuss more, how to support each topic, or things like like core devs calls are happening for the community, but someone needs to coordinate, like make sure that that is actually happening. Like we don't really manage the discussion, but we try to help that whatever the coordination needed. If they don't need us, that's great. So we have about 50 people in that work, like very broadly. But again, everything is collaborative work, like you and I talk or we talk. So there's no clear line between internal, external often. And I think that it's important to keep it that way. But for the purpose of having discussions or, having execution or ownership, like we do have to have some like what we call clusters. And like Josh Stark is the genius of this describing it that way. But yeah, like loosely kind of like described, but organized, but that's still kind of for now people to be like, even internally people like need to understand what others are working on so that they can do best job for themselves too. So a lot of the coordination, for example, like ethereum.org or other things too. So
you talked about ecosystem development being a really big focus here. How many people are dedicated to ecosystem development right now at the foundation?
Oh, so that's about 50 people. And but it's roughly 50 people. Like some of them are like not
other things as well.
Not just like EF but then we need to involve them in this discussion. Then we have to bring someone in between people. So I think that's the right way. So I don't have the number, but around 50.
No, that makes a lot of sense. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. That's great, actually. It's a really good number. Which means we got a lot more things done. I want to talk about a handful of initiatives you've helped sort of kick off while at your time at the EF. Mm-hmm. One project is the Next Billion. Could you tell us more about what that project is and why everybody should care about it?
Yes. So the team Next Billion started last year, and but that was something I cared, and I think it's more like last year. I thought, okay, this makes sense. This is not just my passion. This is good for Ethereum. And then when you look at the current state of Ethereum, like everything, like Ethereum has made tremendous achievement on the technology and the ecosystem and scaling, but I think it's time to think about who would benefit most next, or actually when this is going to be used, and then more builders are going to build, who will be next builders or users, and then you can understand what I was thinking. The term Next Billion, I didn't create it, but it's not really probably widely recognized. It means people in developing countries, because they represent that next 1 billion. The current world population is 7.7 billion or so, and then at least three-fourths of the next 1 billion would be from developing countries, and we know that. And the reason why I think it's important to look at Next Billion is not just for the numbers, but again, like Ethereum has overcome a lot of technical challenges for the platform. I do think implementation is going to be a bigger challenge. Like the challenge is around implementation. Right. And when you implement a new system, you want to focus on implementing the new system instead of having to take down old systems. So there's a huge advantage in the regions that do not have established old systems. And also, as I always say, people from Next Billion are creative. I mean, I don't say the others are not creative. It's more like they have to be creative just to live sometimes. So the constant brain training has, like given them potential to build something very, very creative. And then we've been already seeing it. And then from that team, the program we started this year is the EF Fellowship Program. And then basically the idea is to work with selected change makers who can kind of describe, like kind of like being an example of what I just said, and then show an example, not just for them to finish a project in their country, but that example could be copied or be kind of relearned by the rest of the world. So we pick those examples, and and I've been kind of advocating their work, trying to speak, like whenever I get a chance to talk at an event, I include them and talk about them. So one fellow is Chewy from the team OS City, and then he's working basically what they call GovTech, or like Latin American governments. Like they're supporting technologies for public sectors. Like it's not just governments. But the reason why he came up with it is because he wanted to fix a lot of things around him in his life. And he realized that in order to fix that, like, the system needed to be changed. And some of the systems are, of course, run by public sectors. Right? And you can, of course, create public goods without existing public sectors. But there is some, I call it actually natural sandbox that Latin American countries have. They don't maybe officially created it, but somehow it became like a natural sandbox because they have flexible-minded policies, or maybe they don't even have policies around anything yet. So it's been interesting. It's happening like really right now. I joined a talk last week or 2 weeks ago for the Colombia government. Was kind of like organized it, and then there is a lot of excitement. I mean, we already see that in the news of different countries. Some of them just decided to use crypto for their business or for like other things, but not beyond that. There are a lot of things. It's actually using Ethereum for the system, for the documentation and ID and all that. And so you're going to hear more exciting things coming up from the region. And of course, like we picked Colombia for DevCon location. Yeah. So there are other fellows are all great. And then again, this is not really for one project to make progress. I really want the rest of the world to learn from it, and hopefully. And we are actually looking for the next cohort. This was the first piloting year, and we have 4 members in the first cohort, and we are recruiting the next year's cohort. So if you know any meaningful projects or teams, or even like ideas from the emerging economies, please do let us know or shout at me. And then, yeah, we are currently recruiting.
That's awesome. Yeah, we'll share that as ETHGlobal, and for everybody watching it right now live, hopefully you also reach out to I as well. I kind of just realized that the Infinite Garden also is the name of a documentary on Ethereum that's being filmed right now. Is the EF, or are you involved with that documentary, or could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so that was also, speaking of really Infinite Garden, how everything happens organically, this was also interesting. How it happened is I recognized the new challenge for the community to keep the vision while Ethereum is growing. Like when you have newer people, it's hard for them to understand because it didn't. Especially when you can't really understand what's special about Ethereum just by reading the white paper, right? And then you do know that very well. And then I wondered what was the best way to describe what Ethereum is when it is not just about the tech. And then around the same time, we met the documentary team Optimist through our friend Morgan, and then the idea of Ethereum described in the documentary sounded more natural because you do need to tell stories to fully understand. And then you need to also show people around. and then so I spoke with the team, or we spoke with the team, and it's not like we are going to do this. It's more like they already have an idea and then wanted to create a documentary about Ethereum. And then I saw they understood our culture pretty well from the beginning. So I said yes to be part of it, and then also Vitalik did, but also even if like Vitalik and myself are being part of it, this is supposed to be about the community. So it's been evolving naturally. You see our faces in their description, but we're just really tiny part of it. And then they've been like talking to community members naturally. And then they just decided to do the fundraising with NFT. This wasn't really planned from the beginning. And I was asking them, how are you going to fund the film? Because that was also important for me to make the decision, for us to make the decision. And then they're like, oh, we don't really have plans. So, and then that was the best way for the Ethereum documentary to be funded. And then we were not really, they just did the NFT fundraising supported by Mirror. EF was not part of it, but that is the beauty of it. And the director, Zach, told me normally main investors would have control over the creative decisions. So I thought that was wonderful that NFT can give freedom to artistic direction. And then how this happened naturally was also amazing. So I'm excited about it, but we don't know how the story goes. And then they keep learning, they keep meeting different people in the community. So it is like, you'll be surprised for me too, and very excited about it.
No, it's awesome. Yeah, I think all of us are eager to see what the final story is that comes out, what they think represents the Ethereum ecosystem. Getting a little bit serious here, what has surprised you the most over the last 3 years of being the executive director at the foundation?
So almost all of them were surprising. I had many heart attacks, but I thought I already had it because I've been in the crypto industry for a while. But great, like positive surprises too. But I think the one thing is before working on execution, like it was surprisingly hard to figure out who the hell EF is and how the ecosystem should be. It is really, and I kept wondering like, why is it so difficult? Like I couldn't really describe in a very like smart way in the beginning, and then also, but now looking back, I think it was right to take time, and I shouldn't have been able to explain it. So that was probably the biggest surprise, how this was really hard to, or there was no manual to learn from. And then I still feel that way, but now I have more people to discuss together with, and then it is very interesting and exciting, but I just realized that it's like we're dealing with live creature. So I used to be a teacher and I was in education, and like when you deal with human being or growing kid or a teenager, like you can't really just make the decision or the list of goals very fixed. You have to constantly flexibly like reshape or change your mindset yourself too. So I realized that was surprised that this is actually very similar to my oldest work in education. Well, and then also the rise of NFT was so this is like, I'm just mentioning it because this is recent, but this is not the only thing. But how something like NFT, which has been in, like, you know,
4 years,
been there for a long time, and then what happened is, like, it's always out of your control or my control or our control, and so surprises are supposed to happen, and I'm pretty sure I will hear something surprising tomorrow. When I look at the list of like the news in the Ethereum every week, I'm always amazed and sometimes like, oh wow, this is like,
garden is just becoming a jungle. Yes.
it is jungle. Yeah, it's a good thing, but it's hard to keep up with. Yeah,
absolutely. I have so you initially touched on this thing where you obviously joined 3 years ago, and you had a plan, kind of spent all this time understanding in the direction that the EF should move in. What has been working well with the plan that you've had, and how would you kind of say things are going?
You know, the very perfectionist Japanese side of me would never be able to say anything is working well. But again, I believe we are doing something no one has ever done before. Is if we try to do it in the right way. It is not just, it's not just a non-profit foundation. It's a lot more than that. You know, like foundation meaning just giving grants to everyone else. So again, like, you know, like it took a while to figure out what this is about, and then what we are supposed to do, and then so actually last year, when I joined, I felt everything was thrown at us, like the EF, like almost like, oh, we have to do everything. But and then like always we prioritize Ethereum, right? That's what we are supposed to do. Like it's not, we don't really work for the EF, we more like the EF works for the best of the Ethereum. But last year I realized that, okay, like there are a lot of improvements we need to do at the organization. It's more like when you're not healthy, you can't really support others. So I created a team to do the organizational improvements, like really, meaning like they also have to do a lot of things. We don't really have a lot of people, but like, hey, let's just actually do sprint planning every week to make even like little progress on everything, because we tend to prioritize Ethereum, and Ethereum like keeps growing, and we just never have time to look at us and then how we do things, or things like HR and how we actually take care of our people. So last year, like it's actually like 2 years after I joined, but why don't we just do, you know, make not prioritize that compared to the rest of the thing. It's more like, hey, let's make progress every week. So there is a dedicated team now, and so we are making little progress little by little, you know, thanks to the team members there, and then gradually we are able to actually see ourselves with better views, and then understand, oh, this is how we should describe, this is what we care, this is how we should explain to the new people to the EF what we really care, instead of like, you know, trusting everyone to understand everything without explaining. So things like onboarding. So we are making good progress, and then again, like someone like Josh, he is an excellent project manager, right? I don't know, like he keeps
yes,
like getting things done and then still smiling, like never looks looking exhausted. So I'm always impressed with that. But so we are making progress thanks to great people like Josh, and then again, it's still ongoing.
I think what you're saying is a little bit of structure is not a bad thing, and if anything, that's helping you move faster into prioritizing everything that you want to do for the Ethereum ecosystem. It may be on that same note, what is not going well?
Yeah. Well, a lot of things were not going well. But and then we tried to change that, and then we were making efforts, and then again, like we were making progress. I would say still finding the right balance. Still people expect EF to do more or a lot, and then internally there's also tendency, okay, we should do this to add more, and then like, yeah, we do need to add more to help more, but like finding the right balance, and then really helping people to understand we do need to seek the balance, like we thinking about, okay, like if we start doing this, how long are we going to do this, and then we can't do this forever kind of thinking. So that is a challenge. But also now we feel ready to make more progress and redesign things. Hiring is not easy, and to be honest, that's really I don't know if it's not working better. It's more like yeah. We have to get better at hiring people, especially at like EF EcoDev type of operations. And I explained the coordination and support work, outside of dev and researchers. Like finding talented people itself is always, of course, not easy, but finding those who are aligned with our principles or have potentials to be aligned with our principles, that is really hard. Again, EF is a nonprofit organization, but it's not easy, especially weirdly when the market is doing well. Yeah, that's my honest.
A lot of choices.
Yeah, it's like finding mission-based people. I'm pretty sure those people exist there, right? But we get more noises, and then we need to screen more than the harder winter time, like I would say. So yeah, and then also the challenge, especially since last year, is we used to actually rely on the places like ETHGlobal hackathons or those events, because those are the places we can actually see how people are interacting with others, and then kind of like easier to find, or like you can't really see that in the resume and things. So that is a big challenge since the COVID started. So if anyone knows the great creative ways to find people, and also like, for example, ESB is hiring the lead.
If you're supporting grants and research or want to help with the foundation,
yes,
Ethereum,
yes,
you can get in touch with me or Aya, and we'll be happy to get you to the right person to learn more about that.
Yes, thank you, Kartik.
All right, so I know we've talked about the past and the present a lot, but I want to ask one final question, and we can wrap it up. What can we expect and look forward to from the Ethereum Foundation in 2022?
Yeah, I mean, the technical side and research side probably have been already described by Danny and Vitalik enough. Outside of that, again, like we are redesigning things, so you will see more, maybe better description of what we are doing. And we are working on improving our website and things like that related to like sharing our vision and our principles and our ways in a better way. And other than that, you will hear, I can't say this today, but announcement related to DevCon very soon. I know everyone is waiting for it. Something extra. I hope this will be a good surprise. I don't know. Maybe
it's like a surprise.
Maybe if I say this, and and then again, EF Fellowship Program is recruiting the new cohort, and you will hear a lot of progress that the current cohort members has been making. It is very inspiring, and oh yes, so like things like client diversity, well, diversity in general, that we do care, and I do care too, and then not just like a regional diversity for the ecosystem, but also like there are a lot of efforts that are being made for client diversity, and you will hear more of the efforts in that. So
an exciting
again,
next 12 months.
2022, we hope to share a lot of positive things, and as EF, we will try to share more information. This has been kind of, since last year, this has been kind of like a heads down. Let's
focus mode.
Get working on the improvements and everything. So hopefully we can share more of that work, efforts, and outcome.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think from our perspective, we do notice the change and the velocity and communication that's been happening, keeping everybody informed. So I can say it's working. Well, I thank you so much for this amazing chat. We do have a couple more slides I want to go through. I think it'll be great for you to stick around for that for a second. But to summarize, everybody, looks like there's a lot coming in the next 12 months. We got ETH2, we got efforts around client diversity. And of course, what everybody is probably more excited about is the next DevCon and whatever this new announcement is. So I hope we get to learn more about that and the date soon. But I really appreciate this. And thanks for everybody who stuck around and watch the rest of the summit with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kartik.
All right. So before we end this, I want to take a quick second to just thank everybody here on what an amazing past 4 years it's been. ETHGlobal started on the 15th of October in 2017, where we did our very first hackathon called ETH Waterloo. It may feel like forever now, but a little thing called NFTs were invented there 4 years ago, and we're finally coming back and seeing how long it takes for something like this, or just in general technologies, to kind of propagate and get excited and be used in new and creative ways. So it's been an incredible past 4 years. These are some of the stats we pulled for this. We have over 100,000 hours of content that's been watched from the talks and workshops and interviews we've done at our events. We've had over 30,000 people been onboarded. We've seen over 3,500 projects been created in the space since we started, and we've given out $3 million in prizes that have been given out to the attendees with nothing in return for all their amazing work and getting them excited about what's possible with Web3. On top of that, it's not just this, we have some other intangibles. People have formed a lot of companies from these projects. We've seen over $200 million raised by companies formed from ETHGlobal hackathons, which currently represent over $4 billion in market cap. Hundreds of jobs and opportunities have been formed. And on top of that, thousands of friendships that there's no way we can measure, but we know that we ourselves are the beneficiaries of these incredible things. So I want to thank everybody here for being part of our community, and it's super excited to wake up and work on all these amazing events and summits and talks and helping everybody sort of learn and get more excited about Web3 like we do. So I want to thank everybody one more time. And with that, we are at a close for ETHOnline, which has been our biggest event in our history. So thank you so much for everybody who participated in the summits, the hackathon, the talks, the questions, and I wish you all a happy Friday. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks for our next hackathon, which is Unicode. So we'll see you all on Discord and ETHGlobal.tv and Twitter and every other place on the internet. In the meantime, hope you enjoy your weekend, and we'll see all of you shortly and enjoy some lo-fi beats. Thanks, everybody.